The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the May 24th, 2024 episode of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, and on this day in history, in 1595, nomenclature of Linden University Library appears, the first printed catalog of an institutional library. In 1738, John Wesley is converted, launching the Methodist movement, celebrated annually by Methodists as Aldersgate Day. In 1844, Samuel Morse taps out "What Hath God Wrought" in the world's first telegraph message. Good night. That guy seems to have had an ego. Yeah, tell me about it. In 1883, Brooklyn Bridge opened by President Chester A. Arthur. And New York Governor Grover Cleveland. In 1941, German battleship Bismarck sinks British battlecruiser HMS Hood. 1,416 die, 3 survive. In 1988, Section 28 passes as law by Parliament in the United Kingdom prohibiting the promotion of homosexuality. In 1895, Henry Irving becomes the first actor to receive a knighthood. In 1956, first Eurovision Song Contest, Liz Assa for Sweden wins, singing Refrain. In 1935, first Major League Baseball night game in Cincinnati. The Reds win 2-1 against Philadelphia. That was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costly or properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that gallant, chubby little gentleman who, when he walked into Hedy Lamar's dressing room by mistake, politely said,
Hey, Costello, what are you so excited about? What's the matter with you?
I don't know, Abbott. I'm all mixed up. In my room, I got a big picture of Lauren Bacall on the ceiling.
Yes.
And on my dresser, I got a picture of Rita Hayworth. On the walls, I got 2 pictures of Betty Grable. And under my pillow, I got a picture of Dorothy Lamour in her sarong. And I think I'm going nuts.
Why?
All night long, I keep dreaming of Gene Autry's horse.
Look, talk sense, Costello. What were you doing in the courthouse this morning?
Oh, I was there to see my Uncle Artie Stebbins get his divorce.
Was it an interesting divorce trial?
Oh, sure. The judge said, Mr. Stebbins, I'm granting you a divorce, and I'm going to give your wife $35 a week.
And what did Artie say to that?
He said, that's mighty nice of you, Judge. I'll try to slip her a buck every now and then myself.
Now, Lou, that was ridiculous. What were the grounds for the divorce?
Misrepresentation. She said that before they were married, Uncle Artie told her he was well off.
Well, was he?
He was, but he didn't know it then.
Well, she must have had better grounds than that. What else did she claim?
Well, she wanted to get rid of him because he was always getting indifferent.
Artie was getting indifferent?
Yeah, he was getting in different girls' apartments every night.
Oh, stop that nonsense, please.
I'm glad I went to the trial, though, Abbott. I found out what causes 100% of the divorce cases.
So you know what causes all the divorces?
Yep.
What?
Marriage.
Oh. You know nothing about marriage, Costello. Marriage is a great institution.
Yeah, but who wants to live in an institution?
Costello, marriage is wonderful.
Yeah, marriage is like a 3-ring circus.
A 3-ring circus?
Yep, engagement ring, marriage ring, and suffering.
But how can you
Banana!
talk... Never mind that.
You know I'm lost already?
All right. How can you talk like that, Costello? You've never been a husband. In fact, you don't even know what a husband is.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, all right. What is a husband?
A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
Costello, you're a dope. But you don't have to worry about marriage. Very few women would marry you.
Very few would be enough.
Well, look, what happened to that girl you used to go with, Ruby Poolcue? I thought you two were engaged.
We was, Abbott.
You what?
But I broke it off. I told her to keep the ring.
You mean you were willing to lose an expensive diamond engagement ring?
That's right. What's $1.50 to a man with a broken heart? Ruby went ahead and she married Stinky Rappaport.
Stinky Rappaport?
Stinky Rappaport. I gave them a beautiful set of silver.
Table silver?
No, pocket silver. 4 dimes and a quarter.
Now, talk sense, Costello. Why don't you try to meet some nice girl and go steady?
Oh, Abbott, I met one last night in the movies, and I took her out. She was an usher.
Oh, you mean she's an usherette?
What?
Usherette.
Yeah, she ate and she drank. She ate like a horse. She had her nose bag with her.
All right, never mind that.
You know, we had a wonderful time, Abbott.
did?
Then I took her home and we sat in a parlor. Just the two of us.
Oh, it must have been romantic.
Romantic. We sat on the sofa and I read her a love story. Then suddenly she reached over and switched off the light.
What did you do?
I turned it on again. Who can read in the dark?
Oh. What a guy. You're in the parlor with a beautiful girl and you read a book. Why'd you take her to a dance?
Oh, I'm all through with dances.
What do you
Abbott.
mean?
I took Cleopatra to a dance last night. Last week.
Cleopatra?
Yep.
You idiot. Cleopatra has been dead for 2,000 years.
No wonder she couldn't rumba.
Costello.
Spelled backwards or something else.
All right. Look, Costello, why don't you try to make a hit with that little girl my wife introduced to you? You know,
Sweetheart?
Odessa. Yeah,
Sweetwater?
Odessa Sweetwater.
Sweetwater?
Yeah.
I had to give her up, Abbott.
Why?
Her father didn't like me.
Her father wanted you to marry her.
I said he didn't like me.
Her father said he'd pay half your expenses if you got married.
Yeah, but who's going to pay the other half?
Costello, you're always thinking about money. When I got married, I was just a struggling young actor. Struggling, I will get out.
Sometimes I get lost.
Yes.
You don't know where you are.
Well, I was still struggling.
Thank you. I know. And how you were struggling.
I struggled.
I know you struggled, but you didn't get away.
No, Costello. You're an imbecile. You lose all your girls. Look, what happened to your engagement to Tessie Tinfoil?
It's broken.
Did you break it?
Nope.
Did she break it?
Nope.
Then how did it get broken?
Well, Tessie told me what her clothes cost, and I told her what my salary was. And when the engagement just sort of sagged in the middle and busted by itself.
Costello.
Both of us better get glasses.
Costello, how did you happen to meet Tessie Tinfoil in the first place?
Well, I went down to the bank and drew out my money.
Yes.
There she was. 5 minutes later, we were engaged.
You asked the girl to marry you, and you only knew her 5 minutes?
That's right. Abbott, you'd be amazed what you can do when you meet somebody if you don't waste time shaking hands.
Costello, what became of Tessie Tinfoil?
Oh, Tessie's an MP in the Navy.
An MP in the Navy? What does she do?
She keeps the wolves away from the waves.
Costello, why aren't you more like your brother Pat? Now, there's a happily married man. Why, I heard Pat's wife say she couldn't wait to hear the patter of little feet around the house.
Well, Abbott, for your information, it won't be long now.
You mean?
Yep. Pat's taken up tap dancing.
Oh, Costello, you're hopeless.
What's wrong with that?
Now, wait a minute. You don't even know how to look at a girl.
I don't. Hello? Yes, there is. That's awful. That guy ought to be ashamed of himself. Oh, that's terrible. Goodbye.
Who was that?
The police department. They're after a peeping Tom who's been looking into the chorus girls' dressing rooms over at Earl Carroll's Theater from the roof of this building.
Boy, I'd hate to be in that guy's shoes when them cops get through with him.
Yep. I gotta go now, Abbott. See you later.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm gonna sell my binoculars.
Get him out of here!
We've been reading some swell war headlines these days, but it's a different tune when you're right there in the middle of it. Well, just picture yourself in those front lines and picture a buddy turning to you and saying, "Hey, got a cigarette?" Would you give him one of yours? And how you would, even if it was the last one in your pack. Well, remember that when you can't get the Camels you want here at home. You're giving your Camel to that fighting Joe who's asking for it. Because billions and billions of Camels go to our fighting men. The service first. Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, wherever they go in their winning of the war, they have first call on Camels. C-A-M-E-L-S. The service first. Camel presents Will Osborne now with an arrangement of a current favorite, Candy.
Costello, I've arranged a wonderful date for you. My wife fixed it up for you to take our girlfriend out, Emma Fiddlebuster.
Emma Fiddlebuster? Not me, Abbott. I took that dame to a restaurant once, and on the way out, the manager searched me.
Well, Costello, you have an honest face. Why did the manager search you?
Well, he took one look at Emma Fiddlebuster, and he said, if you'll walk out of here with her, you're liable to walk out of here with anything.
Oh, how can you say that, Costello? Emma is a blonde, and you'd go out with any blonde.
I would not.
Name one.
Nelsonetti.
Oh. Quiet, Costello. Hey, here comes Emma now. Oh, good evening, Miss Fiddlebuster.
Hello, Bud.
I believe you know my partner, Lou Costello.
Why, yes. It seems to me I met you someplace before, Mr. Costello.
Oh, I don't think so. I never go to the zoo. Get the kisser on this kid.
Oh, now I remember. You annoyed me one whole evening.
I never even looked at you.
Well, isn't that annoying?
And if I remember correctly, you winked at me with your good eye. That one in the middle.
Did I try to kiss you?
No.
Well, then it wasn't me. Tell me, Costello, don't I do something to you?
Yes. When I look at you, I turn gray as a sheet.
Costello, I think you mean white as a sheet.
Abbott, you ain't seen our laundry lately.
Oh. Costello, why don't you like me? I've been told that I'm beautiful. Why, Lana Turner and I are sisters under the skin.
Well, crawl back under the skin and send out Lana, kid.
Oh, let me out of here. Goodbye.
Well, Costello, what do you think of Miss Fiddlebuster? Well, what do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. Abbott, if you want to get me a date, why don't you ask Connie Haynes to go out with me? She's wonderful. I love her voice.
Connie has a grand voice. Do you like her range?
Like her range? I like her whole kitchen.
Well, look, I'll get you a date with Connie Haynes on one condition. You must promise not to kiss her, because if you kiss her, her mother will worry.
Okay, Abbott, I won't kiss her. I'll let her kiss me. Let my mother worry.
I mean, no wonder girls won't go out with you.
Is that so? I know how to treat a girl, Abbott. First, I buy her flowers and candy.
And then?
Then I take her to a show, and then I take her to a cabaret. I spend $7 or $8. Then we walk along until we meet a sailor.
And then what?
Oh, I can always find my own way home.
No. Well, Costello, I'm going to arrange for you to take Connie Haynes to a nightclub. But first, I must be sure you will conduct yourself like a gentleman. Come with me.
Where are we going?
I'm going to put you through a complete course of social etiquette at the Charm School. Come on, let's go. Well, here we are at the Charm School.
What took us so long? Give us music, will you? Bump, bump. That's it.
All right.
And I'm out of breath.
Come on, we're here just the same.
Ah, welcome to my school, gentlemen. I'm Professor Melonhead. Gentlemen, I teach charm.
Abbott, get me out of here. This guy couldn't charm a snake.
Quiet, Costello.
Young man, I'll have you know that I do teach charm.
Why, with that head, you should be teaching billiards. Hand me a cue, Abbott, and I'll run snooker with his dome.
No. Take it easy, Costello. Professor Melonhead is an expert at etiquette.
I know he etiquette.
You know what?
I know he etiquette. You can see he etiquette. He's still got the tail on his upper lip.
Now, you quiet, you obese buffoon.
Hey. Continue.
All right. My high forehead denotes intelligence, brains. My boy, that's where I shine.
Well, why don't you take some of the shine off your head and put it on your shoes? From behind your skull looks like an empty parking lot.
Costello, will you behave yourself?
Now, tut, let me handle him, Mr. Abbott. I'll transform this boy into a perfect gentleman. Now, our first lesson here in charm is how to behave at home. Costello, what would you do when the butler enters the room?
We ain't got no butler in my house.
No butler? My dear boy, if you have no butler, how do you know when dinner is ready?
When my mother takes the iron bars off the dining room door.
Oh. And then you eat.
Not until she opens up the vault door that gets you into the kitchen.
And then you eat.
Then we eat because I'm filled up. Go ahead, continue.
All right, never mind that. Now, we'll say that you're already in the dining room. Now, what do you do with the crumbs at the table?
Crumbs?
Certainly. Don't you have crumbs at your table?
Oh, yeah, Abbott comes once a week. Hey, you're welcome anytime. You can come.
All right, never mind. We'll skip the crumbs, Costello. Now, let's say that you have on your plate a slice of roast beef with gravy, some pickled beets, and a lovely portion of beans. Now, which fork do you use?
I don't use no fork.
No fork?
No, I just slip my lower lip under the plate and bank the beans off the pickled beets.
Oh. That's fine. Now, we'll suppose, Costello, that you're in a very swanky continental bistro. Now, you walk in...
Would you read that again, please?
Oh, you're in a swanky continental bistro.
Excuse me, continue.
All right. You... Come on, you saunter up to the bar with savoir-faire and distingué.
Now, how did I ever get mixed up with those characters?
No, that's the way you walk. Now, you order a liqueur. The waiter walks up and slips you a poussé café.
He wouldn't dare. He hasn't got the nerve.
All right, now, suddenly, at the next table behind you, you see a beautiful girl. My assistant here will help us out by playing the part of the beautiful girl. This is Mademoiselle Zing Zing.
Zing Zing?
Zing Zing.
A zing 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 zing. A zing 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 zing.
All right, quiet, Costello.
Zing 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 zing. That's the only line the guy's got.
I've got to have a bouncer. Now be quiet. Now, Costello, after the girl walks up in a very soigné manner, you approach Mademoiselle Zing Zing, and in perfect French, you say, "Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle, voulez-vous promenade du boulevard, rue Montmartre, Bois de Boulogne, et Champs-Élysées?"
I say that?
Of course.
And what does she say?
She answers you in a lovely, melodious voice.
Je vous ai, je vous aime, je vous adore.
I'd like to meet you by the gas pipe.
Allez, boum, poupou, petite marmite.
Gee, that sounds swell. Petit mieux, poupou, petit premier. What does that mean?
Hit the road, chump. The big guy is my husband.
Now, just a minute, Melonhead. You've gone too far.
What's the matter, Costello?
Well, I mean, after all, Abbott, I didn't mind it when this melon guy forced me to walk into a stanky confidential biscuit. I didn't say nothing when he pushed me onto that Savoy ferry in a distinct way. I never said a word when he had the way to shove a pussycat's face in my hand. But when he makes me poo-poo petite marty between that lovely girl and her husband, he has not only impugned on my good name, but he has cast aspirations on the San Francisco Conference.
There are many minerals the good earth yields, and the most precious of these is platinum. To get one single precious ounce takes 190 tons of ore. That's rather like the task of getting the right tobaccos to make Camel cigarettes. The good earth in these United States yields about 1.5 billion pounds of leaf tobacco each year. But only a fraction of this enormous production is good enough to rate the name Camel. It's this platinum quality tobacco, properly aged, that gives Camels their rich, full, incomparable flavor and cool mildness. Camels just wouldn't be Camels if they were made of lesser tobaccos, or if these platinum tobaccos weren't sufficiently aged. So ask for Camels every time you buy cigarettes. C-A-M-E-L-S. War or peace, Camels are still Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. For Camel fans tonight, lovely Connie Haynes introduces a brand new song. It's Freddie Martin's latest composition, and this will be the first public performance of it anywhere. We hope you will like Hubba Hubba Hoy.
Every time the lights are low and you start to kiss me, oh, whoa, boy, a hubba, 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 hoy. Every time our fingers touch, I begin to shake so much. Whoa, boy, a hubba, 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 hoy. When you get that starry gaze, my eyes begin to leak. I go in a kind of daze, and my heart starts to pound like a G. I can't make the whole thing out. Even in my sleep I shout, whoa, boy, a hubba, 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 hoy. Every time our fingers touch, I begin to shake so much.
Oh, boy!
Hubba, 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 hoy. When you get that starry gaze, my eyes begin to leap. I go in a kind of daze, and my heart starts to pound like a G. I can't make the whole thing out. Even in my sleep I shout,
Oh, boy!
whoa, boy, a hubba, 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 hoy.
Hey, Abbott, what are we doing up here at this joint?
Costello, I've made a date with Connie Haynes to meet us here. And this is not a joint. It's the Ritz, a very high-class nightclub.
Hey, Abbott, this place is a fake. They got a sign over there over the bar that says, ladies served here.
Well?
Well, I went over to the bar and ordered a lady, and they threw me out.
Oh. Costello, I've met a lot of morons in my time, but you're head and shoulders above all of them.
Abbott, you must have met a bunch of short morons.
No, never mind that. Did you bring plenty of money with you?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm loaded, Abbott. Right here in my pocket, I got $4, all in singles. If I fold one over, it'll look like 5.
Now, you mean to say that you left the house with $4?
Yeah.
Aren't you afraid to carry that kind of money around with you?
Well, at first you get kind of a funny feeling. You imagine everybody's looking at you. But you get used to it. The big trick is not to try to look nervous.
$4.
I
Come
can
on.
carry-
Come on, sport. Let's go in, and don't forget to tip the doorman.
Good evening, gentlemen. Allow me to open the door for you.
Oh, thank you, Mac. Here's a dime tip for you.
Costello, how can you stand there and face that doorman after giving him a dime?
I'm waiting for my change.
Oh. Come on. All right, Costello, there's the head waiter. Now, if you want a good table, close to the dance floor, you'll have to give him a big tip.
Good evening, gentlemen. Would you like a table?
Oh, yes, my good man. We're heavy spenders. Here's a nice tip for you.
But this is a quarter.
Didn't you make a mistake, sir?
I guess I did. I thought it was a nickel. Give me that back. Here you are, 5 pennies.
This is an insult. Why, the champion tightwad of Hollywood gave me 50 cents.
Well, meet the new champion.
Mr. Headwaiter, could you give us a nice ringside table? Oh, sure. Follow me.
Hey, Abbott, I'm getting tired. Can't we sit down here and rest for a few minutes?
Not at that table. It's reserved.
Hey, Abbott, look at that sign over there. Los Angeles city limits.
Here you are, gentlemen. Here's your table. On a clear day, you can see Catalina. All right, Costello, you sit here, facing the dance floor.
Okay, but I'm liable to catch cold with my back toward the ocean.
Well,
What was that?
a Greyhound bus.
I wondered why they had a white line running down the middle of the table.
Would you two mugs like to order some food? The roast beef is delicious.
How much is it?
It's $4 a portion, but it's lovely roast beef. It will make your mouth water.
That's what we want.
Roast beef?
No, water.
Happy New Year. Yeah. Hey, fellas, do you mind if I sit at your table?
Just a minute, partner. Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago. Chicago.
Chicago?
Toledo.
Well, why don't you take a train and go home?
Well, I would, but my wife won't let me keep it in the house.
Aha! There you are, you cheapskate.
Oh, yeah, you can't talk to me like that.
Oh, no? I'll take care of you.
Hey, waiter, what's the idea of throwing that poor guy out like that?
What's the idea?
Yeah?
Why, his bill was $76, and all the cheapskate had was $75.40. Imagine the nerve of him trying to get away with a thing like that.
Yeah, he certainly got a lot of nerve trying to get away with that. Hey, Abbott, how much is our bill?
I don't know. We haven't got it yet.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Are you Lou Costello?
That's me.
Here's a telegram for you.
Thanks. Hey, messenger girl, you forgot your motorcycle.
Oh, so I did.
She writes fast, don't she? Oh, boy. Hey, Abbott, here's a telegram. Look what it says. It's from Connie Haynes.
What does she say?
She says, Dear Mr. Costello, just arrived here at the club, and I'm on my way to your table. Expect to be there within the next hour or two. Hey, Abbott, we got to stop Connie. We can't let her come in a place like this. It would cost her a fortune.
Well, here you are, gentlemen. I thought maybe you'd like to pay your check.
How much is the check, Abbott?
$83.
$83. Mm-hmm. And I only got $4. And the other guy was only 60 cents short. Look what they did to him. Abbott, we got to do something quick.
Costello, this is your party, and you'll have to get out of it the best way you can.
I got an idea. You offer to pay the check, and I'll give you an argument.
Okay, I get you. Come on. Costello, I'll pay the check.
No, Abbott. I couldn't think of letting you pay the check.
But I insist on paying the check.
You were not going to pay this check, Abbott. I'm going to pay it myself.
I wish you'd let me pay it.
Well, somebody better pay it.
Mr. Waiter, does it make any difference to you who pays the check?
It don't make any difference to me. I don't care who pays the check.
Okay, here, waiter, pay it yourself. Come on, Abbott.
All right,
Let's get out of here.
We didn't make it.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Joseph W. Wright of Spokane, Washington, just returned to Halloran General Hospital as an exchange prisoner after a year in a German prison camp. This bomber pilot wears the Distinguished Flying Cross with an oak leaf cluster, the Air Medal with 7 oak leaf clusters, and the Purple Heart. In your honor, Lieutenant Wright, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 2 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with a good neighbor policy also to Central and South America. Listen Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbot and Costello with their guests, the famous Andrews sisters. And now hear Bud and Lou with the final word.
Well, Costello, the Andrews sisters are going to be our guests next week. Have you made any plans to entertain them?
Oh, sure, Abbott. I thought I'd take them over to my house and cook up a batch of snoo.
What's new?
Nothing much. What's new with you?
Oh, get them out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night, everybody.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Look, mister, don't put your pet pipe in the doghouse just because it bites. Give it a chance. Because maybe that loyal, old, trusty pipe isn't to blame at all. Maybe all it needs is a happy load of Prince Albert. That smooth, swell smoking tobacco with all the rich, full-bodied He-Man tobacco flavor left in and the bite taken out. Yes, sir, taken out by a special no-bite treatment that makes Prince Albert as gentle to your tongue as the sound of a dove cooing to its mate. Also, Prince Albert is crimp cut, which means firm, tidy packing, easy drawing, and even burning right down to the bottom of the bowl. And a bargain, say, just about 50 pipefuls per package. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. For nearly 19 years, bringing the real, authoritative American folk music and fun to Southern radio audiences, and now broadcast coast to coast. Remember Grand Ole Opry every Saturday night on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Is it possible to be completely happy? How to find it on the next Oprah Winfrey Show.
Turn to Oprah, weekdays at 9 on Channel 7.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for your approval today, products from Fells & Company and General Electric Light Bulb.
Backed up by some mighty nice music, we think. This will give you an idea of what we mean.
I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. I'm gonna smile and say I hope you're feeling better, and close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. Smile and say I hope you're feeling better, and close with love the way you do.
Rosie, have you heard the new Gentlefeld song?
I have indeed. It's quite a nice lullaby. Listen. Gentle as a mountain dell, gentle as a tinkle bell, gentle as a flower smells, gentle, gentle fells, clear golden liquid with lanolin D, keeps hands washing dishes lovely. Gentle fells, gentle fells, gentle fells with lanolin D.
Oh, that's lovely, Rosie.
Thank you, Mr. B. And lovely is the way Gentle Fells keeps a lady's hands, no matter how many dishes she washes a day.
Gentlefels is the only dishwashing detergent that contains lanolin D to protect your hands. Right?
Right. You might even say Gentle Fells cushions your hands while it cleans your dishes.
You know, you keep talking about how wonderful Gentlefels is for your hands. Now, what kind of a job does it do with the dishes?
Leaves them spotless. Grease and stains just slip off, and dishes and glasses dry sparkling clear.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Gentle Fells with lanolin D for dishes.
And don't forget, all you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and instant Fells naphtha. That's F-E-L-S, Fells. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Heartache number one was when you left me. I never knew that I could hurt this way. And heartache number two was when you came back again. You came back but never meant to stay. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Heartache number three was when you called me and said that you were coming back to stay. With hopeful heart I waited for your knock on the door. I waited, but you must have lost your way. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end.
Bing, I note a merry twinkle in your eye today. What's up?
And the good one.
Yes.
Well, I have a tip on a new pet. Pet that, well, I think you ladies will take to in a big way.
Well, what you got for us? A new type poodle or what?
No poodles. This is a very unusual creature. Friendly, intelligent, too. It's the bottlenose dolphin.
The bottlenose dolphin?
Yes, sometimes called porpoise, Rosie.
You're kidding, aren't you?
Only slightly. They have lovely dispositions. They can talk, and they become your pal in no time.
If I may be so bold as to interrupt here, Bing, wouldn't a bottlenose dolphin require a pretty large goldfish bowl?
My friend, you need a tank. Keep plenty of fish on hand. Throw them beaucoup fish. You got to keep them happy.
Bing, a porpoise is 8 or 9 feet long. They're big.
Well, it's a king-size pet. That's the way the ball bounces, the cookie crumbles. Everybody's thinking big these days. You got to get a pet to match your thoughts, Ken.
I didn't realize dolphins talked. Never dreamed they conversed.
Oh, yes, terribly verbose. Great company.
I hope my kids don't hear about them. That's all I need, huh? A dolphin flopping around the house.
No, just a darn minute here.
What?
About these dolphins talking, do they speak English?
No, they speak dolphin.
That's a language?
An extremely complicated language, too, Rosie. They talk in all sorts of whistles and wheezers and grunts.
Oh, I know that language very well. Such are the sounds employed by a husband who is faking a conversation with his wife while reading the morning paper.
She got to say it.
Yeah.
I guess dolphins would make good stand-ins for husbands at breakfast.
I may try one.
You know, something happened to me the other day. I was deep-sea fishing not too long ago, and I accidentally hooked a dolphin. You know, before I could get him off the hook, I swear he called me a rather sharp name.
Oh. In English?
Oh, in dolphin.
What'd he say? Wow, he was mad, wasn't he?
He swam away, though. He gave me a very friendly wave with his tail. You know, indicating that he understood that I meant no harm.
Well, maybe the ladies listening might be interested in this new kind of pet. That is, if they're tired of stumbling over Junior's dog or the rabbit or the hamster or the kitten, a porpoise might be a welcome relief.
Sure. It'd be very nice to take along skin diving. Oh, and another thing. It'd be a big help to ladies when they shop at the fish market.
How so?
Well, it'll be practically impossible for the fishmonger to palm off a stale flounder on you. You know, when you got a dolphin just standing by there casing the caper.
and on top of you, too.
Yeah. So they're very loyal, and they know their fish, of course.
But isn't it rather unusual to take a dolphin shopping?
Oh, Rosie, you're so insular. Really? If you're going to buy fish, take an expert with you.
That makes sense, I suppose.
Of course it makes sense.
Well, so much for making sense.
What, are you hinting we should make some music, Ken?
Exactly.
Buddy Cole, Rosie, and of course me, we're all available, so music is really no problem. Melody is on tap here at all times, Ken.
From out the sky, and the sky feels blue. Tear a petal from a rose, and the rose weeps too. Take your heart away from mine, and mine will surely break. My life is yours to make, so please keep the spark awake. Would you take the wings from birds so that they can fly? Would you take the ocean's roar and leave just a sigh? All this your heart won't let you do. This is what I beg of you. Don't take your love from me. Don't take your love from
Now, Buddy Cole and the boys with If I Could Be With You an Hour Tonight. This is Buddy's rendition. And I must tell you, it runs considerably under an hour. We have to have that sort of a guarantee before we allow him to even approach the 88.
If you really want to hang out the welcome mat for your guests, why don't you...
What's he selling now, Rosie? Electric welcome mats?
Shh, listen.
Light your driveway with a General Electric Par floodlight. There's nothing like light to make guests feel they're really wanted.
Ken, excuse me a minute, but I don't think you've got the right approach.
No?
I don't want you to misunderstand me. I'm all for General Electric floodlights. I got them all over the joint, but we don't use them to welcome guests.
You don't?
How do you use them, Bing?
We use GE floodlights to be sure our guests get started home safely.
Well, of course, that's good, too.
Oh, yes, our insurance rates kept going up every time one of our guests backed over another guest.
Delightful.
Oh, Phil Harris comes by.
Good party. Wow.
People stacked up 3 or 4 deep, and the damage to our azaleas was frightful.
How about your rhododendrons? Did they suffer?
Flat.
Well, you got a point
Wrecked
there,
our
Bing.
rhododendrons.
But, ladies, whether you want to welcome guests or get rid of guests or scare away prowlers, have a couple of General Electric Par lamps put up on your house or garage. It's spelled just like it sounds, P-A-R. And you...
2 A's?
No, 1 A. No, we're not going to give publicity to other radio or TV personalities.
No. And unlike ordinary floodlights, you can leave a GE Par lamp up all year round because it's heat and cold resistant, and rain or snow won't crack it.
Well, now we're getting along, aren't we? We're practically in the home stretch for today.
By the way, Bing, before we finish up, you aren't the least bit serious about bottlenose dolphins for pets, are you?
Sure I am. I'll admit that they're a bit bizarre, but I've got a strong hunch that they're going to be the next rage in the pet department.
Well, you never know what'll happen, I guess.
They might even top the rage for French poodles or Siamese cats or parakeets.
Oh, hold everything. Nothing's ever going to take the place of poodles.
Or Siamese cats or parakeets.
You don't think so, huh? Well, we'll just see what happens.
Well, how about a song while we're waiting?
Good idea.
I peeked in to say goodnight, and then I heard my child in prayer, and for me some scarlet ribbons for my hair. streets were dark and bare. In our town, no scarlet ribbons, not one ribbon for her hair. Through the night, my heart was aching. Just before the dawn was breaking, I peeked in, and on her bed, in gay profusion, lying there, lovely ribbons, scarlet ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair. If I live to be 200, I will never know from where came those lovely scarlet ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair.
Well, I do believe we've reached the end of another program.
And the end of another week.
But we'll be back right here Monday, friends, right back here on this same station.
A happy weekend to all, including you, Bing.
Well, thank you. See you Monday, folks.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood, produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Join us again on Monday, won't you?
Jeopardy Celebration #2, The Paw Five.
Who is Sandy Koufax? Yes, give him
Jeopardy, the most fun you can have with your brain.
Today at 3:30.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Tonight from El Monte, California, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Eddie Cantor. Seven Hope, broadcasting from El Monte, California on April Fool's Day, advising you all that if you use Pepsodent and make it a rule, when you meet the kind of gal that makes you drool, she'll never give you a look that's cool and make you feel like an April Fool because you have a mouth like an empty vestibule. Here we are in El Monte, California on Highway 101. Yes, sir, and they really catch a lot of speeders here. Most towns in California have cops who hide behind billboards, but not here. The El Monte cops hide behind El Monte. I wouldn't exactly say that this is a small town, but all the dogs have to walk around on their hind legs. In fact, it's so small that if you own a dachshund here, you have to get a license for his rear half in Pomona. Sort of a tale of two cities. But I did get through April Fool's Day all right. I only got fooled once. I tried to cross Garvey Boulevard on a green light. I didn't get hurt badly, just 6 stitches in my left rear fender. I should have realized it was April Fool's Day, though. You know, every day when I get up, I take a bubble bath. Well, this morning someone switched packages on me. was the first time I ever took a bath with bubble gum. I thought I'd April fool one of these El Monte people, so I put on some old clothes, rapped at the back door, and said, "Madam, I'm hungry." He said, "I heard your last show, Mr. Hope, and you're not kidding." But I'm all set for Easter anyways. Easter, that's the day when the rabbits come out and take vows for the work the hens have been doing all winter. You know, they're not rolling eggs on the White House lawn this year. Instead, Margaret Truman will sing Chicory Chick after a short address by Senator Hatch. Yes, sir, but I'm all set for the Easter parade next Sunday. I'm wearing my navy blue culottes, a kumquat in my lapel, and my chartreuse beret with a pink tassel. I walk alone. Last year, our whole cast made the Easter parade together. It was wonderful. I heard a tourist turn to her husband and say, "Look, Roscoe, there go the losers from Truth or Consequences." And the way those Hollywood people dress on Easter, even Trigger was wearing open-toed horseshoes. But there's never a time when you don't see Sinatra neatly dressed. His own legs always keep a sharp crease in his trousers. Last year, I bought my suit from Hank, the night watchman. The only trouble with it was you had to punch a time clock every hour or your pants fell off. And the ladies' evening gowns are more daring than ever this year. Now the front is daring the back. And the big flowery hats of the Vogue this year. I saw one girl wearing a big hat, and she had so many flowers on it, 2 funerals were following her. One woman paid $50 for a hat, then went out on the sidewalk and saw Dorothy Lamour wearing one exactly like it. I don't know what happened, but next year I'm making a picture called My Favorite Bald Head. Idea. What is all this?
4 brand new Chevrolets, Bob.
4 Chevrolets? Well, why bring them here?
Tuning them up for our first week's contest winners.
I didn't know,
We're announcing their names next Tuesday night.
Next Tuesday night? That's great. First 4 winners announced next week. And this week, Pepsodent's giving away 4 more Chevrolets. Chevrolets just for writing a jingle. Wendell?
Yes, folks. Pepsodent's celebrating the release of Bob's new picture, My Favorite Brunette, with a series of weekly contests.
And the North and South Carolina premieres tomorrow night in Greenville, South Carolina. I got it in. Yes, sir.
Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days. And our second week's contest closes next Saturday midnight. So if you want to win, hurry. Again this week, as grand first prizes, 4 Chevrolets, brand new Fleetmaster 4-door sedans. Next 8 prizes, new Frigidaire cold walls, big 7 cubic foot refrigerators. Next 10 prizes, crisp new $100 bills. Enter tonight. Here's all you do. Just finish a simple 2-line jingle starting with the words, My Favorite Brunette. Finish your 2-line jingle so the last word of both lines rhymes. Write about anyone, your husband, wife, friend, even your dog. For example,
my favorite brunette is a guy named Joe. I married the man because I love him so.
My favorite brunette is only free. When she wants her daddy, she calls for me.
Mail your jingle with the top and bottom of any Pepsodent carton or toothbrush label. Mail to Pepsodent, Box 3636, Chicago, Illinois. That's Pepsodent, Box 3636, Chicago, Illinois.
I've been up all night writing, I'll tell you about it.
Complete rules given later in the program, also in Sunday papers and at drug counters. So send your entry before next Saturday midnight. Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days.
And Frigidaires and uranium and everything. Dollar bills, And now, ladies and gentlemen, poor Miriam steps out of the commercial and stops peddling Arium long enough to present you with a few cadenzas under her own name. And in her own hometown, Miss Trudy Ewan, ladies and gentlemen.
Love me just as much as ever? Do you dream about me night and day? Do you want each kiss to last forever? Tell me what I long to hear you say. Do you miss me just as much as ever? Do you need me more than words can tell? Do you hope our paths will never sever? When you stop beside a wishing well. This is heavenly. Now I know that dreams come true. You're the one for me. Cross your heart and tell me I'm the only one for you. Tell me, darling, tell me now or never what your eyes have told me from the start. Do you love me just as much as ever? That's the way that I love you, sweetheart. That's the way that I love you,
That's your hometown, you know, don't you? That's wonderful, Trudy. That was Miss Trudy Ewan, assisted by Desi Arnaz and his 32 musical relatives. And it's a nice tune. Do you love me just as much as ever? The new Gold Mine Music Company hit. Nick Kenny. I say that was wonderful, Trudy. So you're Miriam, huh? And I've been squeezing the tube. My, what a waste of time. Say, it's hard to believe you're poor Miriam, the gal the boys won't take out.
That's right, Bob. 21 and never been kissed.
Where do you buy your track shoes? Talk to me, Trude. Seriously, Trude, what are you doing after the show tonight?
Nothing, Bob.
Then how about going out with me?
I'd love to, Bob.
Hey, Trudy, what are you doing tonight?
Nothing. I'm going out with Bob.
She's an optimist, isn't she? Say, ladies and gentlemen, tonight thank you, Trudy. Tonight we plan to show you the jingle contest prizes, but Professor Colonna hasn't arrived yet, so I expected that. Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
This is Professor Colonna.
Colonna, when you talk, what's the reason for that funny noise?
Calling from a chain drugstore.
Look, Professor, you started with that truckload of Chevrolets for the jingle contest last week. What's taking you so long?
I'm sorry, but I had to return and get some Frigidaires, too. And I backed up all the way to the Frigidaire plant.
Colonna, that plant is 2,000 miles away. For what ridiculous reason did you back up all that distance?
Can't stand bugs on my windshield.
So you're bringing Chevrolets and Frigidaires both on this trip. Colonna, you've got quite a load.
Yeah, you can smell it over the telephone wire, too? Oh, wait a minute, Hope. The traffic light's turning red.
Professor, with all those Frigidaires and Chevrolets on the truck, you'd better take it easy. Don't go through that red light.
Don't worry, Hope. I'll make it. Here goes.
Colonna, what happened?
Got any use for a deep freeze Chevy?
Colonna, be careful. I wish there was someone there to watch you.
Well, I have my helper.
Your helper? Who's that?
Joe Schlunk, the midget.
Joe Schlunk, the midget? Who's he?
Well, you know when you take a bath?
Yes?
He's the little guy who sneaks up out of the drain pipe and draws the circle.
You know, Colonna, you shake my sanity.
No, you shake my sanity. It's looser.
Well, hurry up and get here, Colonna. You got a long trip. Doesn't the time drag?
Oh, not at all, Hope. I'm dictating my favorite brunette jingles to my secretary.
Well, who's your secretary?
My favorite redhead. Come here, Blondie.
Colonna, she's a redhead and her name is Blondie? How is that possible?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun.
All I got to say to you, Colonna, is that if you don't get here fast, you're through.
Oh, don't worry, Hope. I'll be right there. All right, here I go, Hope. Nothing will stop me now. I'm coming to a railroad crossing.
Slow down. I hear the train coming.
Oh, I'll make it. Don't bother me. I'm in the dining car.
I think the medical school made a mistake and kept his brain and sent him the bottle. But it takes all kinds of people to make a world, and I should worry. Here it is, spring, and everything is beginning. The blossom, the tulips, the roses, even the wallflowers. Well, Miss Vera May is here. Vera May, our charming, vivacious, pretty, lovely, gorgeous, fascinating, talented leading lady.
Oh, well, Mr. Hope, our handsome, debonair, suave, romantic, dashing, good-looking, gifted comedy star.
Well, that's what I get for hiring a scriptwriter from Life Can Be Beautiful. But I guess we should be nice to each other. Easter is almost here.
Oh, yes, that'd be nice, Mr. Hope. Tell me, will you spend the holiday with your family, or are those Santa Anita stables still overcrowded?
No, they're a lot roomier now ever since your relatives flunked their saliva test.
Oh, you pooped out South Snoucher. You know, you're just lucky that I'm tired from doing my Easter shopping, that's all.
Oh, you've been out buying some eggs?
Buying eggs? When I work with you?
Another country heard from. Buying egg. You should have come earlier and helped me with the hatching. Well, tell me, how do you like your Easter shopping, Miss Vague?
Oh, dear, it was lots of fun. I stood under the mistletoe all afternoon.
Miss Vague, this is Easter, not Christmas. How could you stand under the mistletoe all afternoon?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun.
Was it really very crowded shopping, Miss Vague?
Oh, crowded. It was simply awful. But anyway, I came out with my own arms and legs.
Well, better luck next time.
Mr. Holt, if you see me in the Easter parade, will you do me a favor and stoop over so I can put my best foot forward? I think you're so smart. Because you got your picture in Lux magazine this week, you know.
Oh, did you see that?
Anyway, I know it. I bought a new dress, and Mr. Hope, you should see the latest style. Women's dresses are getting longer and necklines higher.
Yeah, well, what will all this lead to, Miss Vague?
Spinsters. I'm just joking. You know, those dresses are very, very attractive, and who cares what they look like so long as they attract members of the opposite sex?
Well, those styles don't attract me, and I'm a member of the opposite sex.
Yes, I guess you are, Mr. Hope. Question is, opposite of what?
Well, being here with you, it's a little hard to tell, but
Don't change the subject. Listen, Mr. Hope,
yes.
Now be serious.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that the average woman's outfit weighs only 2 pounds and the average man's outfit 8 pounds?
yes, wonderful odds, aren't they, huh?
Now, don't be silly, Mr. Hope. This is back in the gay 90s when they were traveling in the horse and buggy. The average woman's outfit weighed 15 pounds. And now when the automobile came in, it weighed 8 pounds. Now in the aeroplane era, it's only 2 pounds.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll really ever develop a workable rocket ship. because, ladies and gentlemen, the Santa Fe Super Chief is bringing the My Favorite Brunette special here with the favorite brunettes of 15 cities this week. You're going to be there, too, aren't you, Wendell? Tell them how to win a new Chevrolet for sending in those jingles.
Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days. And our second week's contest closes next Saturday midnight, April 5th. So enter tonight. Just finish a 2-line jingle, starting with the words, My Favorite Brunette. The last word of both lines must rhyme. For example,
My favorite brunette is my own dear wife. When she said yes, it brightened my life.
write on one side of any piece of paper, mail it with your name and address to Pepsodent, Box 3636. That's Box 3636, Chicago, Illinois. Send as many entries as you wish, each on a separate sheet of paper. Attach to each entry the top and bottom of any Pepsodent carton, either Pepsodent toothpaste, tooth powder, or antiseptic, or a toothbrush label or facsimile. All these prizes each week. 4 brand new Chevrolets, Fleetmaster 4-door sedans, 8 new Frigidaire cold wall refrigerators, 10 $100 bills. Entries judged on originality and aptness of thought and become property of Pepsodent, none returned. Judge's decision final. Duplicate prizes for ties. Any person in the United States, territories, or possessions may enter, except employees of Lever Brothers Company, their advertising agencies, and their families.
Dottie Lamour.
Yes.
You're not as old a man as I thought. Well, look. Well, I'm glad you like the picture, Eddie. How do I stack up?
Bob, with Dottie Lamour in the picture, who notices how you stack up?
You must be using the better type of adrenaline. How old are you, Eddie?
I'll tell you the truth. I don't lie to you. We're old friends. 39.
No coaching from the audience, please. Now, look, how could you possibly be 39 when you've been in show business for 40 years?
The stork had to stop and play a benefit.
You know, Eddie, I remember you when you were a big star in the Ziegfeld Follies, and I was just selling papers in Cleveland.
Really? Wasn't selling papers a silly job for a grown man?
Eddie.
Yes?
Admit it, I was just a kid then. Admit it, you aren't a chicken anymore.
No, but I can still lay eggs as fast as ever.
Well, you've got your own nest. Don't louse up mine, will you? Tell me, Eddie, how'd you get your start in show business?
Bob, I started out as a little boy in Gus Edwards' Review with a couple of other fellows named Winchell, Jessel, and Jolson. Honestly, I did, Bob. I often wonder, whatever happened to those guys?
Oh, they're probably living a normal life.
Well, I had a hard time getting started, but I do have a lot of great memories. In fact, you know, Robert, I'd say that I have more to look back on than anybody in show business.
Have you seen Crosby in a bathing suit lately?
Not since Santa Anita. Listen, Bob. Tell me, how did you ever start out in vaudeville, Bob?
Well, I started out doing a soft shoe dance.
You doing a soft shoe dance?
Well, I didn't plan it that way. I just couldn't afford souls, that's all. But there was nothing like those vaudevilles. You know, we'd have made a perfect team, Eddie. You with those banjo eyes.
Yeah. And you with that pick.
Please, don't say pick. Petrillo will make us pay dues. Let's show the folks. Hello, Schmo.
Say, Mo, do you know art?
Art who?
Artesian.
Sure, I know Artesian well.
Boy, we had a dig for that one.
Well, we pumped that enough. Let's go.
Say, Mo, did you hear Gypsy Rose Lee is going to Washington?
Gypsy Rose Lee is going to Washington?
Yeah, she's going to put a motion before the House.
I hear she swings a lot of weight. Say, Smo, how do you like the cigar I'm smoking? It's an expensive cigar.
How expensive?
I don't know, but the guy smoking it was driving a Cadillac.
No! Say, Mo, why does the president have his daughter do all his sewing?
I don't know, Schmo. Why does the president have his daughter do his sewing?
Because she's a singer? Oh! That'll keep you in stitches. Oh!
Say, Bo, do you know my parents had a funny accident in Kansas City?
Is that so? What was that?
Do you know my parents had a funny accident in Kansas City?
Is that so? I thought you were born in New York. And now the minstrel men, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Hambo.
What were you running up the street for last night, Sambo?
Oh, I just stopped the fight.
How'd you do it?
I quit.
Sambo, you all remember my brother Showboat?
I sure do. Where is Showboat now?
He's still up the river. You know, Sambo, every time I kiss my wife, she closes her eyes and hollers.
I'll say she do.
Huh? What did you say?
I'll say she do.
I ain't seen you lately, Sambo.
I got me a job in a bartender school.
In a bartender school? What do you do there?
Nothing. I just hang around and drink the mistakes.
Well, look here. How redundant. Boy, I see you has got in your paw a letter.
Yeah, I just received a missive from my old aunt Obnoxious. She has got 15 kids now. One more and she goes on We the People.
Man, one more and she is We the People.
And now for those jolly Dutch comics, Schultz and Meyer. Say, Schultz, are you there?
Yeah, Meyer, ich bin there.
Schultz, you want to ask me something?
Yeah, tell me, Meyer, why do you have a hole in the floor of your room?
I live over a delicatessen. Have a weenie.
Hey, Meyer, sagen Sie mir, why in the candy store is the jelly beans different colors?
I don't know, Schultz. Why in the candy store the jelly beans different colors is there?
Well, the jelly beans different colors is so the boy jelly beans should be told apart from the girl jelly beans.
Meyer, why should it be told apart the boy jelly beans and the girl jelly beans?
That, Schultz, is nobody's business except another jelly bean.
So we say, nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. No one could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet her in the morning. Where the morning glories wind around the door, whispering pretty stories I long to hear once more. Smiling with my girlie where the dew is pretty early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at the door. Get the slip. If I had a last laugh for only a day, I'd make a wish and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Almighty's great crusade to give its youth the aid, a place to share their good times where good citizens are made. And we thank you so much. Say, I want to thank Eddie Cannon for a wonderful job. Wasn't he swell, huh? Really great. Thank you, Eddie. I'll see you Thursday night on your Pabst Blue Ribbon show. I'll be with you. Thanks, Trudy Ewan, for a fine song. Nice thing to say in our own hometown. Trudy Ewan, a grand job. Next week, we welcome Mr. Al Jolson, ladies and gentlemen, as our guest, if we can borrow him from Bing. And thanks to you people of El Monte, California, for letting us lend a hand in your campaign to build a youth center. You know, folks, more and more towns like El Monte are learning that a crime wave costs a lot more than a youth center. A little more work on the playground makes a lot less work on the police force. Yes, sir, the youth center is America's most important assembly line. A boy or girl comes in one end, and a good citizen goes out the other. Congratulations, El Monte. Good night, everybody.
Send your jingles right away. Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days. Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent, has presented the Bob Hope Show, broadcasting from El Monte, California.
This sink was cleaned by Albert's mother. She got all the tough, greasy stains she could see, and lots more she couldn't see, because they were way below the surface in teeny tiny cracks. Albert's mom used Comet with bleach-boosted chloranol, which, unlike her old cleanser, penetrates tough grease better and bleaches way down deep. Next time, consider Comet, considering what happens in sinks. For dirt you see and dirt you don't. Comet, deep down, you know it's better.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. 2 convicts escaped from the state penitentiary. They're heading for your city. They're armed. They've boasted they won't be taken alive. Your job? Get them.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, October 6th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 2:40 p.m. when we got to Kesterson Boulevard. Number 1256.
Sounds like she's having a party, huh?
Yeah, try it again, huh? Maybe they can't hear it inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Police officers, ma'am. You Ruth Thompson?
Yes, that's right. What is it?
Well, my name's Friday. This is my partner, Sergeant Jacobs, Central Robbery. We'd like to talk to you a few minutes if we could.
Well, I have a party going on right now. A few of my friends are over. What'd you want, Sergeant?
About an Andy Powell, Miss Thompson. I understand you know him?
I did know him, yes. I haven't seen him for a long time, 3 or 4 years anyway.
Mind if we ask a few questions about him? It won't take long.
All right. Come in, please.
Thank you. We're sorry to disturb you, ma'am. It's pretty important or we wouldn't hold you up.
Oh, it's all right. Down the hall here.
All right.
We can talk in the kitchen if you don't mind. It's my girlfriend's birthday today. Thought it'd be nice to have a little party for her.
Oh, I see.
Chair there, if you like. Oh, here, let me wipe it off. We spilled a drink on it. Probably Danny was spilling a drink.
Suppose you know about Andy Powell, Miss Thompson, what happened this morning?
What's that?
About Andy Powell. You heard what happened this morning?
Just what I read in the morning paper. They said he broke out of San Quentin, another man with him. It's true, then? He did break out?
Yes, ma'am. That's the information we have. There's an all-points bulletin out on him.
Well, I don't want to get involved in it. It's none of my business. Andy doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, at the time he was sent up, you were engaged to Powell. Is that right?
Yes, but that was before he got into trouble, before he went to San Quentin. I saw him after the trial. I told him how I felt about it. I told him it wasn't any use.
You mean you called it off, that is?
There wasn't much else to do. It was robbery, 5 years to life. It wasn't the first time either. Andy knew it'd be a long time, so die. Really, I had to tell him. I had to call it off.
We understand you were on Powell's correspondence list while he was up at Quentin. You wrote to him, did you?
Yes, the first couple of months. We haven't written lately, though. There wasn't any point to it, no point at all.
Well, when was the last time you heard from Powell, Miss Thompson? The last time you wrote to him?
Oh, 8 or 10 months. At least that. As I say, there wasn't much sense in going on. Andy knew he was in there for a long time. He couldn't expect me to wait all that time. Matter of fact, he said he didn't expect it. He told me that.
You been up to visit Powell recently, Miss Thompson?
No, I haven't.
Well, and you haven't seen him since he went up to Quentin. You'll swear to that?
Why do I have to swear to it? I already told you. Andy doesn't mean anything to me. It didn't make sense. It's all over. I'm not even a relative. Why do I have to swear to anything?
You haven't seen Powell since he went up to Quentin, is that right?
Miss Thompson, is that right?
What if I saw him or if I didn't see him? What difference does it make? It's none of my business.
Oh, did you say Miss Thompson?
What difference does it make? I don't have anything to do with him. He doesn't mean anything to me. I told you.
Did you see him?
This morning.
When?
Late this morning, about 10:30.
Was he alone?
No, another man was with him.
Who was the other man? You recognize him?
Bert Selby. It's the way he introduced him. He didn't try to hide it. Some fellow he broke out of jail with.
What'd they want? Why were they here?
Clothes, money. Looked like the devil, both of them. Terrible.
What'd you give them?
They asked for him. Not that silly. Didn't trust me any more than they trust you. And he had a knife. I tried to tell him I didn't have any money. He didn't believe me. He came at me with that knife. I gave him the money.
How much?
About $17, $18, some loose change. They emptied my purse. They took it all.
Anything else?
Clothes, a couple of suits of my father's. He died last year. They took his gun, too. Never thought Andy'd be that way. It was terrible.
What kind of a gun was it, Miss Thompson?
Colt revolver, 38, I think. They took that and the clothes and the money. It's about 10:30 this morning.
How come you didn't report that? You say you knew about the escape. You knew they were wanted, didn't you?
Why should I? They warned me about it. They threatened me. They said they'd come back and get me if I told the police. Look, I don't want to get mixed up in this. I'm engaged to a nice fellow now. We want to get married. I don't want to get mixed up in this. Andy Powell's nothing to me.
Did you watch the two men when they left the house here? You noticed if they drove off in the car?
No, I didn't. I just shut the door and prayed I was rid of them. Took my money, food, my dad's clothes. Don't make it any tougher, huh? Please.
Well, it's not a question of that, ma'am. We have to find them. We're going to need all the cooperation we can get.
I told you everything I could, honestly. They said they'd come back and kill me if I even talked to you. I can't do any more. I sure hope you don't find him.
How's that?
When Andy went out the door, it's the last thing he said. He said if the cops ever found him, there was going to be a fight. Terrible look on his face.
Yeah.
He said you'd never take him alive.
The APB had come in a few minutes before 8 o'clock that morning. It was from the warden's office, San Quentin. The two suspects had been assigned to an early morning work detail at the penitentiary, and they were first reported missing at the 7 a.m. count. Number one suspect was Andrew A. Powell, WMA, 29 years, 5'9", 175 pounds. Brown hair, blue eyes, tan complexion. Suspect number two, Bertram O. Selby, WMA, 31 years, 5'11", 160 pounds, blonde hair, gray eyes, tan complexion. Both of them had long criminal records. Both of them had been serving time for armed robbery. They'd used guns before. We figured if they had to, they'd use them again. Before we left Powell's ex-girlfriend, Ruth Thompson, we called the office and arranged for a 24-hour stakeout on her home in case the escaped prisoners returned. We also made arrangements for a stakeout at the downtown restaurant where she was employed as cashier. We passed along the information which the Thompson girl had given us, and a broadcast and an APB was gotten out on the suspects. 4:05 p.m., Ed and I continued making the rounds of all the known friends and associates of the escaped prisoners. We failed to come up with any more leads. 5:50 p.m., we went back to the city hall.
Clouding up again, huh? Over there in the east?
Yeah, paper says rain tonight and tomorrow. We can sure use it.
No, I can't.
What's the matter?
Haven't had a chance to get the shoemakers yet. Here. Look at that. Hole in my shoe. Been meaning to get them half-soled. I keep forgetting.
Yeah. Don't tell me that's the only pair of shoes you got.
No, I got another pair at home. They're not comfortable, though, not broken in. There's trouble with this job.
What do you mean?
Shoes. You get a new pair, start wearing them around. It happens every time.
Huh?
No sooner get the tops broken in, the soles wear out. It's a vicious circle.
Yeah.
Hi. What's the word?
Oh, hi, Jess. Anything in the book for us, you don't?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'll check it. How'd you two make out? Any luck?
Oh, not too bad, Jess. We know Powell and Selby were in town this morning. Good chance they're still here.
Mm-hmm.
Any kickback on that last all points we got out?
Well, nothing so far. Gaffney and Ricketts are running down a couple of possibles right now. One of them might pan out. Nothing in the book, Joe. We're clear. Just saying, Ed, on this Powell and Selby thing, got a couple of possibles we're checking on. Both calls came in the last hour. One was a holdup, Olympic near Vermont. Mm-hmm. Pawn shop there. Two men pulled it off, slugged the owner, took clothes, money, 12-gauge shotgun.
Well, how about descriptions on the men?
Well, they seem to be fairly close. What I got over the phone, Gaffney and Ricketts are out talking to the victim. They took mugs of Powell and Selby along, waiting for their call back now. You said you had two calls. What was the other one? 211 and slugging out on Hollywood Boulevard, just above Western. A couple of thieves knocked over a dry goods store. Some take. Clothes and money. Descriptions are pretty close there, too. Hollywood division's covering. Waiting for their call back. Does anyone want to smoke?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Here.
Yeah, thanks. Thompson girl's the only one who had anything, huh? None of the others could help you out?
Yeah, that's about the size of it. Apparently, Powell doesn't have too many connections in town. Selby has even less. No more than a dozen names on that list, were they, Joe? Friends, relatives?
An even dozen. A couple of bars Powell was known to hang out when he was in town. Checked them out, too. Nothing.
Yeah. Well, they sure made a beeline here after they broke Quentin. It's a good 500-mile stretch. If they don't have the connections here to help them, then what's the big attraction?
Yeah.
They could have some help lined up we don't know about. Somebody to hide them out, keep them in groceries for a while.
It's possible they're making a run for one of the border towns, Tijuana, Mexicali. Maybe Powell figured on more help from the Thompson girl. Clothes and money. Enough to get him and Selby over into Mexico, huh?
She said all I got was $17. Had to cut corners to make it on that.
Robbery, Gonzalez. Oh, yeah, Jack. You sure? Yeah, okay, fine, thanks. Bye.
What do you got?
Jack Ricketts. He and Gaffney just finished talking to the owner of the pawn shop that was held up, the one on Olympic.
Yeah.
They gave him a handful of mug shots to check. He tabbed two of them, Powell and Selby.
6:30 p.m. A supplementary broadcast and an APB was gotten out on the two suspects, and the Record Bureau's photocopy room turned out 2,000 copies of Powell's and Selby's mugshot for distribution. At 9 p.m., a theater on Western Avenue was robbed of $192. Powell and Selby were again identified as the hold-up men. The robbery victim, the manager of the theater, said that both men were armed, one with a .38 revolver, the other with a sawed-off shotgun. Neither the manager nor the two witnesses were able to tell us how the thieves got away from the scene of the crime, if they were on foot or if they had a car. 11:20 p.m. A hotshot call came through on a holdup at a liquor store and delicatessen down on South Central Avenue. For the third time that night, Powell and Selby were identified from their mugshots as the holdup men. They'd used the same weapons, the revolver that they'd taken from the Thompson girl's home, and the shotgun that they picked up in the robbery of the Olympic Boulevard pawn shop. Again, the victims were unable to tell us how the suspects got away, whether on foot or by car. Midnight, 1 a.m. There were still no replies to supplementary broadcasts and bulletins which had been gotten out. 1:25 a.m. Another hotshot call came through, this time on a holdup and a slugging at the 2050 Room, a small nightclub on West 9th Street. Ed and I handled the call. For the fourth time, the bandits were identified as Powell and Selby, and for the fourth time, they'd made good their escape. We interviewed the manager of the 2050 Room, a Herman Saunders.
Quite a few people in here at the time of the holdup, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, good for Thursday night, 30 or 40 anyway. We sure left in a hurry. This is the second time this year we've been knocked over. Insurance company isn't going to like it too much.
Well, how much money did they take altogether, do you know?
A little less than $600 from the cash register, mostly currency, some rolls of dimes and quarters. Got another $150 from my wallet. That's about it. They didn't take anything from the customers.
Are you sure about that identification, are you? There's no chance of a mistake there?
I'm positive. I'd know Andy Powell anywhere. I should know him. Like I told you, he worked for me a year and a half.
I was here at 2050?
Yeah, he worked behind the bar. Good man, too. I don't get it at all.
You mean why it went bad?
Well, yeah, that, too. What I mean is if you're going to hold up a place, you don't pick a joint where everybody knows you. I spotted Andy as soon as I saw him at the bar. So did a couple of the waiters.
He wasn't wearing any kind of a mask? He didn't make any attempt to disguise himself?
No, stood there big as life, him and this other fella. Didn't waste any time either. They pulled the guns, lined up everybody in the place, and stood them against that wall over there. Real Wild West style. Took over the whole place. Acted real wild, Andy and this other fella. Must be crazy.
Nobody was hurt? Didn't slug anyone?
I slapped a few of the customers around. I thought for a while they were really going to get rough. They had us lined up against the wall. Andy was acting tough. Had this knife with him, good 4-inch blade. Went right down the line, jabbing people with it, threatening them. Must be out of his mind.
Well, you say he didn't take any money from the customers?
Yeah, that's right. They worked it pretty fast. Emptied the cash register, then my wallet. Then they beat it. Never so glad to see anybody go in my life.
Well, how'd they get away? Do you have any idea on that?
Old guy who sells papers down the corner, he says he thinks he saw a car pull away right after the stick-up. Said it was a blue sedan. Don't know how much stock you can put in it. The old man's eyes aren't what they used to be.
Did you know Powell pretty well when he was working here, Mr. Saunders? I mean, did you know any of his friends, people he used to run with?
No, I didn't know him that well. He worked for me, that's all. I still have his old address, the place he was living when he worked for me. I can get it if you want.
Yeah, if you would, please.
Sure, no trouble. I just don't get it. Don't get it at all. Of all the joints in town he could have held up, he had to pick mine, the one place he'd be recognized. You think he'd have better sense, wouldn't you?
You'd think so, yeah.
How'd they ever hire a guy as dumb as that Powell holding up the place he worked for? Biggest mistake he ever made.
No, he made a bigger one yesterday.
Yeah, what was that?
when he broke prison. 2:05 a.m. Further investigation at the scene of the latest holdup failed to turn up any new leads. While Ed and I checked on Powell's former address, which we'd gotten from the owner of the 2050 room, Gonzalez, Ricketts, and Gaffney continued checking the immediate neighborhood. In addition, a special detail from Metro Division was sent in to cover the entire area. The suspect's former address turned out to be a rooming house up on West Temple Street. The landlady remembered Andy Powell, but she had no forwarding address on him, and she could tell us nothing about his former friends and associates. We checked back with Gonzalez, Ricketts, and Gaffney, and they told us that besides the old newspaper vendor, the counterman at the coffee shop near the 2050 room had also spotted a blue sedan leaving the vicinity of the nightclub shortly after the holdup. He was able to give them the make, the model, and a partial license number. A supplementary all points had been gotten out on it immediately, and the information relayed to DMV and auto theft detail. 3:10 a.m. Ed and I completed our assignment in the investigation and went back to the office to check for instructions from Captain Didion.
Can't see how we'd be much use out on the street the way things stand now, can you?
No, I don't.
Everything's covered I can think of. Supplementary all points is out. Detail from Metro's working in the neighborhood.
It's funny, isn't it?
What's that?
Well, this Andy Powell going back to that place he used to work and holding it up, that doesn't make any sense at all, does it?
That's for sure. Must have known somebody was going to recognize him. Couldn't have been a coincidence.
Well, there's only one way I can figure it. They don't care, either one of them. They got their money now, a car. They both got guns. They're out to go as far as they can.
Oh, hi, Jess.
Hi.
You just get back in?
Yeah. Hi, Joe.
Right. You as tired as you sound?
Worse. Fair piece of news, though.
Yeah, what's that?
Powell and Selby, they just found their hideout.
After 3 hours of canvassing the general downtown area, particularly in the vicinity of the last holdup, a team of men working with a special detail from Metropolitan Division interviewed a desk clerk in a small hotel on South Broadway who recognized the suspect's mugshots. The two of them had registered early the morning before under the names J.E. Denis and Harold Thompson, both from Fresno, California. The hotel room was searched, and 2 San Quentin inmate uniforms were found stuffed under the mattress of the bed. After the room was processed for fingerprints, there was no doubt that the recent occupants were Powell and Selby. The clerk had no idea when they were supposed to return. The hotel was staked out immediately, and the citywide search for the escaped prisoners went on. The following day, Thursday, October 7th, 11:30 a.m., still no sign of the suspects, no further reports or leads as to their whereabouts. The search went on. Ed and I signed back in at the office. 10 minutes later, a long-distance phone call came in for us.
When was that, Mort? What's that? Yeah, close enough, right. We'll let you know, yeah. Bye. Mort Gear down to San Diego.
Yeah, what do you want?
One of the traffic officers was checking a car about 8 o'clock this morning, 586 parking. Blue sedan, fits close to the description of the escape car.
Well, it's a pretty common model, isn't it? Did he say anything else?
Traffic man checked the inside of the car, glove compartment, found half a dozen rolls of dimes and quarters, same name stamped on all of them.
Yeah.
2050 room.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Comparison proves Fatima quality. Prove Fatima quality yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, to show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before.
Insist on the best. Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
October 7th, Thursday, 1 p.m. After we got the report from Lieutenant Mort Gear that the escape car, along with a few dollars of the stolen money, had been located in San Diego that morning, Ed and I had a meeting with Captain Didion. It was beginning to look like our first hunch was right. Powell and Selby's 24-hour campaign of holdups in the Los Angeles area had netted them a fresh change of clothes and more than enough money to live on for a while. With the locating of the escape car in San Diego, it looked like the suspects were apparently taking the next logical step, a fast move over the international border into Mexico, a distance of less than 20 miles from San Diego. Probably they figured once over the line they had a good chance of losing themselves. 1:40 p.m. On Captain Didion's orders, Jess Gonzalez, Ed, and I got in the car and headed south for San Diego with a supply of mug shots of the escaped prisoners. We got there a few minutes after 4 p.m. We went directly to the San Diego PD, where we contacted Sergeant Tony McGuire, robbery detail.
Tough week, huh? Hear they've been driving you crazy up there.
Just about, Tony. 4 robberies in 24 hours, giving us a run. How about Mort Gear? He around?
Yeah, he just went down the hall, Jess. Ought to be back in a minute. Why don't you fellas sit down?
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, what's the latest, Tony? Anything since you picked up that blue sedan?
No, not much. Got the car in the impound, had it dusted for prints. We made them all right, both sets. Powell and Selby.
No sign of them around town?
No, got it pretty well covered, too. Not a trace.
Well, we're in a good spot to make it over into Mexico.
Hate to disappoint you.
What do you mean?
We think they already made it.
At 6 o'clock that night, Gonzalez, Ed, and I, together with Lieutenant Gear, Tony McGuire, and Sergeants Gayton and Schultz, drove south from San Diego to the international line. We left mug shots of Powell and Selby with the immigration officers at the entry gate. Then we drove into the town of Tijuana, contacted the local commandant of police, and he promised us full cooperation. He assigned a special detail of his men to work with us in covering the town. At 8 p.m., the block-by-block canvass of the city began. Every back alley, every bar, every restaurant, every hotel, they were all checked. The tourist attractions, the souvenir stands, the nightclubs, the highlight pavilion. We went straight through on it, 8 o'clock that night until 5 o'clock the next morning. All it got us was sore feet and a mediocre lead from a native taxi driver. After being shown the mug shots, he told one of the Mexican officers in the detail that about noon that day, he'd picked up 2 Americans resembling Powell and Selby and driven them to the town of Tecate, another Mexican tourist spot about 25 miles to the east. 10:30 a.m., we drove over and checked with the police at Tecate, and they told us that 2 Americans had arrived in the town that morning. He invited Jess Gonzalez to go along with the 3 of his men to the hotel where the men were supposed to be staying. Ed and I waited in the office. Hi, Jess. What do you got?
Oh, not much. Went over to the hotel. The 2 men weren't there. Desk clerk says they told him they were driving out to a little village about a mile from here.
Mm-hmm.
Police commandant asked me to come back here and wait. Said he and his men would drive out to the village and check the men out.
That seems a little funny, doesn't it?
Well, he didn't invite me to come along. It's not a good idea to push him. I mean, after all, it's his jurisdiction.
Yeah.
We're supposed to wait here till they get back? Yeah. I'm out to him now. See, policia? Yeah. See. About half an hour, yes, sir. All right, gracias. Goodbye, see. The commandant, he and his men found the 2 Americans.
Yeah?
No go. They're not Powell and Selby.
Half an hour later, the police commandant of Tecate returned to the station along with his men and the 2 American tourists in question. One look at them, and we knew we'd made the trip from Tijuana for nothing. Except for their build and the color of their hair, the 2 Americans bore little or no resemblance to Powell and Selby. 2:30 p.m., we headed back for Tijuana, and we checked in with Mort Gear and the rest of the men. While we'd been gone, they'd chased down half a dozen leads, but none of them had panned out. The rest of the afternoon, we covered the racetrack at Agua Caliente and distributed mug shots of the suspects to all track police officers. The mutual windows were covered and also the foreign book. No luck. The 6 of us took time out for a bite of supper, and we talked it over. Logically, the next place in line to cover was either the fishing town of Ensenada on the coast or the city of Mexicali further inland. We decided to try Ensenada first. 7:30 that night, we checked in at the Ensenada police station where we met with the local sub-commandant, Pedro Martinez. Like the other commandants in Tijuana and Tecate, he offered full cooperation and gave us a special detail of men to aid in the search. We gave him a supply of mug shots of the 2 convicts to distribute among his men.
Here you are, sir. These are pictures of one of them, Andrew Powell. And this one here is the other man, Bert Selby.
All right, thank you. Juan? See? Yes. These pictures, Juan. Criminals. They're for distribution to the men, 1 each.
Sí. ¿Estos son los hombres?
Sí, ¿por qué?
Un momento.
Sí, excuse me, officers.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
¿Qué pasa?
Joe, what is it? What's got me? I don't know.
See the look on his face when the chief showed him the mugshots?
Well, he's got something on his mind. Let's wait a minute.
Officers, I hope you will excuse me.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong?
Well, my assistant, Teniente San Filippo. He says he knows the pictures of these men.
Oh, how's that?
He says he saw these men this morning here in Ensenada.
Yeah, he's sure about that, is he?
Yes, sir. He says he's sure. He says the two men were here last night, right here in the station.
You mean your men booked them in? They committed some kind of crime?
Oh, no, sir. They came in to report a crime.
8:20 p.m. On further questioning, the assistant to the Ensenada Commandant of Police told us that the night before, two men answering Powell and Selby's description had come in to file a complaint at the Central Police Station. They charged that they'd had their pockets picked at a local bar while they were under the influence of alcohol. The two complainants, who matched Powell's and Selby's descriptions perfectly, signed themselves J.E. Denis and Harold Thompson, both from Fresno, California, the same names and addresses that had been used by the occupants of the Southside Los Angeles hotel room where the discarded prison uniforms had been found a day and a half before. After a brief talk with the police commandant, he dispatched a special detail to go out and pick up the two men registered as Denis and Thompson at a motel near the south end of the city. At the commandant's request, we remained at the office. 9 p.m., 9:30. The detail assigned to the job returned, but with only one of the suspects with him, Andrew Powell. While resisting arrest, the other suspect, identified as Selby, received a cut forehead and was being taken to a local clinic for treatment. The commandant briefed us on what had happened.
Their rooms were searched, Officer Friday. Some money was found, also two guns, a revolver and a shotgun. Here they are.
All right, thanks very much, sir. Well, Powell, how about it? You ready to cop out?
What are you talking about, cop out? What'd you guys come all the way down here for anyway? You can't touch us.
What makes you think we can't?
You can't, that's all. You know better. You can't arrest us down here. No jurisdiction.
We didn't arrest you, Powell. The Mexican officers did.
Okay, fine. Now, how do you expect to get us out of Mexico? Guess again, copper. You know you can't do it. You haven't got the right to.
Maybe. You want to tell us where you have the loot? The money you took in those holdups?
Why should I? Look, why don't you admit it? We got you beat. We got over the line. You can't touch us down here.
I don't bet on that, mister. Commandant?
Yes, sir?
You want to tell him how it stands?
I will see that the general in charge of the Northern District is notified in the morning of your case. He will see that you and your partner are deported.
What are you trying to pull? You can't do that. You know it. It's illegal.
So's robbery, Powell. Come off it.
Doesn't make any difference. You can't touch us in Mexico. It's against the law. You can't touch us.
A popular misconception, Mr. Powell. I'm afraid you have made a mistake. If you like, you can pass the word.
How long would it be for us to receive the prisoners at the line, sir?
I don't know. A long time, I think. Maybe as long as 1 o'clock tomorrow.
You know you can't do this. You'll never get away with it. I know a lawyer in Tijuana. I'll get him to straighten it out.
You understand, Sergeant? We can't hand these men over to you now. But if you will be at the international border at 1 o'clock tomorrow, I'm sure they'll be crossing over.
You can't do this. It's illegal. You know you can't.
We're going to try.
Wasting your time? Why don't you admit it? You can't arrest us. We got over the line. We got you beat. You can't arrest us, and you know it. You know that, don't you?
There's only one thing I know for sure, Powell.
Yeah?
San Quentin. You got out, and you're going back.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, try a pack of Fatimas tomorrow and compare them yourself. We're so sure that you'll enjoy Fatima's extra mild and soothing smoke that we'll give you your money back if you don't enjoy Fatima more than the king-size cigarettes you've been smoking. Now, in my opinion, nothing proves our confidence in Fatima more than that. So buy a pack tomorrow. I know you'll agree with me that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. That in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Andrew Powell and Bertram Selby were deported from Mexico as undesirable aliens and turned over to U.S. authorities at the international border. They were immediately arrested by police officers on the American side and returned to Los Angeles for trial. They pled guilty to 4 counts of first-degree robbery and received sentences as prescribed by law. First-degree robbery is punishable by a prison term of from 5 years to life. After being returned to San Quentin, Powell and Selby were filed on, tried, and convicted of escape. Both of them are now serving life terms in Folsom State Penitentiary, Represa, California.
For their cooperation in preparing tonight's broadcast, Dragnet wishes to thank Chief of Police Adam E. Jansen and the San Diego Police Department.
just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Whit Connor, Herb Ellis. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Are your underpants killing you? Maybe you have sensitive skin, and your clothes are trying to tell you something. Well, now there's new dermatologist-tested Cheer-Free. A detergent free of dyes, free of perfumes, so your clothes are free of the residue that can irritate sensitive skin. So if your washing is rubbing you the wrong way, don't change your clothes. Change your detergent.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol Myers, makers of Mom, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, transcribed with our guest tonight, Bob Crosby, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Bob Crosby. No, Duffy. Bob Crosby. Yeah, ASAT. Yeah, he's Everett's brother. Well, I'm bringing him down to help me romance a dame. Yeah, Duffy, I'm in love, you know. You heard me, love. Look, what brought you and Mrs. Duffy together? A Winchester. With Gwendolyn and me, it's real love, Duffy. Well, certainly I'm sure of it, Duffy. You know, when a guy has known a dame for 24 hours and ain't asked her how much money she's got, what else can it be? Look now, it's no use trying to talk me out of it. I have been smitten, and I intend to stay smut. Okay. Some enchanted evening. You know, Eddie, that song haunts me.
It haunts you, huh?
Yeah.
Well, sure, you just murdered it. What's the name of that song?
It's called Some Enchanting Evening. It's one of the hit tunes from that show I seen last night, that South Pacific, you know. It's my favorite song.
Hey, ain't that the show with Mary Martin?
Yes, it's Mary Martin and that Enzio Pinshead. Who? You heard me, Pinshead. Look, Finnegan, what's your favorite song?
My favorite? The one my mother sang to me when I was a baby.
How did it go?
Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. If the ball breaks, the baby will drop. That's the part that used to get me.
Why?
My mother sang it with gestures.
Probably explains your weakness for music.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. My, you look charming tonight.
I do?
Well, now that you mention it, no.
Archie, I hear you saw South Pacific last night.
How much did the tickets cost for the South Pacific?
$6.60 apiece.
$6.60? Do the dames wear fans?
Oh, Finnegan, in this show, the dames don't have no fans.
No fans? Oh, boy. No wonder they can get 660.
Well, it sure was worth it. Lots of songs in that show. That Valley High thing. Valley High. Valley High.
Stop the music.
What do you mean, stop the music? Eddie, have you been around the unemployment offices recently?
Sing, Denis.
Valley High. You know, when Gwendolyn gets here, I'm going to sing that song over and over again. And then, when she's ready, I'll ask her to marry me.
You going to sing that song over and over again?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Promise me you won't, and I'll marry you.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Is this just a fetish with you, or is my singing really that bad?
You ain't no Crosby.
So what? Even the rest of the Crosbys ain't. Wait a minute. Crosby, you give me an idea. You know, Bob Crosby's coming down tonight. Maybe I can get him to sing the songs to her.
Bob Crosby croon love songs to your girl?
Well, sure. He'll put Gwendolyn in the mood for me. It's like in the movies, Eddie. You know, he'll sing the songs, but when it comes to the romance, I come along and dub myself in.
Hey, Art, where did you meet this Gwendolyn?
I met her the other night over at the library.
You? In the library?
Yeah. Weird, ain't it?
What was you doing in the library?
It was raining outside. Well, to make a long story short, you see, Gwendolyn turns out to be the librarian. So, to impress her that I am also a deep thinker, I asked her if I could take out a book.
Tom Swift and his electric runabout.
No, Eddie. I asked about Charles Dickens and his picnic papers. So then we started talking about Longfellow, you know, and Ethan Allen Poe.
Who?
Poe, you know, Samuel Clemens. Well, after a few minutes of that kind of talk, naturally the poor kid was hopelessly in love with me.
Is she a pretty dame?
Well, the important thing is that she's intelligent and very well educated.
Oh, a dog, huh?
On the au contraire.
So you're really in love this time?
Yeah?
What do you know about love?
I suppose you know more about it than I do?
Oh, I think I should. After all, I'm a woman.
That's right, and don't let nobody tell you no different.
Hey, Art, you better be careful. First thing you know, you'll be marrying today.
And what's wrong with marriage?
What's wrong with it? Look at me mother and father. They got married, and what did they get out of it?
You're just being self-conscious.
Oh, could be.
Well, certainly. Now, tell the truth. Ain't there times when you'd like to have a wife?
Well, the last week or two, I was thinking about marrying Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth?
Yeah.
What about the Alley Khan?
I'm afraid not, Art. She ain't my type.
He'll probably be very sorry to hear that.
Art, I hear you're thinking of getting married.
Yeah, that's right, Joe.
Well, congratulations. What kind of a girl is she?
Oh, very brilliant. You know, a member of the Angelitantia. The kind, if she had to wrap a herring... You know, the kind, if she had to wrap a herring, wouldn't think of using nothing less than the Atlantic Monthly.
Well, I hope you'll be happy with her.
Well, I think I will, Joe. Mentally, we find each other very mutually compatible.
Well, that's very nice to hear, Arch. But you must remember, it's not only what goes on inside your head that counts. What goes on outside is important, too.
Well, Joe, you know the only thing that goes on outside my head is Vitalis.
Well, that's where you're smart. Vitalis makes your hair look well-groomed. That's because Vitalis tames down dry, unruly hair. Vitalis protects hair, too. Protects it against the drying effects of the hot sun and all those extra showers you take in summer. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Eddie, I just can't wait for Gwendolyn to get here. Some enchanted evening. Da, 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 da.
Miss Archer, a lady here to see you.
Oh, look, quick, everybody. Start looking intelligent. Finnegan.
Yeah.
Face the wall. Well, Gwendolyn, it beseeches me great umbrage to have you honor us with your visitation.
What was that you said?
Nothing important. I was just bidding you adieu.
Oh. Adieu.
Thanks. Well?
Well?
Mm-hmm. Hey, ain't it the nuts being intelligent? Incidentally, I would like to foster you with the privilege of meeting some of me fellow colleagues. First, I would like to present Miss Duffy.
How do you do? Charmed.
Mr. Eddie Green.
How do you do?
Charmed.
Mr. Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Vox Pop.
Well, you see, Gwendolyn, he only speaks Latin.
But it's a dead language.
Take a look.
Wait a minute. Archie, wasn't he with you in the library the other day?
Not me, sister. I got an umbrella.
He's very amusing. What do you do for a living, Mr. Finnegan?
Arch, maybe you better take that one.
Gwendolyn, you see, Mr. Finnegan is at present employed as a part-time human being. But, speaking of college...
Oh, did you go to college?
Well, frankly, no. I ran into a little trouble.
What was the trouble?
High school.
No, you see, the trouble was that Dad wanted me to go to Princeton and Pater wanted me to go to Harvard. But enough about me, Gwendolyn. Leave us talk about you. Have you read any thick books lately?
A few.
That's nice. Have you read anything by Samuel Clemens?
Samuel Clemens?
Yes, otherwise known as Ethan Allan Poe.
Archie, you mean Edgar Allan Poe.
He's changed his name again? Well, whoever he is, have you read him lately?
No, Archie, I'm afraid I'm not in your intellectual class. I go in for lighter readings. I prefer Conan Doyle.
Yeah. Well, I think Cone's all right, but Doyle is a little passé. But enough of this highbrow talk, Gwendolyn. What do you say we go lowbrow?
Lowbrow?
Yeah. Leave us get married.
Married?
Why not? After all, I'm a man and you're a librarian. Just think, we could go through life together dangling Greek participles. What do you say?
Well, Archie, you see, I've dedicated my life to the wooing of the muses.
Does that mean I'm in or out?
It means you're out.
Yeah. Look, Gwendolyn, why don't you go over and sit in the corner with Finnegan for a while?
Might be fun. Do you mind, Mr. Finnegan?
Well, it's okay if you don't try no funny stuff.
Finnegan, I assure you that Gwendolyn's intentions is purely platonic.
Just a minute. What's this platonic?
That's the point, you see. Maybe after she sits with you for a while, she'll appreciate a guy who knows who Pluto is. I'll see you later.
Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Will you tell Mr. Archie that I'm looking for him? My name is Crosby.
Which Mr. Crosby shall I say?
Well, just tell him it's a Crosby without hope.
Bob Crosby, glad to welcome you to the tavern. How did you happen to know about this place?
Well, Bing recommended it to me.
Oh, Bing recommended it, huh?
Yep, and me, his own brother.
Well, tell me, how long have you been in town?
Oh, a couple of days.
Yeah, did you see South Pacific yet?
Why?
Well, I'll tell you, Bob. You see, there's a dame that I'm thinking of marrying.
Well, congratulations, Arch. It's about time a guy your age was thinking of settling down.
My age?
Yeah.
Mr. Crosby, for your information, I am 29.
29? Now, come on, Arch.
You heard me, 29. I was born in 1930.
Hold it, Dad, hold it. If you were born in 1930, it means that you're only 19.
Well, if I'm only 19, you certainly got a nerve to question me when I tell you I'm 29.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be catty.
Accept the apology. Well, anyway, as I was saying, you see, there's a dame I'd like you to sing some romantic songs to.
Me? Sing here? In this Ptomaine Trocadero?
Just a minute. Your brother sang in his Ptomaine Trocadero, and I think his voice is a little better than yours.
Well, his voice should be better. When we were kids, he got a little more practice than I did.
What do you mean?
Well, he was the older brother, and he had first rights on the bathtub. In fact, I was 18 before I knew he was my brother and not my father.
Hey, that's very funny.
Thanks.
And now that I have laughed at that joke, I think you owe me a favor. As I say, if you sing a couple of romantic songs to this dame tonight, it'll put her in a mood to marry me.
Oh, I see. What's she like?
Well, she works at the library. She's very intelligent.
Ugly, huh?
On the contrary, she's quite punctitudinous. That's her sitting in the corner over there, the one with the high forehead.
Hubba, love those high foreheads.
Just a minute, Mr. Crosby. She may work in the library, but that don't mean that she's circulating. This is my girl. Oh, Gwendolyn.
Yes?
Gwendolyn, if you can tear yourself away from Finnegan, I'd like you to meet Mr. Crosby here.
Well, this is a delightful surprise.
Just a minute here. What? Who is this punk?
Finnegan, this punk happens to be Mr. Crosby.
Oh, Mr. Crosby, well, glad to meet you. I've looked forward to this with great pleasure.
Oh, are you one of my fans?
No, I just happen to be a man who likes to look forward with great pleasure.
Finnegan, butt out of this, will you?
Archie.
Huh?
Archie, I'd love to hear Mr. Crosby sing.
You'd like to hear him sing, huh? Eddie, she's playing right into my hands. yeah, why don't you sing something, Bob? How about some Enchanted Evening?
Gwendolyn, do you like that tune?
Love it.
Arch, I'm always glad to do an old pal a favor.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Matty, some enchanting... Is it Enchanted? Well, you know the thing, from South Pacific.
Some enchanted evening, you may see a stranger. You may see a stranger across a crowded room, and somehow you know even then, that somewhere you'll see her again. And again.
Gwendolyn, this music, don't it make your embers burn for me?
Archie, please.
Who can explain it? Who can tell you why? Fools give you reasons, wise men never try. Some enchanted evening, when you find your true love, when you feel her call you across a crowded room.
Gwendolyn.
Will you shut up?
Then fly to her side and make her your own. For all through your life you may dream all alone.
Oh, Bob, that was beautiful.
Yeah, but don't forget, Gwendolyn, it was my heart singing through his nostrils.
Gwendolyn, did you ever think of leaving that library and taking a trip to Hollywood?
Just a minute, Crosby.
Quiet. Bob, what would I do in Hollywood?
Oh, work for the Crosby Enterprises? Maybe you could be my assistant.
What do you do in the company?
Oh, I take care of the petty cash.
Petty cash?
Anything under $1 million.
Flogging as well.
Wendy, why don't we go in a corner and talk it over?
Why not?
That dirty double-crosser. Hoisting me by my own petard. That snake in the grass. That bee-bopper.
Calm down, Miss Archer.
Well, don't you see what's happening, Eddie? She's going for the wrong guy. He ain't even an intellectual. I gotta do something drastic.
Drastic?
Yep. I'm gonna have to read a book. Now, let's see. Where did we put that book? You know, the one, that handbook of useful facts and figures.
Have you got a 3-cent stamp handy? Well, look, that's all you need to get a generous sample package of Mum. M-U-M. Mum, the underarm deodorant. No matter what other deodorant you've been using, I think you'll discover Mum is the better way to safeguard your freshness and charm. Just send your name and address and that 3-cent stamp to cover mailing costs to Mum, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. You'll really like Mum because it's different. It has a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. And because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your personal charm. So use this easy, inexpensive way to get your package of Mum. Just send a 3-cent stamp to Mum, M-U-M, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. Do it tonight because this offer is limited. Remember, when you want to be sure you're nice to be near, use Mum.
Eddie, look at him.
Who?
That Crosby over there holding hands with Gwendolyn. I'm telling you, if he wasn't wearing glasses, I'd punch him right in the nose.
Miss Archer, I got news.
What?
He ain't wearing glasses.
Just another one of his underhanded tricks. Well, I'll show him who the best man is.
How?
How? I got superior intelligence, ain't I? And I got a high Q, ain't I?
Only trouble is you don't know nothing.
Well, I will as soon as I memorize a couple of more facts from this handbook of knowledge here. Now, let's see. Postal regulations, presidents of the United States, poisonous snakes.
Look, Arch, old pal.
How opportune. Look, don't give me that old pal stuff and lay off my dame.
All right, stop worrying, will you? Just a passing fancy.
And I've noticed some of them fancy passes.
Yes, Gwendolyn?
Could I have tickets to your broadcast sometime?
Oh, I'd love to have you, honey child.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
In July 1941, the average mean rainfall of Siberia was 7.6.
And Bob.
Yes?
Oh, I hate to bother you, but could you let me have your autograph?
More geysers are found in Yellowstone National Park than any other place in the world.
Gwendolyn?
Yes?
Would you like me to send you a picture of myself?
I'd love it.
The average Labrador Retriever has 16
Bob, do you know any other songs from South Pacific?
Yes, and I'd love to sing another one for you right now, honey.
The life expectancy of the average crooner is 32 years.
Archie, I told you, I'm just getting her in the mood for you.
Okay, then sing the song and get her in the mood and get out of here.
Okay.
Pardon me, folks. Do you mind if I listen?
Not at all, Finnegan. Here, you sit right down here next to me.
Thanks.
Valley High may call you any night, any day. In your heart, you'll hear it call you. Come away, come away. Valley High will whisper.
Ain't you beginning to feel anything?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's working.
Here am I, your special island. Come to me, come to me.
Gwendolyn, that rhythm, don't it drive you berserk with passion?
Your own special host, your own special dream. Bloom on the hillside and shine in the streams. If you try, you'll find me where the sky meets the sea. Here am I, your special island. Come to me, come to me. Valley high, valley high, valley high.
Oh, Bob, that was wonderful. That song, it did something to me.
Put you in a romantic mood?
Very.
Well, come on, honey. Let's get out of here before you lose it.
Oh, Bob, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm in a romantic mood for somebody else.
I knew this dame wouldn't go for a crummy crooner. Not when there's a real intellectual around.
Archie, I'm a little tired of intellectuals, too.
But you just said you was in a romantic mood. If you don't go for Crosby and you don't go for me, there's nobody left.
I wouldn't say that. Come, Gwendolyn. I have tickets to the balcony at the Bijou.
Anything you say, Clifton.
Good night, gentlemen. Do charming chanting.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Because so many thousands of men have found that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Benex gives you extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. Benex Brushless Shave. B-E-N-E-X. At your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern Transcribed is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Bob Crosby appeared by permission of Franco-Americans Club 15. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Morning. We're playing the oldies.
Someone once said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The folks who make Bob Evans sausage think that's good advice. So Bob Evans still has old-fashioned spices, same as it always did. The leanest pork, same as it always had. And it comes to you the same way, fresh. Progress is a wonderful thing. It just doesn't taste as good as this. Some things never change. Some things never should. The special taste of Bob Evans sausage.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Gentlemen, the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream, take this opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas. And now, Colgate Dental Cream presents the Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Sharon Douglas, Dink Trout, Paula Winslow, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing A Gal in Calico.
Met a gal in Calico way down in Santa Fe. I used to be her Sunday beau till I rode away. Do I want her? Do I want her love? Yes, sirree. Will I win her? Will I win her love? Wait and see. Working with the rodeo, go from town to town. See most every kind of gal, every kind of gown. But who made my heart sing? Yippee-I, yippee-oh, my little gal in calico. Quit the rodeo, gonna settle down, buy a boat, a calico, for a wedding gown. Then will I fence her in? Yippee-I, yippee-oh, my little gal in calico.
Most of you know our young hero, Denis, very well by this time, but those of you who'll be making his acquaintance for the first time on these Wednesday nights would probably like to know just what sort of person he is. Well, let's ask the folks who know him best. First, there's his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, who runs the boarding house in Weaverville where Denis rooms. Mrs. Anderson, what's your honest opinion of Denis Day?
My opinion of Denis Day is that he's a 22-year-old boy.
Well, yes, of course, but what sort of 22-year-old boy?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's as far as I'd care to go on.
Well, it's a fact that Denis has never managed to get into Mrs. Anderson's good graces. Now, Mr. Anderson, on the other hand, kind of likes him, although he's never come right out and admitted it. And just why haven't you, Mr. Anderson?
Well, it all goes back to when I first married my dear wife. Or, as I like to call her, the big woman.
Go on, Mr. Anderson.
You see, when we were married, we made a pact, Poopsie and I. We decided we'd always think and act as one person. Of course, I didn't know then that the one person would turn out to be Poopsie.
Oh, I see. Well, there's one member of the Anderson family who likes Denis and makes no bones about it. That's their daughter, Mildred, our young hero's girlfriend. Right now, on this fine Christmas morning, she's carefully planted herself under the mistletoe in the Anderson living room as Denis comes down for breakfast.
Morning, Mildred. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Denis.
Boy, I sure am hungry this morning. See you after breakfast, huh?
Why, Denis, wait.
What's the matter?
Well, don't you notice? I'm standing someplace.
Well, that happens very often when you're not sitting down.
I don't mean that silly. Now, look around carefully. Don't you see anything different?
You're wearing a new dress?
No, higher.
You washed your face?
Denis, what's over my head?
Hair.
I mean on the chandelier. Don't you see what's tied to it? A piece of mistletoe.
Oh, I see now. Pretty, isn't it?
Oh. Denis, I'm standing right under it.
Well, don't worry. A little thing like that couldn't hurt you if it did fall off.
Didn't you ever hear of mistletoe, Denis? If a man happens to find a girl standing under it, he can kiss her.
Gosh, really?
Yes. And you happen to find me standing under it. Well.
Oh, I couldn't take advantage of an accident.
But it wasn't an accident, Denis. I stood here on purpose.
Mildred.
I did it so you'd kiss me. I want you to kiss me.
You women are all alike. No one wants my brains, only my kisses.
Denis, I want you.
I know how desirable I am, but you should fight it.
Oh. I'm tired of arguing about it. Come here, Denis Day.
Please, Mildred, you're mussing my hair.
I don't care. Now stand still.
Well, so that's the sort of thing that goes on in my house.
Mother.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. What's new?
Don't put on any act with me. I saw you kissing my daughter. Give me one reason why I should walk in and find such a thing going on.
We didn't expect you.
Well, it was all my fault, Mother. Really, it was. You see, it's Christmas, and there was mistletoe, and I was standing under it, and... Well, anyway, it was only a little peck on the cheek.
That's true, Mrs. Anderson, and I promise it won't happen again until we've been married for years.
Married, indeed. Young man, you've been nothing but trouble to me since you began boarding here. I suggest that you look for another place to live as soon as you can.
But, Mrs. Anderson...
That's my last word on the subject.
Gee, now I'm in a fine mess.
Golly, I'm sorry, Denis. You wouldn't have gotten in trouble if only I hadn't insisted on kissing you.
Oh, that's all right. As a matter of fact, I kind of like being kissed.
Oh, did you, Denis?
Yeah. I see now why so many people speak so well of it.
Oh, gee, I hope Mother doesn't really make you move.
No, it wouldn't be much of a Christmas if she did.
Oh, dear, I nearly forgot with so many things going on.
What?
There's a little present for you inside, underneath the tree. For me.
Gosh, thanks, Mildred. I hope you won't be too disappointed, but I didn't have enough money to buy you an expensive present this year.
Oh, well, that's all right, Denis. I'll be every bit as happy with a present that costs practically nothing.
I didn't have enough to buy you one of those either.
Oh, well, don't feel badly. I understand.
Next year I'll be able to give you something real nice to make up for it after my invention is put on the market.
Your invention?
Yeah, I haven't told you because I wanted it to be a surprise. You see, one day last week, Mrs. Courtney came into the drugstore to get something for a terrible headache. So I made up a wet pack out of some stuff I found, and she put it on her head.
And it cured her headache?
No, it made her headache worse, but it curled her hair.
Oh, my goodness.
I haven't told a soul yet, but I think I've invented a permanent wave solution. It should be worth millions.
Oh, I should say so. Have you tried it on anyone besides Mrs. Courtney?
No, but Mr. Willoughby's police dog sat in some the other day.
And what happened?
Well, the part that barks is still police dog, but the part that wags is pure French poodle.
That's marvelous.
I'm improving it all the time. Why, just yesterday I put some powder from France I found in the place.
Oh, golly, I've just had the most wonderful idea.
What?
My mother's got to know about this. Why, when she sees what you've got hold of, she'll never let you move out.
Oh, she won't believe it's any good if I invented it.
Oh, but that's just it. She's got to try some herself.
But how are we going to get her to do that?
Oh, look, she's in the next room. You go in and hint in a subtle way that she doesn't look quite as attractive for Christmas as she might. Her hair looks a little stringy. And then you show her your invention and ask her to try some on her head.
Golly, I'll do it. I've got a jar of it right here in my pocket.
Good. Oh, but you've got to be very diplomatic about telling her she could look more attractive.
Here goes. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes?
You know, I was just thinking, you're pretty ugly today. I don't mean all over, just above your neck.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Mrs. Anderson, wait, you don't understand. What I meant is you're beautiful, only your hair kind of spoils it.
My hair?
Yeah, it's so straight. Why, if you had curly hair, you could look just like Lana Turner all over instead of just locally.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Denis. Oh, but my hair's always been straight. Even a permanent doesn't curl it.
Well, I have some stuff right here that will, Mrs. Anderson. If you'll just put some on your head in 2 or 3 minutes, you'll be amazed.
Well, if it's as good as all that, I certainly will try it.
That's swell. Come out and show Mildred. Well, Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Denis. My lover girl in there?
Yes, but don't go in, Mr. Anderson. You're going to get a surprise in a minute.
I am?
Yeah. How would you like it if your wife suddenly became Lana Turner?
Outside of Lana Turner suddenly becoming my wife, I can't think of anything nicer.
Well, you just wait.
You really think it'll work, Denis?
Oh, sure. And with that French powder I put in yesterday to make it smell nice, she'll just love it.
Well, what kind of French powder was it?
Oh, I don't know. Only the name of the maker was on the box. Some fellow named Plaster of Paris.
Plaster of Paris? Oh, Denis, no.
I did something?
Did something? Oh, we're finished forever.
Mildred, what do you mean?
Yes, what are you two talking about?
Well, how do I look? Well, my head feels awfully peculiar.
Oh, really, Mother?
Yes. How do you like it, Herbert?
Oh, very nice, Poopsie. That's the first sensible hat I've ever seen you wear.
Hat? I'm not wearing a hat.
You mean that's you?
Well, certainly. This is my new hairdo.
Don't you think you overdoed it?
What do you mean? Get out of the way so I can see myself in the mirror. Why, I don't... Ah! Denis! My hair! It's ruined! Listen to it.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Mrs. Anderson. I'll have your head in fine shape as soon as I get hold of a hammer.
Oh, a hammer?
Yeah, that's the only way I can get that shiny white crust off your head.
Fine thing. It was supposed to be Lana Turner and me. Now it's the egg and I.
Oh, here, use this, Denis. The fire tongs.
Okay. Hold still, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh.
There, see?
Denis says, I told you once today to leave this house as soon as you can. Well, I can't wait. You're leaving this instant.
Mrs. Anderson, I was only trying to help.
Get out of my sight. That's final. Come, Herbert.
Gee, didn't turn out to be a very Merry Christmas, did it, Mildred?
No, I'm afraid not. Oh, but don't worry, Denis. We'll find some way to see each other.
Gee, I hope so.
Oh, well, Denis, listen.
Yeah, a bunch of kids singing carols. It'd be kind of nice to have them in, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Open the door, Denis. Let's have them in.
Okay. Hey, fellas, come on in. Mrs. Anderson may have something for you.
Okay, come on, guys.
You better shake the snow off your shoes. Mrs. Anderson is very particular about her rugs.
Come on in, boys. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, what about that little fellow out there in the snow? Isn't he coming in?
Nah, he don't sing with us. He just follows us around. Yeah, everywhere we go, he tags along. We can't get rid of him.
He's a pest.
Hey, fella, why don't you come up here on the porch? You'll catch cold out there. Come on up. Don't be afraid. What's your name?
Cecil.
Oh, your name is Cecil, huh?
Yes, sir. Cecil.
Well, come on up, Cecil.
Yes, sir.
See? You are catching cold.
I'm not cold.
You're not crying, are you?
Yes, sir.
You are? But this is Christmas. You shouldn't be crying on Christmas.
Yes, sir.
What are you crying about, Cecil?
They won't let me sing with them.
They won't let you sing with them? Why not?
I got braces on my teeth. They say I don't sing good.
Well, I don't believe it. I'll just bet that you're a real good singer.
No, I'm not. I don't really sing good.
You don't?
No, sir, I don't sing good, but I like to sing anyway. I like to sing more than anything in the whole world.
Sure you do. And that's what makes singing really important. To want to sing from the bottom of your heart, whether you can really sing or not.
It is?
It certainly is. You know, once upon a time, there was a little boy just like you. Well, this little boy wanted to sing more than anything else in the whole world.
Honest?
Uh-huh. And one night he had a vision. And the vision told him never to stop singing, because someday he would sing for the king.
What's a vision?
A vision? Oh, a vision is something like a dream, I think. Well, this little boy...
What was his name?
His name? Oh, I don't know what his name was. You see, it was a very long time ago.
How long ago?
Oh, a long, long time ago.
Did he sing over the radio?
No, this was long before radios and phonographs and moving pictures.
Before just Benny?
Yeah, even before that.
Gosh.
It was a long, long time ago in a land far, far away. The little boy came from a very poor family. Though his father and mother worked hard, they could barely buy enough bread to eat. The boy had no shoes to wear, and his clothes were ragged and torn. But he didn't care, for he was happy. He had a song in his heart.
Life is fair on a summer's day. Sweet the western wind is blowing. La, 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 la.
One day his father called the boy to his side and said, "Why is it, my son, that you always sing? We are poor and have little for you to sing and be happy about." And the boy answered, "I am happy, Father, for someday I know I shall sing for the king." And his father said, "That foolish vision of yours. You must forget such nonsense. For a poor ragged boy like you will never sing for the king." And the boy said, "Told me so. It was so clear to me, Father. A voice spoke to me and said that I had been chosen to sing for the king." The boy's father was sorely troubled. He shook his head sadly and sighed. "My son, you must put such idle dreams out of your head. For tomorrow you shall start to work for the rich landowner who lives on the hill." "Gladly, Father, and I shall sing as I work, for someday my song will be heard by the king." The boy's father returned to his work, knowing that his words could not shake his son's faith in his vision, his tattered clothes flapping in the breeze, and his shoeless feet kicking up the dust. The dust rose and danced with the sunbeams, leaving a happy trail behind the boy as he sang.
Life is fair on a summer's day. Sweet the western wind is blowing. La, 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 la.
And so the boy went to work for the rich landowner. He tended to the flocks of sheep and to the goats. At dusk, when the boy would drive the flocks home from the meadows, the hooves of the animals would make a gentle sound on the road. And with this as music, the boy would sing.
Life is fair on a summer's day. Sweet the western wind is blowing. La, 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 la.
One day, not long after, the landowner called the boy to him and said,
"Hearken to me, boy. I pay you to care for my flocks, not to fill the air with your incessant song."
"I'm sorry, master. I meant to bother no one with my singing. The sheep and the goats don't mind."
"I am neither a sheep or a goat, so I mind."
"You see, master, I must sing, for someday my song will be heard by the king."
"Ah, you are mad, boy. Yea, mad and also stupid. Sing for the king. Be gone with you. Be gone with you."
"But, master, I shall sing for the king. You will see." And so it came to pass that the boy, laughed at and ridiculed by all who knew him, left and went to the great city to sing for the king. Never had the boy seen such a city. Great buildings lined the streets, and the greatest of all was the palace of the king. There were many steps that led up to the palace gates, and the gates themselves were as tall as a tree. He felt very small and afraid as he ascended the steps. He would have run away, but he kept thinking of his vision. With this to give him strength, he was no longer afraid. He climbed and climbed, and finally, tired and out of breath, he reached the uppermost step. Smoothing down his ragged garments, he approached the gates. And hesitantly, he knocked upon them. He waited breathlessly as the gates slowly opened.
Who knocks at the palace of the king?
The boy looked up at the tall guard and said, I did.
Ragged beggar, what is it you want?
I am not a beggar.
Speak up! What is it you want?
I have come because of a vision. I have come to sing for the king.
You? Sing for the king? You, a ragged beggar boy, have come to sing for the king!
The guard laughed and laughed. Other guards came, and they too joined in the laughter. They laughed even more when the boy told them of his vision. Then, tiring of their laughter, they picked the boy up and cast him down the many steps to the street below. And slammed the gates shut. The boy picked himself up out of the dirt at the bottom of the steps, and sadly, with his head bent, he walked away from the palace. That night, weary from his journey and unable to travel further, the boy stopped to rest by the side of a hill. Sheep were grazing nearby, and as he fell asleep, the boy knew that he would never sing again. He was awakened that night by a strange light, a light that transformed everything about him, a light from a great star that shone above. There wasn't a sound. All was hushed. A hush, a quiet, a silence beyond words to describe. Even the sheep on the hillside and the doves in the trees seemed to sense the silence. And then the light seemed to become even brighter, bathing all in a glow that made them one. The boy, the hill, the earth, the grass, the animals, all became one, and one alone. The boy raised himself from the ground, not daring to breathe. Then he felt a song swelling in his throat. He could contain himself no longer. Something was compelling him to sing. He stood up straight and small on the hill. What if they had laughed at him? What if his song was unwanted? He felt he must sing now, here now in this divine night. So he stood, his tattered clothes shimmering in the light of the star above were like the raiment of angels. And he sang. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena. Ave, ave Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus, et benedictus fructus ventris he finished his song, the boy saw a man coming up the hill toward him. The man was a shepherd, and he carried a crooked staff. The boy said, "I thought I was alone here on the hill." And the shepherd said, "You will never be alone again, boy. No man will ever be alone again." And then the shepherd turned and pointed down the hill. And the boy looked and saw a small stable nestled below. And the shepherd, turning to the boy, said, "Tonight, my son, you sang for a king. Verily, the King of Kings." And so you see, Cecil, if your heart is full of song, you must sing. Oh, I didn't know you folks were listening.
It was a lovely story, Denis.
It was beautiful, Denis.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was a very nice story.
And I'm sorry I got so angry with you. I hope you forgive me, Denis.
Oh, sure. That's all right, Mrs. Anderson.
Cecil, would you like to sing with us? Oh, gosh, I'd love to sing with you. I'd love to sing with you. Will you let me, honest? Will you let me sing with you?
Sure. How about we all sing together?
Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream, hopes you've enjoyed a very pleasant Christmas and sends to every one of you best wishes for the new year. Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Christmas story, The Boy Who Sang for the King, was written by Frank Tashlin. Bobby Driscoll, who played the part of Cecil, appeared through the courtesy of Walt Disney and can be seen in the Technicolor picture Song of the South. All the other parts in the Christmas story were played by Denis, of course. The special musical background was by Charles Dant. This is Vern Smith speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Buy a 2-pack of 24-exposure Kodacolor 35mm film from Walgreens. Get a mail-in coupon for free Coca-Cola Classic Diet Coke or Sprite. Details at Walgreens.
Here's a double good, double nickel deal from Walgreens Photo Center. Get a second set of 4x6-inch supersized show prints for a nickel a print, including a free $1.99 value album. Or get a second set of regular size prints for a nickel a print. The second set choice is yours, only at Walgreens.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax. Haven't you noticed how, almost unconsciously, you judge a man? The government tells us there's going to be enough sugar to go around if we don't go around too fast. So solid citizen Magee, whose cocoa has taken more than one lump in the past, is determined to find a chemical substitute for sugar. And here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, busy with important experiments, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now, Magee, don't you dare spill any of those horrible-smelling chemicals on my rug.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Now, let's see. Hey, Molly, what's alcohol? C2H5OH, ain't it?
No, it's ALCOHOL.
No, I mean the chemical formula. I'd look it up, but I can't find my high school chemistry book.
I didn't know you took chemistry in high school.
Sure I did. Don't you remember how I used to have to take ferns apart and gave the different names to different leaves and trees and stuff?
No, that was botany.
It was?
Sure. And apparently didn't teach you much. You still bark up the wrong trees.
Well, I ought to know somebody that knows about alcohol.
There's Uncle Denis. He knows.
He don't know what it is. He only knows what it does.
Well, what's alcohol got to do with it anyway? I thought you were trying to find a substitute for sugar.
I am, and I'll bet I find it, too. Do you realize that 2/3 of our sugar has been imported? And that we got about 1/7 of it from the Philippines alone? And now we're not getting any from there.
I know. You read me the government booklet all through Lum and Abner last night.
Well, it's important. You realize that we've had to divert our shipping, which ordinarily brings us sugar, to take food and equipment to Iceland and Australia?
Heavenly days, Magee. You've told me those things 12 times. I believe you.
Yeah,
I'm going along with it. I can get along with less sugar. Now stop selling me on the idea and go make some more funny smells in that Louis Pasteur laboratory.
I resent your scoffing attitude toward my experiments, Mrs. Magee. You see, what I'm working on now is how to convert alcohol into sugar. I know they make alcohol out of sugar, so I'm reversing the process. Simple, huh?
Well, it's too simple. Use a lot of sugar to make alcohol so you can turn it back into sugar.
Yeah.
That's silly, dearie.
Shucks, I never thought of it that way. Now, forget the alcohol. Now, let me see. If I precipitate muriatic acid into a saturated solution of carbohydrates with an infusion of sodium chloride, I might have something.
You would. You'd have the whole house to yourself. Say, incidentally, dearie, I made a discovery in the mail this morning. Did you make a bet on the Kentucky Derby?
Who, me?
Not Lord Beaverbrook. Did you?
Well, you see, Molly, me being a sportsman and interested in improving the breed of horse flesh, I like to support any worthy occasion that would...
Did you bet on the Kentucky Derby?
Well, if I'd have won, I'd have put all the dough in war bonds. You know that. How'd you know I bet?
Well, I opened one of your letters by mistake this morning.
Oh.
It was from a bookie.
Oh.
You owe him $4.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll drop around there next week.
What horse did you have?
I tore up the ticket. It was on a nag named Shutout.
What? But Shutout won, Magee.
Sure he did, but I didn't have him to win. I only had him to place and show.
Oh.
Hey, we got any oil at Wintergreen? I want to mix up some of this.
Come in.
Hello there, kids. Say, can you... Johnny, are you experimenting again? Last week it was cleaning a straw hat, and now...
I'm working on something for the government now, old-timer.
Mighty successful, too, Johnny. Worst poison gas ever smelt.
Now, it isn't poison gas, Mr. Oldtimer. It's supposed to be a substitute for sugar.
And if it works, I might get a congressional medal.
You might even get the Distinguished Flying Cross, Johnny.
Oh, no. Only aviators get that.
I know, daughter. But 2 sniffs of this stuff and you'll get your wings all right.
The trouble with you and a lot of other people, old-timer, is you haven't got any vision.
Oh, I have, too. Cutest little vision in town. She works over at the fish market as a cashier. Baby can see jitterbugs. Took her out to dance last night, and you know what happened?
What?
If you find out, tell me, daughter. We was jitterbugging, and she kicked me in the head, and I was out for 3 hours. What a kid.
What's her name?
Olga.
Russian?
Is she? All the time. That's pretty good, old-timer, but that ain't the way... Hey, there's something wrong here. I didn't... well...
You started it. You finish it.
Okay. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to another feller, say... You know what the Italian people said when Mussolini asked if they wanted to go on with the war? No, says t'other feller. That's right, says the first feller. Hey, Johnny, I'll give you a tip about them chemical formulas.
Oh, good. Somebody ought to tell him something.
Well, look, if the going gets too tough for you, you might try monoacetasyl-acid.
Wait a minute. That's monoacetic acid, Esther. That sounds important. What is it?
Aspirin.
Let's see now. Let me see now. 3 cubic milligrams of Worcestershire sauce, 2 drops of boric acid, a dash of turpentine. That ought to get me 6 spoons.
Well, Aerosmith, what have you discovered? Aside from the fact that 2 evil-smelling concoctions mixed together smell worse.
Okay, D-Ride. What if I don't discover a substitute for sugar? Maybe I'll find one for rubber or silk or...
Peanut butter.
Who wants a substitute for peanut butter?
I do. I don't like peanut butter.
Well, I do. And you seem to forget, my good woman.
I'm not your good woman.
Well...
I'm your woman, but I'm not... I mean, I'm good, but I'm not... Well, don't call me that.
All right, but you seem to forget that lots of chemical and scientific discoveries have been made. Hey, hand me that towel.
Oh, Magee, I knew that would happen. Look what you did to my nice book of poetry. You got that awful stuff all over the cover.
Oh, I can fix that. Hand it here. Now what?
Oh, Magee, you're making it worse. Wipe it off. Hurry.
Why, that's funny. It should have worked.
Why, what was it?
Strong solution of tannic acid.
Well, what was it supposed to do?
Well, who wrote that book of poetry?
Burn.
Well, that's what tannic acid is for.
Oh.
You see, Molly, in chemistry, you got to learn to think quick, or else...
Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia, come right in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. What on earth are you doing?
Oh, who, me? Oh, I'm working on a chemical project for the government, Latrivia. It's a secret.
Nothing that smells like that can be kept a secret very long, McGee.
Well, we can tell you, Mr. Mayor. He's trying to find a substitute for sugar.
And all I got so far is a substitute for fresh air. But I can do it.
It was about the sugar that I wanted to see you, Mrs. Magee. Did you register for the rationing board?
Oh, I did. First thing yesterday morning at the schoolhouse, Mr. Mayor.
Splendid. As mayor, I'm glad to see that you're cooperating in this sugar business. It's the only fair way to handle what sugar there is.
Sure. Now, see.
Certainly. This way, the government makes sure that everyone, regardless of how much or how little money he makes, or whatever he does and wherever he is, will get his fair share of sugar.
That's right.
And when 132 million people register, it will be the greatest registration job ever tackled. But I know that every American citizen will be more than willing to...
Rat, pipe down a minute. How can I concentrate with you two gabbing away like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Magee. I forgot, didn't you, Mrs. Magee?
Yes. I keep forgetting what important work Magee is doing.
For the government?
No, for Magee. You see, if he wasn't doing this, he'd have lost 40 cents by now playing Kelly Pool at the Elks.
Well, I'd better be going now. I just wanted to be sure that you'd...
Hey, look out! Watch where you're going!
Oh, get that towel again, Magee. You spilled something all over the mayor's trouser legs.
Oh, here, let me dry them off. My goodness, I'm sorry to have jarred your elbow, Magee. There he comes, Elvie.
Oh, I should have been watching the trivia. You better wipe that stuff off of there quick.
Why, Magee? What is it?
It was a bottle.
No! I'm burning!
Just a little nitric acid.
Heavenly days. Look at the mayor's trousers.
Yes, just look at them. Now I have a victory suit.
What you mean?
Look, no cuffs. My goodness, it's spreading.
Victory suit is right.
You better get home before you have just a birthday suit.
Magee, you were very careless. You know, the mayor might have been seriously hurt.
Well, he should have been careful himself. I don't go messing around his office and then squawk if I get trampled on by a fat alderman, do I? Now, help me pick up them bottles, will you?
All right.
I'll see. Well, hello there, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Say, haven't you got that straw hat clean yet? I'm not cleaning a hat. I'm working out a substitute for sugar.
Why?
What do you mean, why? The country's going to be short of sugar, ain't it?
Oh, there'll be enough sugar, Fibber. Only everybody has to cooperate.
Well, just the same, I'm going ahead with my work. Who knows that I might discover something that'll be valuable. Do you realize that Hitler has got substitutes for almost everything?
Yes. And do you realize that one of these days they'll need a substitute for Hitler?
Well, this country doesn't go much for substitutes. Did you ever hear anybody go in and accept a substitute for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat?
No, I don't believe I did, Mr. Wilcox.
23 seconds.
What?
I just says 23 seconds.
What does that mean?
That means Wilcox has hung up a new record. He only took 23 seconds to swing this conversation around to Johnson's glow coat.
Why, you've got me wrong, pal. I never have to do that. Wherever civilized people gather, the subject sooner or later gets around to how wonderful glow coat is, how it shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less, how it saves hours of time and labor and keeps linoleum looking new and beautiful for year after year, and how...
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Wilcox. You mean to say that any conversation naturally goes into Johnson's glow coat?
In time, yes.
I don't believe it. Let me start the conversation over again.
All right.
I ever tell you, Wilcox, that I'm thinking of raising chinchillas?
Chinchillas?
Yes.
You mean that Mexican dish made out of corn?
No. No. That's enchiladas. I mean them little South American animals.
South America? Why, that's where carnauba wax comes from, that they make Johnson's self-polishing glow coat out of. It's the finest wax.
Now, listen, try it once more, Magee.
Okay. Let's talk about astronomy.
All right, let's.
Okay.
You know what all those little stars remind me of? Twinkling and gleaming and shining up there. They remind me of a beautifully polished...
Yes, we know. A good day, Mr. Wilcox.
So long, folks. Drop in and see me sometime.
We will. Now, let me see.
I want to show you my house. I've got a kitchen that you'll love with linoleum
Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Huh? Oh, so long.
I feel sorry for him. He always says, hey, I got it.
He does?
No, he don't. I do. I just thought of the answer. Oh, what a moment in history.
Well, I never liked history much, but will you explain this great moment?
I just thought of my substitute for sugar. Oh, boy, this is it. Hurry up, Molly, and make some tea, will you? I want to try this out.
What is it?
I can't tell you now till I try it out. Go on, please, make some tea. We'll try it on whoever comes in.
Well, all right, dear, if you say so, but if this is another one of your wild ideas...
Oh, boy, hot diggity, what an idea. And right in front of my nose all the time. Why didn't I ever think of this before? Why, it's marvelous. Come in. Oh, boy.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. I haven't got time to talk to you now. I'm right in the middle of an experiment.
I like peppermint better.
Better than what?
Experiment.
No, I didn't say experiment. I says experiment. I just made a great discovery. It saves sugar.
Oh, my daddy made a discovery like that, too, I betcha.
What? He did?
Sure. He discovered my mother, and she saved sugar. Hey, mister, do you know any law?
Pertaining to what?
Hmm?
I says, do I know any law pertaining to what? What kind of law? Criminal, civil, corporation, or what?
Criminal, I guess. I'm in a jam, and I need a mouthpiece, see?
Now, don't talk like a hoodlum in a double feature, sis. What's on your mind?
Well, you won't tell anybody, huh?
No. Cross my heart. Now, what goes?
Well, isn't there something in the law that says you can't do something to somebody if it's been too long after you did it?
Yes, the statute of limitations says you can't prosecute for certain crimes and misdemeanors after a certain period of time has elapsed. Is that what you wanted to know?
Well, gee, I guess it was, I guess. Then they can't do anything to me, huh?
Well, that depends. What was this great crime you committed?
Well, you won't tell anybody.
No, I won't tell.
Well, it was months and months ago, mister.
Uh-huh.
I was visiting my Aunt Daisy, and Papa was driving us home late at night.
Uh-huh.
And my cousin Stinky had given me a slingshot, only he didn't give it to me exactly.
Uh-huh.
I went playing jacks, and I didn't cheat either.
Yes?
And when we were almost home...
Uh-huh.
You won't tell?
No. No, I won't tell.
I was kind of playing with the slingshot, and there was a stone in the car, and you know what I did?
Well, I'm beginning to get an idea.
Can they do anything?
No, I don't think so, not now, but what exactly did you do?
Well, I threw the rock through Mrs. Uppington's window.
The King's Men sing Ken Darby's Open Your Heart and Say Ah.
Oh, where's it going to get you with love playing hard to get? Where's it going to get you with me? Where's it going to get you with anyone? You'll be sorry. You'll never get no place to shake in your head. Nowhere, no sir, so instead, here's a formula for shaking the lead. Open your heart and say, ah, you gotta be sweet if you want to be wise. Substitute sugar catches flies. Here's a treatment that'll open your eyes. Open your heart and say, ah. If I pet you when the lights are low, what's it gonna get you if you answer no? What are you going to use for memories? If you're not open-minded, what do you know? You're gonna get kisses, you're gonna get love, more than your share, baby, of. What you hoping if you'll open your heart? Open wide, so I can hear it saying, You're gonna get kisses, you're gonna get love, more than you've been dreaming of. So now you better start to open your heart. Open wide, so I can hear it saying, Mind the doctor, open up your heart and say,
Well, the tea is ready now, Magee. Do you want some?
No, the experiment wouldn't work on me. I know the answer. We'll have to wait till some human guinea pig comes in that I can try it out on.
Well, it'll be better to wait a minute anyway and let the tea gain a little confidence. Now, just what is this great sugar substitute of yours?
I can't divulge it, Molly, but I'm telling you, it's the greatest idea since button shoes. All it is...
Let me peek now. It's Abigail Uppington, dear.
Oh, great. She's the perfect guinea pig. She likes tea and she ain't too bright. Let her in.
Come in. Oh, hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, girlie. Where are you going so early?
Mr. McGee, I do so enjoy your witty remarks and sparkling personality.
In the clip, all right. I like to say the same about you, Uppy, but we've been acquainted long enough to face the facts.
Well, what do you mean, Mr.
I just meant that...
Have a cup of tea, Abigail?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear. I just came from luncheon.
Oh, come on, Uppy. It's your favorite kind.
Oh, really? What kind is it?
What's your favorite kind?
Orange pekoe.
That's just what this is, all right. Pour Uppy a cup of stuff, Molly. I'll put in the cream and sugar.
Oh, please. I don't take either cream or sugar.
No sugar?
No, thank you. I never use it. My figure, you know.
Yes, your figure, we know.
This is delicious tea.
I think a little sugar would help it, Uppy.
Now,
Come on.
listen, McGee. If Abigail doesn't want sugar, don't insist. If you had to battle your hips the way she does, you'd be a little more
Now,
careful.
Mrs. McGee, now, really, it's no effort whatsoever for me to keep my weight down.
Well, then why don't you do it?
For that matter, Mr. McGee, has the government been informed of that spare tire you're carrying about with you?
What do you mean, spare tire? You mean this bulge of muscle around my waist here?
Bulge of muscle, my eye.
And aside from that, Mr. McGee, what do you do with your old clothes?
Oh, I don't know. Give them away, I guess. Why?
Well, when you're through with that pair of trousers, please let me know.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
I know 3 young men who would like to have them. Now, Mr.
What do you mean, 3 young men? Are you inferring that my pants are big enough for 3 guys to get them?
McGee, stop interrupting Mrs. Uppington. What were you going to say, Abigail?
Mrs. McGee, I specifically requested no sugar in my tea.
I know you did.
And there is sugar in this tea. I could feel it in the bottom of the cup. I don't know how Mr. McGee managed to get it there, but I consider it a serious breach of good manners. I consider it, in short, a lousy trick.
She's the only woman I know who can use that word as if Emily Post approved of it. How did you get that sugar in there?
There wasn't any sugar in it. I used my substitute.
Well, heavenly days, maybe you have got something after all.
You betcha.
You certainly fooled her. What did you use?
Well, sir?
Wait a minute now. Huh? McGee, did you leave a leaky bottle of something on the table when you were experimenting?
No, why?
Well, I thought I heard a little drip.
Oh, you did. Wimple just come up on the porch. When he comes in, offer him a cup of tea, too, and I'll give my substitute another test.
Oh, look at the poor fella. He's all bandaged up.
Oh, well, we better not comment. He might get
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Wimple, old man. How's everything?
Oh, healing up just fine, Mr. McGee.
Will you have a cup of tea, Mr. Wimple? It's just fresh.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I think I will. I just love tea, though Sweetie Face prefers coffee, so we never have tea.
Cream, Mr. Wimple?
No, thank you.
How much sugar, Wimp?
1 lump, please.
There you are, my boy, and drink hearty.
I used to always take 2 lumps, but now I just use 1 and stir like the very Dickens. If you pardon the profanity, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Wimple. Is your tea sweet enough for you?
Oh, it's just fine, Mrs. McGee. It's simply delicious. My, I wish Sweetie Face was as good a cook as you.
Oh, go on.
Is Sweetie Face sort of a stoop with a stove, Wimp?
Indeed she is, Mr. McGee. Though she made some biscuits yesterday that were knockouts.
Oh, she did she?
Yes. She hit me with one of them, and I was knocked out for 20 minutes.
You should have got right up and hung one on her beezer, Wimp.
Oh, I know, Mr. McGee, but somehow I just can't hit a woman.
Well, good for you, Mr. Wimple. The sentiment does you credit.
It isn't sentiment, Mrs. McGee. It's just that her reach is longer than mine. I just stand there and swing at her like a silly old fool.
wish her any bad luck, Wimp, but I hope you connect one of these days. I think it would do her good.
I think it would do her good. My goodness, what do you think it would do for me? Well, thank you for the tea. It was just delicious.
Well, come again soon, Mr. Wimp.
Hey, Wimp, before you go, I don't like to get personal, but how come all the bandages and court plaster and stuff? You and Sweetie Face have a little set, too?
Yes.
Oh.
And over such a simple thing, too. Mm-hmm. I merely asked her a question.
What question?
Oh, I just said that in view of the sugar shortage, instead of Sweetie Face, why couldn't I call her Sourpuss?
It works. I really got something.
But McGee, he asked for sugar.
Sure he did, but he didn't get any, and he was satisfied, wasn't he? You saw him stirring it up, didn't you?
But what did you do, dearie?
Like most great inventions, Molly, it's really very simple. Look at the bottom of the cups.
Oh, what'd you do?
I just roughened up the bottom of the cups. You see, when you stir your coffee or tea, the spoon scrapes on it, and it feels just like sugar. Now, hide them cups so I can write a letter to Leon Henderson. Here, tell him I want to say...
Being asked by our government now to conserve, not to waste anything. Surely you don't need me to tell you how important that is. In the home as well as in business. The more we can save and conserve on precious materials of all kinds, the more we can release those materials for war purposes. It strikes me that the idea of conservation applies to our time also. The more hours of unnecessary work we can save, the more hours we can devote to war needs. In that connection, I'd like to remind you that you can save many hours of work in your home by protecting your linoleum surfaces with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat keeps linoleum new-looking indefinitely, makes it last much longer, besides saving you work. If you aren't already using Johnson's Glow Coat, order some this week.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already registered for sugar rationing, may we urge you to do so within the next 2 days. Cooperation with the authorities in this matter is as vital to our war effort as almost anything you can do. Your local newspaper will tell you the exact place of registration in your neighborhood, though in Canada, a different system is in effect.
Remember now that every pound of sugar we don't use means so much more ammunition for our soldiers, as it takes a fifth of an acre of sugar cane to fire a big gun just once.
So, let's raise cane where it counts. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Right now, Aldi has grade A fancy canned vegetables for just 29 cents. Get whole kernel corn, just 29 cents. Get cut green beans for 29 cents. Get sweet peas for 29 cents. Or butter beans, or pork and beans, potatoes, cream corn, kidney beans, sauerkraut, carrots, corn, sweet peas, butter beans, pork and beans, potatoes, cream corn, kidney beans, sauerkraut, carrots, whole kernel
Get
corn.
all these grade A fancy vegetables for just 29 cents every day, only at Aldi. Don't you think it's time you made a stop? Aldi, the stock-up store.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests, Colonel Stoopnagel, Miss Quinn Conga, and Clifford Tatum, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your Ford dealer. All this month, the National Safety Council is sponsoring a nationwide campaign. Their slogan is, to check accidents, double-check your car. Let's all get on the bandwagon. See your friendly Ford dealer and have him check your car from bumper to bumper. He knows just what to do to get it in shape for all your summer driving ahead. Naturally, Ford dealers know Ford's best. Their mechanics are Ford trained, they use special Ford equipment, and factory-approved methods. They can supply genuine Ford parts. They can save you time, trouble, and money. Make it a point tomorrow to take your Ford back home to your Ford dealer and have him give it a real going-over. Say, it must be Sunday night again. Here comes Fred Allen and his new Ford on his way to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland.
Portland, have you been waiting long?
No, I picked your mail up at the post office.
Oh, my mail. Well, thanks a lot. Let me see what's in the mail. Oh, this first note is from George McCoy, you know, the press agent, formerly gargantuous secretary, and then he became a press agent later. George says he has a new client, a grocery boy, Alexander and Agnes, who has written a song. What do you know?
A grocery boy wrote a song?
It's called An Onion and You.
Is he the fellow who wrote, I'm sorry I made you cry?
Oh, who knows? A guy writes about an onion. If he's in love, why doesn't he write a song about his tomato and have the thing over? I'm just getting the weak ones out of the way before I... What other mail... Be funny if they were all weak ones, wouldn't it? And I lit into the commercial later on in lieu of something. But what else is in the mail?
Well, this card says it's National Foot Week.
Say, if that grocery boy can change his song from An Onion and You to A Bunion and You, it'll be a great theme song for National Foot Week. I'll tell McCoy that if I catch him around. Well, Portland, what's new?
Some doctor says neurotic people are taking up bird watching.
Well, bird watching may be all right for neurotic people out of town, but not in New York, Portland.
Why not?
Well, suppose a man is nervous one night. Now, he can't sleep. He feels like a little bird watching. Well, he gets up out of bed. Where is he going to find a yellow-bellied sapsucker in New York at 4 o'clock in the morning?
If enough neurotic people go in for bird watching,
yeah?
The Audubon Society may stay open all night.
No, I don't think so. The Audubon Society doesn't want a lot of robins and meadowlarks around there with bags under their eyes. Say, have you ever seen the night watchman at the Audubon Society?
No.
He sleeps with his head under his arm. You won't even get this information from Winchell. I mean, stuff like that. Have you any other items?
Yes.
He molts in the spring, too.
The coach at Columbia University trying to get his football players jobs as babysitters.
No kidding.
Do you think football players would make good babysitters?
Well, a football player should know how to go around a baby's end. Say, it's getting late, Portland. I think I'd better pick up my paper.
Mind if I go along?
Oh, come on. Let's take a walk down Main Street.
What does the paper say?
Hey, look at this headline.
Truman budget faces deficit.
Do you know what a deficit is?
It's what you've got when you haven't as much as you had when you had nothing.
Yes, that is a deficit. Too bad this isn't that $64 show. You would be that much richer. Say, here's something. Look at this. 3rd annual hobby show for older persons is held in New York.
Do you think all people have hobbies?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's ask some people as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along with the cardboard vest. Pardon me, sir.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator...
Step aside, son. If you're selling phony jewelry, I ain't no country Jay.
Well...
Now, don't hold me up, son. I'm busier than a one-armed man trying to use his dental floss.
Now, wait. You're busy, Senator?
Si, amigo, frango, cidado, limpo, pepino.
What is that?
I'm talking Portuguese, son.
Portuguese?
I've been entertaining the president of Brazil all week.
Hey, the president of Brazil?
Yeah, he was paying back a visit that President Truman made to Brazil in 1947.
Oh, he paid back that visit, huh?
It's the first thing any country has paid back since Harry's been president.
Well, I didn't know that you spoke, not changing the subject, Senator, I didn't know that you spoke Portuguese.
Aquí esto sapitiero cobertores un copo de cervejilla.
What is that?
Who put the mandolin pick in my kumquat?
Say.
Son, you say that to a Portuguese, and the next day you'll be up before the UN.
Well, do you greet all of the president's visitors, Senator?
Well, most of them, son. Last week I was on the town with Grandma Moses.
Yeah? Kicking it around with Grandma Moses, eh? Well, while she was in Washington, did Grandma Moses do any painting?
Yeah, Harry had Grandma Moses out painting the back of the new White House.
Oh, really? Really safe about that. Well, Senator, about our question now tonight. Do you think people should have hobbies?
Well, son, at a certain age, a hobby's like a cane. Man has got to have one.
Really?
I used to have a hobby.
Well, what was your hobby, Senator?
I was always inventing.
Inventing, eh?
I had one old model I was working on for 30 years.
And what became of that old model, Senator?
The last I heard, she was back working for Minsky.
Come on, Portland. Come away from that movie theater.
Oh, they're showing a double feature.
A double feature?
Uh-huh. It says Portrait of Jenny, also framed.
Also framed, yeah. I'll laugh at it a little later, Portland. I'm chewing gum right now. I wouldn't want to take it out just
Look
today.
who's crossing the street.
Who?
Titus Moody.
Oh, hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, out for a stroll?
I'm just getting back from choir practice.
Oh, I didn't know you sang in the choir.
When I was a baby, folks said I had the voice of a whippoorwill.
A whippoorwill?
I'd lay back in the cradle and trill.
Yes.
The next thing I'd know, the cat would have me out on the floor.
Thought you were a bird, eh?
When I was 12 years old, a traveling man heard me sing.
Yeah?
He said I ought to be sent away.
To study?
He didn't say where.
And now you say you sing with the choir.
Emergency alto.
Oh, emergency alto. Say, I'd like to hear your choir sometime.
If you ever see a funeral, follow it.
Why?
Chances are we'll be hooping it up at the grave.
Well, tell me, Titus, do you have a hobby?
You bet your boots I do. My hobby is whittling.
Whittling, eh?
When the cares of the world are too heavy to bear,
yes,
I take a stick of wood and a big jackknife.
Uh-huh.
I go sit under a shady tree, and I start to whittle.
And your cares vanish?
Gradually.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'll argue that whittling is man's best hobby.
Can you prove that?
I can.
How?
You sit down beside me.
Yes.
You watch me whittle long enough.
And if I watch you whittle long enough?
You'll see my point. So long, bud.
Come on, don't stop there, Portland. That's only a newspaper office.
There's a headline. Amnesia victim found.
Oh, somebody's always finding an amnesia victim.
Mama lost her memory once.
Well, didn't losing her memory bother her?
Mama didn't even miss it.
Oh, fine. Well, that helps a lot with amnesia if you don't miss it, your memory or your mind when it's gone. It's a big
Look
help.
who just turned the corner.
Mrs. Nussbaum, where are you going with that porthole and those water wings?
I'm sailing.
Sailing?
A friend has given me 2 tickets.
Tickets to where?
South Pacific.
South Pacific, that's a play. It's a show.
Am I a silly Becky?
Uh-huh.
I am thinking it is an ocean.
An ocean? Well, I can see you don't know too much about the theater.
Last year, giving a theater party to sing Oklahoma.
Yes?
I'm ending up with 10 friends on a slow train coming into Tulsa.
Well, that's life. Everybody once sooner or later comes into Tulsa. Today, everybody has trouble.
Yes, even on Main Street there's a Cold War.
A Cold War here on Main Street?
2 frozen food stores are cutting prices.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about hobbies?
Personally, I'm having no hobby.
Oh, you have none. Do any of your friends have hobbies?
A cousin, Sugar Ginsburg.
Sugar Ginsburg?
Sugar, on account of her hobby, is always having to buy fur coats.
Fur coats?
Mm-hmm. A silver-plated fox.
Yes.
A stimulated raccoon.
Stimulated raccoon, yes.
An eager beaver.
Oh, that's very good.
A pony coat with built-in harness.
Well, she has quite a collection.
Always during the winter, Sugar Ginsburg is wearing 7 fur coats.
7 fur coats?
All winter. Also all summer.
Wait a minute. If Sugar Ginsburg wears 7 fur coats all winter and all summer, what is her hobby?
Perspiring.
Well, Portland, a walk down Main Street is like taking a shortcut through a Turkish bath. You get steamed up, but that's about all that happens.
You didn't find out much about hobbies, did you?
No, I didn't. I tell you what, I'll try one more character. This little man coming along wearing the turtleneck knickers. Hi. Hi, chum.
Here, now, get your hands off me. I can take you on to the toilet.
How do you do? Ajax Cassidy. Ajax, your hand is all bandaged.
Don't remind me.
What happened?
The way they light some of them restaurants today, a man might as well eat in a coal mine.
Well, that's true. A lot of them don't have much light.
Some restaurants are darker than 2 feet down a bear's throat.
That's really dark. What happened to your hand?
Well, you see, I was eating in a dingy rendezvous called Brannigan's Barbecue.
You barbecue and you couldn't see?
I'm sitting at me table, feeling around for me spare ribs.
Yes?
It's so dark I ate the meat off 2 of me fingers.
Gosh, Ajax, you must be careful in those places.
Yeah, well, there's a French lunch wagon on 3rd Avenue.
Yeah.
Le Ruban Black.
Le Ruban Black.
Oh, it's pitch dark in there.
Well, how can you see to eat?
Well, for an appetizer, I ordered a crepe Suzette.
Oh, a crepe Suzette.
The rest of the meal I eat by the light of the crepe Suzette.
Well, Ajax, tell me, do you have a hobby?
Yes, me boy, I've had a hobby for 40 years. But I've never been able to get around to it.
Oh, really? Well, what is your hobby?
Well, I make them little boats you see inside of bottles.
Oh. Well, if that's your hobby, why aren't you able to get around to it?
Well, I'll tell you. First, I have to have an empty bottle.
And?
By the time I empty the bottle, I'm in no condition to make the boat.
Well, come on, Portland. I'm stopping in at the music store.
Well, I can hear the record of the week.
The record this week, I got this a hot tip from Jack Eigen. The record this week, it hasn't been released yet. Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters are doing I'm in Love with a Wonderful Guy.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August. I'm as normal as blueberry pie. No more a smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I am in a conventional dinner with a conventional star in my eye. And you will note there's a lump in my throat when I speak of that wonderful guy. I'm as trite and as gay as a daisy in May, a cliche coming true. I'm romantic and bright as a moon, happy night for a night on the dew. I'm as corny as Kansas in August, high as the flag on the 4th of July. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love. 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 I'm in love with a wonderful guy.
Wait a second, Portland. Kenny Delmar's standing on the corner there. He's selling something,
Get your booklet here, folks. Here you are. It's all free. Get your booklet right over here.
Hey, Kenny, you remember me from the program. Oh. What are you giving away?
Oh, Fred, it's a little booklet I wrote for the Ford dealers.
Oh, a booklet?
Yeah, it's about the new Ford Overdrive.
What is the Overdrive?
Well, on the first page of my booklet, I explain what it is. Oh. The Overdrive is an automatic 4th speed.
An automatic 4th speed?
It's a 4th speed, and all you do is lift your foot off the gas a second after you get up above 27 miles an hour, and the car goes right into the overdrive.
What happens when the car goes into the overdrive?
The engine runs 30% slower.
Yeah.
And here's a picture to illustrate it, Fred. You see the car, it's going 50 miles an hour, but the engine is only going about 35.
That's 15 miles different.
Yes, Fred, you save up to 15% of your gas while you're in overdrive. And your engine lasts longer in overdrive because of the fewer revolutions per mile. The overdrive is optional at extra cost, but everybody will want it because it helps pay for itself.
You explain all of this, you say, in your booklet, Kenny?
Yes, Fred, and I also show it's more fun driving with the overdrive. Your engine runs quieter and smoother. It accents the new Ford feel.
Well, Kenny, I think I'll take one of those booklets.
You won't regret it, Fred.
You sure?
Yes.
So long, Kenny.
So long, Fred. Here you are. Get your booklet right over here.
Say, it sure is nice out tonight, Portland, isn't it?
There's a good humor man. I'll treat.
No, thanks. He's all out of pistachio, and besides, I have to get home. I have to finish writing my program for next Sunday night.
Your program isn't written?
No, I tried to write it last night, but I had to give it up.
What happened?
Well, it's rather a long story, but if you want to hear it, I'll go into it. I was in my apartment working on the program, trying to think of jokes, and I was sitting at the typewriter. Well, this joke finishes Titus moody. I say, Titus, why are you so unhappy? He says, I dropped my teeth in the duck pond. How can dropping your teeth in the duck pond make you unhappy? That's how I got down in the mouth. Oh, brother, with jokes like that, will my hooper go up, brother? Oh, down at the doorbell, just as I'm going good to. I'm right in... Coming! Joe and Marge.
Hey, Freddie, we hate to bother you.
Yeah, only something's come up.
An emergency, Marge?
Yeah, you see, Marge and me has got a date to watch some television, and our sitter didn't show up.
Well, what do you want from me, folks?
Come out from behind your mother, Leopold.
You said not to come out till he said it was okay.
Quiet, Leopold. Say hello to Mr. Allen.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Leopold.
You see, Freddie, Marge and me was wondering if you would watch Leopold till we get back from the television.
Well, doesn't Leopold like television?
He's nuts about it. Only this set is in a SALOON.
Howard Johnson, eh? I see.
Leopold ain't no trouble at all.
Nah, all the kid does is sleep.
Ma, I'm tired.
You see, I slipped some Ovaltine into his Pepsi-Cola at dinner. He still don't know what hit him.
Well, look, folks, I don't...
Oh, gee, thanks.
Freddie, you're a real pal. Now, you better get Leopold inside. He's dozing off already. Yeah. Come on, honey, we'll miss howdy doody. Good night, Freddie.
So long, Joe. Well, Leopold, my little man, it's time to go beddy-bye. I'll carry you over to the couch.
Get your dirty hands off of me.
Leopold.
What a crummy apartment.
What?
I once saw a room like this in a movie.
What movie?
Snake Pit.
Look, Leopold, I have got to finish my radio program for next Sunday. Now, your father said that you were tired.
Oh, him with that corny Ovaltine gag.
Gag?
Every time I catch him dumping the Ovaltine into my Pepsi-Cola, I switch glasses.
Look, Leopold, be a good boy and go to sleep.
I'd rather be a bad boy and stay awake.
Go to sleep.
Who's gonna make me?
I'm going to make you go to... Oh, the doorbell again. Thank heavens, it's probably your father and mother back. The saloon must have been raided. Yes?
Pardon me, is Fred Allen in?
Colonel Stoopnagel. Why, Colonel, I haven't seen you in ages.
I know, Fred. For the last 4 years, I've been going from door to door, working my way through college. Today, I was graduated.
And now that you're graduated?
I'm out of work. That's why I've come to you, Fred.
Why?
May I step in? There's a draft out here.
Oh, of course. Come in, Colonel.
Yeah, I have a hole in my coat.
Oh, well, come right in. Come right in.
Ah, thank you, Fred. Congratulations, young man. You are going to make a fortune.
A fortune? How?
Just by investing a little money in my latest inventions.
Oh, you have some new inventions?
Yes. First, there's the Stoopnagel Hourglass, the greatest time saver ever invented.
Really?
My hourglass saves you 20 minutes every hour.
How?
It's filled with quicksand.
Look, Colonel, now
You might also be interested in my white tablecloth with a tea stain in the center.
A white tablecloth with a tea stain in the center?
Uh-huh. It's to use when you have English guests for dinner. You know how they love a spot of tea.
Look, Colonel...
What about my new perforated sticks of bubble gum?
Perforated bubble gum?
Uh-huh. Kids can blow their heads off. All their bubbles will have slow leaks.
Well, now, look, Colonel...
I also have a thing that looks like an umbrella but isn't, for when it looks like rain but doesn't.
Well, now, look... Colonel, I can't talk about the inventions now. I have to finish writing my program for Sunday, and also I'm babysitting. I've got a kid in here. I'm trying to put him to sleep.
Fred, are you lucky I dropped in?
Lucky?
Putting kids to sleep is my specialty.
Really?
Where is this brat?
Right over here on the couch. Leopold.
Yeah?
This is Colonel Stoopnagel.
I don't care if he's General Eisenhower. I'm not going to sleep.
Leopold, do you know who I am?
You're that Stoopnagel on the radio. The guy that talks backwards.
That's right, Sonny. I'm the fellow who langs the English twistage.
Langs the English twistage?
Yeah, that's twist the English language. Would you care to have me tell you a story in Spoonerism? How about Wink Van Ripple? Or Alatheva and the 40 Babs? Or a special little gem called Paul Revide's Rear?
No, all those lorries are too strong.
Or I could... What was that again?
I said all those lorries are too strong.
What a funny way you have of talking. I know a story I'll bet you'd like. The Hare and the Tortoise. Once upon a long time ago, a big Ray Grabbit was faking a lot of mun of a tazy old lortus because he always lubed so smoley.
The rabbit made fun of the tortoise because he always moved so slowly.
That's the way of saying it, yes. So the tortoise said, "Now, made a win at my fine feathered fen. I can fun so much raster than you that I'll inch you within a lead of your bite."
I bet the rabbit just rasped and rasped.
This kid is absolutely loose. So, in that case, rehied the player, inking his Y at a bandersty. Let's sigh it and tree. Let's try it and see. So they finally decided to hire a fly socks to goot off the shun to write the stays. And of course, a big grad crowded.
A big crowd gathered.
That's what I said. And there were chowed leers as the two constartants tested. But soon the hare was so hara-fed that he thought it was high time to rake a test.
He wanted to take a rest.
He did? Oh, yeah. So he day quietly loun on the croft ghoul sass and snarted into store. Almost said that right. But the old toll slortus kept odding and odding plan and finally geeched the roll.
The tortoise won the race?
But the cries of the knelling yowd woke the heaping slayer, and he suddenly slashed on, gossing the crow line several linnets mater.
Is that the end, Colonel?
Huh?
Is that the end, Colonel?
Yes, Leopold, and what does this story teach us?
That turtles can run faster than rabbits, and it's a dirty fib. And if you believe it, all I can say is you're a jig Bert.
Well, Hey, Ged, thanks. That's mighty nice. Hey, wait a minute. What's a jig Bert?
Good guy, Colonel.
So Fred Long.
Now, Leopold, get back on that couch and go to sleep.
I don't feel sleepy. Kill me.
I'll try one other thing first. I have some children's records here. They're supposed to put kids to sleep.
Put on a record. I defy you.
All right, here's a record. Here's a song, Down by the River, sung by Gwen Conger and the DeMarco sisters. Now, close your eyes, Leopold. I'll start the record. Listen.
Dark brown is the river, golden is the sand. It flows along forever with trees on either hand. Green leaves are floating, castles are born, boats of mine are boating, where we'll all come home. On goes the river, and out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill, away down the river, 100 miles or more. Other little children shall bring my boats ashore, shall bring my boats ashore, shall bring my boats
Leopold,
Yes?
are you asleep?
Are you kidding?
Now, Leopold, if you don't get some sleep, you'll get bags under your eyes.
Look who's talking.
Leopold, please, it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? It's time for Hopalong Oglesby on the radio.
Hop along, Oglesby.
If I don't hear Hopalong Oglesby, I won't go to sleep.
Leopold, if I turn it on, will you go to sleep right after the program?
I'll take on an oath.
Okay, I'll turn on the radio. Now listen.
Good evening, kiddies. Are you all snug in your beds? Have Daddy and Mummy tucked you in for the night? Are you drifting off to dreamland?
Well, get up. It's time for Hop Along Oglesby.
And now for another chapter in the adventures of Hopalong Oglesby. Last night, kiddies, you remember we left Hopalong in a tight spot. He had cornered Dead-Eye Dick, Jesse James, and the Dalton boys in a deserted silo. And then Hopalong discovered he had no gun. Fortunately, nobody noticed. Hopalong has been pointing his finger and yelling bang, bang until Lulu Bell could get back with his gun. As the scene opens, Lulu Bell comes riding out of the gully.
Whoa, Ponder.
Lulu Bell!
Here's your gun, Hopalong. Are them varmints still in the silo?
I got 'em trapped, Lulu Bell.
Be careful, Hopalong. They're the roughest, toughest outlaws in the West.
It's me or them, Lulu Bell, and it ain't gonna be me.
Give 'em what for, Hopalong?
I'll give them varmints one last chance for a shoot. Dead-Eye Dick, Jesse James, and Dalton boys, are you coming out?
No!
Then I'm coming in.
All right, stop it.
Just a minute. You with the piping on your vest. This sketch isn't finished
I'm
yet.
sorry, Mr. Allen. I'm Mr. Proudfoot of NBC. Your program is running over.
Well, look, Mr. Proudfoot, we only have a few more lines and a couple of gunshots.
If I hear one more gunshot, I'll cut you off the air.
I won't go to sleep till I hear Hopalong Oglesby.
Please, Mr. Proudfoot, Leopold here won't go to sleep.
NBC has spoken, Mr. Allen. I'm going to ring my chimes.
All right. He'll do it, too. Come on, Leopold.
Where?
We're going over to the Henry Morgan show.
Henry Morgan will put me to sleep. I want to hear Hopalong Oglesby.
You'll hear, Leopold. We'll finish our sketch on Henry Morgan's program. Come on, Leopold.
Let go of my neck.
Before Fred left, he asked me to remind you about this month's campaign of the National Safety Council. They say, to check accidents, double-check your car. Take your Ford back home to your friendly Ford dealer. He'll put it in tip-top shape for your summer driving. Ford dealers know Ford's best. See your Ford dealer tomorrow. Next week, our guest will be Miss Helen Traubel. If you want to hear how our Hopalong Oglesby sketch comes out, tune in the Henry Morgan program. Will Leopold go to sleep? Will Hopalong bite the dust? Tune in the Henry Morgan show now!
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
If you only knew how your bathroom felt about germs and soap scum, you'd use Lysol Basin Tub and Tile Cleaner. It wipes out tough soap scum and cleans so deep down it even disinfects. Lysol Basin Tub and Tile Cleaner. Deep down, you know it's clean.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I'm sorry I'm so late, Mr. Dillon.
You know, it's 5 miles to Fort Dodge and 5 miles back, Chester. Figuring the time you were gone, you traveled about 2 miles an hour.
Well, Major Honeyman kept me waiting almost 3 hours, Mr. Dillon.
Well, why didn't you leave the papers with the first sergeant?
You told me to deliver them to the major.
Well, I should have explained, I guess.
Well, that's all right. Me and the first sergeant enjoyed a couple of beers at the Sutler's.
Oh. Well, I trust Major Honeyman didn't mind waiting.
Him? Oh, no, sir. It was me, Mr. Dillon. You see, when I got there...
It's all right. It doesn't matter. It's all right, Chester. It's all right.
Wait.
After all, it's a pretty hot day.
Oh, hot ain't nothing like it. You know, sir, I was wondering all the way back, do you think maybe someday they'll invent a way to kind of cover up the sun a little?
What? Who's they, Chester?
Well, I don't know. The people that works on stuff like that. Them fellas that goes to school and all. You think they will?
Well, I think any man that went to school very long ought to have more sense than to try to cover up the sun.
Oh, well, I didn't mean all the way up. I meant just part of it.
Oh, well, I can think of one man that's already done that.
Really? Who's that?
A fella called John B. Stetson.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, I'm serious.
So am I, Chester.
Marshal Dillon?
Ah, hello.
Jim Hill, Marshal, from Amarillo.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Chester?
Glad to know you.
I'm looking for a man, Marshal. Fella called Dan Gratt. You know him?
No, never heard of him. Have you, Chester?
Ain't no Dan Gratt around here.
Well, he's coming here. Told one of his girls in Amarillo he was. I'll wait for him.
What do you want him for, Hill?
Murder?
Murder?
He shot 3 men in Amarillo. 2 of them in a fair fight, but he made a mistake with the last one. Gratt didn't know it, but the man wasn't even armed.
A friend of yours?
No, I didn't know him. Some gambler.
Oh. Then why are you after Gratt?
I thought maybe you'd heard of me, Marshal. I'm sheriff of Amarillo.
Oh, I see. Well, it's been a long time since I've been in Amarillo.
It's no quieter than it ever was. But it'll get worse if I don't stop men like Dan Gratt, no matter how far they run.
You said he didn't know the man wasn't armed. Well, why would he be running?
He found out after he'd shot him. They say it shamed him killing an unarmed man. One thing about Gratt, Marshal, he ain't no coward.
But he enjoys shooting people, huh?
He's a gunman. And I'll tell you something, Marshal. Dan Gratt ain't well known, but he's about as handy with a gun as anybody in the state of Texas. Men who watched him say he's the fastest they ever saw, bar none.
Well, I'll help you take him, Sheriff.
I only come here to tell you what I was doing in Dodge, Marshal. I don't need no help.
Well, he's just a murderer. Why take a chance?
I'm pretty good myself, Marshal. I ain't afraid of him.
Oh, okay.
And if you run into him first, save him for me. I'd hate to have made the ride up here for nothing. I'm staying at the Dodge house, Marshal, if you want to find me. So long.
So long.
Mr. Dillon, I don't quite make him out.
Oh, why not, Chester?
Well, I mean not wanting you to help him. If it's true what he says about this Dan Gratt.
The sheriff's like a lot of men, Chester. He's too proud, too confident in himself. You'll get him in trouble someday.
Yes, sir.
It's a mistake some gunmen make, too.
You mean like Dan Gratt?
Oh, I don't care about Dan Gratt, Chester. It's Sheriff Hill I'm worried for.
L&M filters are sweeping the country. L&M, the filter tip cigarette everyone's talking about. Everyone's changing to. Here's what Joan Bennett told us. Never before have I found a filter so good. A taste I enjoy so much as in L&M's. And David Wayne says, L&M's have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it. Diana Lynn wrote, I had no idea a filter cigarette could taste as good as L&M's. They're light and mild and full of flavor. Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country. breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. Notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
So join the trend to L&M.
King size, regular. Both at the same low price.
Evening, Matt. Sit down.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Why didn't Chester come over?
Oh, he's waiting at the bar for a friend of his.
Man or woman?
Oh, man. He owes Chester some money, he said.
Then they won't be friends for long.
Oh, it's only $2.
I lost friends for less money than that.
You must have lived among mighty poor people.
Any camp I've been in, most of the citizens went from rich to poor a couple of times every month.
Well, that beats working for a living.
You believe that? Why don't you take up gambling, Matt?
You know, sometimes I think that might be a good idea.
Well, it's safer than what you're doing now.
Out of being safe, all I wanted, I'd take up raising hogs and potatoes, Kitty.
That's about what I figured.
They told me at the bar you was Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, that's right.
I just rode into town, Marshal. You're the first man I wanted to see.
Now, what about?
It's like this, Marshal. I'm kind of free and easy in my ways. Sometimes people don't understand.
Understand what?
That they shouldn't try to stop me.
Well, nobody's stopping you, stranger. You do whatever you want. Short of breaking the law.
It's the law I'm talking about, Marshal.
All right, say it plain, mister.
Sure. I get in a fight. I kill somebody. I don't want no trouble about it. That plain enough?
Where are you from?
Texas.
Amarillo?
How'd you know?
The sheriff, Jim Hill, he's here waiting for you. Grat.
Where is he?
I don't know. He'll probably be in here later. Why don't you wait?
No. I'll find him. After I do, we'll talk some more, Marshal.
Grat.
What?
About breaking the law here. That includes resisting arrest.
You'll explain it to me later, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, go find Sheriff Hill and tell him Dan Grat's in town. The least we can do is warn him.
Okay, sir.
Where's your gun, Chester?
My gun? Oh, it must be over at the office. I'll go right over and get it.
You better find the sheriff first. And hurry.
Yes, sir. I'll try the dog house.
Can't you stop it, Matt?
I can't interfere with another lawman, Kitty. I offered to help, but he wouldn't have it.
Why not? You too proud?
Yeah, that's right, Kitty. He's too proud.
You think Grat's gonna kill him?
Well, I think he'll try.
You don't like not being able to do anything about it, do you, Matt?
No, Kitty, I don't. Matt! Yeah, you stay in here, Kitty.
Grat found him, Mr. Dillon. Right there in the street. He yelled at him, and then he shot him as soon as he turned around and got set. Oh, that Grat's the one fastest man I ever saw. I mean, he's just terrible
Keep
fast.
out of the way, Chester. He's waiting for me.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Marshal? I break one of your laws?
You just killed a man, Gret.
He ain't the first man I've killed.
Jim Hill was a lawman. He was here to arrest you for murdering an unarmed man in Amarillo.
I didn't know he was unarmed.
Your mistake.
I'd have killed him anyway. I can kill anybody. Like you. Right now. See, Marshal? How easy it is?
How is he, Doc?
Well, I can't tell yet, Chester.
Oh, Doc.
He was hit in the head as well as the arm, Chester, and he's still unconscious. We'll know what damage it did when he comes to and not before. I've done everything I can for him.
Yeah, I know, Doc. Of course you have.
Another fraction of an inch, he'd be dead now. As it is, he may be all right in 10 days. Well, who knows? I don't.
Brad hit him first shot. I could tell. Mr. Dillon still got one off. I don't know why he had to miss him.
Of course he missed him, Chester. Matt was out on his feet when he fired that shot.
He dropped his gun before he fell.
And who wouldn't with 2 bullets in his arm?
Is it ruined, Doc? His arm?
No, it's not ruined. It'll be stiff for a while.
Doc?
Mm-hmm.
I'd have tried to kill Grat if I'd have had my gun. I was going to pick up Mr. Dillon's and do it, but Grat kicked it away from me.
It's a good thing he did.
I wanted to kill him.
I know, I know how you felt.
It's a terrible thing watching a man like Mr. Dillon get shot that way, Doc.
Of course it is, Chester, but killing Grat won't help him now.
Well, if Mr. Dillon dies, I'll kill him. I'll get me a shotgun and I'll kill him. I'll blow him in half, then we'll see how doggone fast he is.
No, calm down, Chester. You mustn't get it. I tell you, you go put some coffee on the stove right over there, yeah? We'll both need it before the night's out.
Okay, Doc. But I sure hate to think of Grat standing around at some bar bragging how he shot down Mr. Dillon.
Bartender, give me some whiskey.
Coming up.
You're Dan Grat, huh?
I don't know you, mister.
No offense. I heard your name, Grat. Everybody's talking about you.
What are they saying?
How you shot the marshal and all. You're pretty fast, Grat.
The man to beat me ain't found a father yet.
How come you didn't kill the marshal?
He's still alive?
They say he is.
Whiskey. What's this, bartender?
Shot of whiskey.
I said I wanted some whiskey.
Well, that's whiskey.
Don't fool with me. Get me the bottle.
This here's Dan Grat, bartender. Fella that shot Marshal Dillon tonight.
You didn't say you wanted the bottle.
Get it.
Coming up.
What's the matter with him? You friend of the marshal?
Some is, some ain't.
How about you?
Me? I don't care one way or t'other.
Make up your mind.
Well, sure, Grat. I'm on your side. I wouldn't be talking to you if I wasn't.
I guess I got some more convincing to do around here about who's top dog.
Not me, Grat. You don't have to convince me.
Then act like it.
Well, sure. I was asking how come you didn't kill the marshal?
He dropped his gun when I hit him in the arm.
Why'd that stop you?
I don't shoot unarmed men.
You don't?
What?
I said, don't you?
You're armed, mister.
Now, Grat, I ain't done nothing.
I don't like your talk. You know about me, don't you? That gambler should have had a gun in Amarillo.
I don't know what you're saying, Grat. I don't know nothing about you.
Take out your gun, mister. Go on, take it out.
No, Grat. No.
Do what I tell you.
But not me. No, I didn't.
Your time's up.
I didn't.
Come in. Well, hello, Kitty.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Matt'll be glad to see you, Kitty.
He's conscious?
Oh, sure, he has been all morning, since about dawn. Of course, he's slept some since then.
Is he going to be all right, Doc?
Kitty?
Uh-oh, there's your answer. Let's go back and see him.
Hello, Matt.
That's nice of you to come by, Kitty.
I was going to make you some soup or something, but I thought I'd see what you wanted first.
Oh, good. You know, that's been worrying me, Kitty. I was hoping somebody'd come by in time to keep me from being poisoned by Doc's cooking.
Oh, poison, but you watch what you're saying, Matt. I could decide you're too sick to eat. Yeah, I could. I could keep you starved for weeks.
It wouldn't be worth it to you, Doc. Not with me taking up your bed the whole time.
How long will he be in bed, Doc?
Oh, maybe 10 days.
5 will do it.
I said 10.
I'll make you a bet, Doc.
You ought to rest, Matt, especially with your arm hurt. You wouldn't dare go out till you can use it again.
I hear Grat killed another man last night.
Some stranger. They say Grat slapped him and then shot him down. Just like that.
And he was standing real close to him.
Why? What's that got to do with it?
Now, Grat's the fastest man I ever saw, Kitty. And that's his weakness.
What do you mean?
It makes him overconfident. He draws and shoots so fast, most men haven't got a chance. Like Sheriff Hill. He didn't even shoot back.
Well, how's that a weakness?
Well, Grat was lucky with Hill. But with me, a fraction of an inch, and he'd have missed entirely. And if he had, I'd have killed him. No, it's simple, Kitty. He doesn't take time to shoot straight. He doesn't think he has to. And he'll die for that someday.
Matt?
Yeah?
You're not going to face him again.
As soon as I'm able to.
You can't. With that arm?
Grat's so sure of himself he might not even notice my arm.
What do you mean? He already knows about it.
He does?
What?
You'll see, Kitty. When the time comes.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Effective filtration.
Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Buy L&M King Size.
Buy L&M Regular.
Buy a carton of L&M's. King Size, Regular, both at the same low price. L&M, light and mild.
It made Doc awful mad, but 5 days later I got up. And then for the next week, I spent every day down by the river, drawing and shooting for hours on end. Doc told me I'd have a headache, and the gunfire didn't help ease it, but I kept on. Grat found a fight and killed another man while I was at it. And I guess that spurred me some. Finally, I'd had enough. And I went into the office one noon where Chester was waiting for me.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, your arm won't never heal if you keep working it so hard.
Oh, my arm's in fine shape, Chester.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
And I'm hoping Grat won't see how it could be either.
I don't understand, Mr. Dillon.
Grat's so sure of himself, I'm gambling he won't notice it.
Notice what?
My gun.
Your gun? Why, you're wearing it in your belt, Mr. Dillon. What'd you do with your holster?
It's hanging on the wall over there, Chester, where it's been all week.
Well, forevermore. It's easier on your arm drawing it from your belt, is that it?
Well, that's part of it, Chester. Have you seen Grat today?
Yes, sir. This morning, over at the Alafraganza, playing faro.
Ah. All right, Chester. Go find him, will you?
Yes, sir. But what'll I tell him?
Tell him that I'm going to arrest him about sundown. Let's say 5 o'clock. And I'll start looking for him in the plaza. That way the word will get around and nobody but us will get hurt.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, it just gives me the jumps for us to be sitting out here all alone. Ain't hardly 5 o'clock yet, and Dodge already looks like a ghost town. Ain't one person here in the plaza.
I can see a few heads peeking out here and there, Chester.
Vultures, that's what they are, waiting for somebody to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't...
Somebody usually does die in a gunfight, Chester.
It ain't fair. You with a bad arm? Can't you wait a while, Mr. Dillon?
No. Grat's killed too many men already. No, I've waited long enough.
Well, I'll fight him. By golly, I'll fight him.
You would, wouldn't you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Uh-oh. There he comes. All right, Chester. Get out of the way now.
No.
You heard me, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's far enough, Grat.
I was just going to shake hands with you, Marshal.
What?
Before I kill you. You're a brave man, Marshal. I shot you down once and you're back even before you're well. You're either brave or you're crazy.
Doesn't matter, does it?
No. I'll kill you anyway.
You're pretty sure of that, aren't you, Grat?
Why shouldn't I be? I already know I can outdraw you, even without your arm being bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You can.
Never saw a man wanted to die so much as you do. What's the matter with you, Marshal? Wait a minute. You ain't wearing a gun.
It's stuck in my belt.
Oh, yeah. Well, that'll make it even easier, won't it?
Let's find out, Grat.
You got him, Mr. Dillon. You got him.
Yeah.
You hit him all 3 shots. I could see every one of them.
Well, I took more time than he did. And he took plenty. But he was too sure of himself, Chester. And that's what I was counting on.
He drawed first, though.
Yeah, he wasn't in any hurry this time, Chester. He knew I couldn't do much with a bad arm.
Well, he was sure wrong. You killed him with it.
You don't see any better than he did, Chester.
What?
The gun in my belt, Chester, the butt's pointing to the left. That's going to be weeks before I can use my right arm again.
By golly, that's right, yeah. You use your left hand.
It wasn't until I started to draw that he noticed it. And when he did, it gave me an extra second. And it cost him his life.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job. And a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M king size, as I do, or L&M regular. But either size, I know you'll like them, and I know you'll stick with them. L&M's. Try them.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Paul Dubov, Harry Bartell, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great Hugh Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network.
I never thought I'd say this. I love my hair. Spiral waves, gazillion. Forget frizzies. It's new Ogilvy Spiral Waves, the only home perm made only for spiral girls. It conditions, it has automatic timing. It shuts itself off. The stuff has brains. New Ogilvy Spiral Waves perm. Don't you just love it when you get exactly what you want?
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Latin Quarter from Gold Diggers in Paris. The name on the outside of a book doesn't tell you very much about the contents. But the name on the outside of a package of Jell-O tells you a whole lot. It tells you that you're getting one of the most delicious desserts you ever tasted. There's only one Jell-O, and that name is your guarantee that you're getting the real thing. For the name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect. So whenever you order Jell-O, always order it by name, whether it's from your grocer or in a restaurant. And this is National Restaurant Week, the week of May 2nd to May 8th. So when you're dining out, order Jell-O for dessert. But remember, to enjoy Jell-O's delicious extra-rich fruit flavor, Jell-O's tempting real fruit goodness, be sure to insist by name on the one and only genuine Jell-O. was Latin Quarter, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who hasn't made a picture in over a year and still thinks he's a movie star, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't know what brought the subject up, but it might interest you to know that you don't have to make a picture every 5 minutes to be considered a movie star.
Well, Jack, I didn't mean that.
You know, after all, Adolf Zucker, the head of Paramount, gave me a 4-year contract. And Mr. Zucker certainly knows his onions.
He certainly signs them up, too.
Mary. You don't come in till the next page.
Oh.
As I was saying, Don, I have a 4-year contract with Paramount, and next season I get a raise.
Oh, you get a raise, huh?
Yeah, you see, my contract calls for so much money per week and lunch in the studio restaurant every day while I'm making a picture.
Oh, well, where does the raise come in?
Well, next season, instead of getting the 45-cent lunch, I get the 60-cent lunch. May not sound like much, but believe me, it adds up.
But what I can't understand, Jack, is this. As long as you're under contract there, why don't they use you? Now, take George Raft, for instance. He's always busy.
George Raft?
Yes.
Well, they're scared of him. You know, he's a pretty tough kid.
Crosby and Fred McMurray, they're always making pictures at Paramount.
Sure they are. Sure they are. And you want to know why?
Why?
They bring apples to Mr. Zucker. Teacher's pets, that's what they are.
Well, if that's the case, Jack, why don't you bring him an apple?
I did, and the worm got a screen test. You know what kills me? This program has only been on 5 seconds, and already I'm in a corner.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
What happened to that picture you're going to do with Francisca Gall? You certainly talked about it enough.
Oh, that epic. It was called off. You see, the studio and I couldn't get together on the scenario and how it should be cast.
Oh, you couldn't, eh?
No, you see, I wanted to be Francisca's lover, and Paramount wanted me to be her father. And you should have seen that so-called happy ending they had. Here we go through a whole love story, and at the end, Ray Milland gets Francisca, and I get an old age pension.
An old age pension?
Yeah, it's a fine thing to take to Niagara Falls. Well, one of these days they'll wake up and give me the proper story and a strong leading part. And then you know what'll happen?
Sure, you'll get the 75-cent lunch.
You said it. It'll work out by itself.
Page 2. Hello, Jack.
Oh. Hello, Mary.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Don and Phil seem to think that just because I don't make pictures every 2 seconds, I'm not a movie star.
Well, gee, Harold Lloyd only makes 1 picture a year, and he's a big star.
Why, certainly, and we're very much alike.
Yeah, he wears glasses, and you have rings around your eyes.
It's not rings, it's nightclub mascara. And let me tell you something, fella. Sometimes you can make too many pictures, and people get tired of you. Now, you take Clark Gable. See, he's in more pictures than Leo the Lion.
You know, Jack, I'm pretty tired of Clark Gable myself.
There you are, fellas. Even Mary is tired of him.
I'll say, I had to stand in line 3 hours to see him last night.
Oh.
Gee, he's a dream man.
So you stood in line 3 hours to see Gable. Huh?
Yeah, and you know what burns me up, Jack?
What?
Carol Lombard gets the dates, and I get the bunions.
Well, that's beside the point. Anyway, to show you that I'm doing all right, Sid Grauman asked me to put my footprints in the forecourt of the Chinese Theater. And you know that's some honor.
Well, did you do it?
Yes, sir.
Tell him what happened, Jack.
That has nothing to do with the tribute.
What was it, Mary?
Now, listen.
Well, Jack went over there, and he didn't want to get his shoes dirty.
Now, look, Mary,
So he stepped into the wet cement in his bare feet.
Well...
And he said they're taking bows so long that the cement hardened.
Well, what of it? I got out, didn't I?
Yeah, but tell him where your big toe is.
Well, let's drop all this talk about footprints, and I don't want to hear any more about my cinema career. So please, change the subject.
Okay, Jack. How about your new house? How's it coming along out there in Beverly Hills?
Sick and tired of all this talk about movies. What'd you say, Don?
I said, how's your new house coming along in Beverly Hills?
Fine. And if you want to know something, I'm starting a new picture for Paramount next week. It's called Artists and Models Abroad, and it's going to be swell.
Well, Well, that's changing the subject.
I can't help it. I'm too enthused. Say, where's Kenny?
Here I am, Jack.
Oh, where were you, Kenny?
Well, I was just sitting over here in the corner with a book.
A book? What is it?
It's Einstein's new lowdown on the theory of higher mathematics.
Well, say. Were you reading that?
No, I was just pressing a flower in it.
Now I feel better. I was worried there for a minute. But you know, Kenny, it wouldn't hurt you to read a book like that once in a while. It would improve your mind.
Oh, I like Einstein, all right.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of his stuff is debatable.
Oh, quite.
Yeah, but at that, he's a pretty level-headed guy.
I'll say he is.
Yes, sir. He seems to have both feet on the ceiling.
Oh, definitely, you know.
And furthermore,
now, look,
Jack...
Kenny, look. Before somebody asks us both who Einstein is, how about doing your song and we'll carry on with the program?
Okay. Here, Phil, hold my book. Don't read it now.
Don't worry, it's a strain for me to read the funny papers.
Yeah. And don't you... And don't you bother reading it either, Kenny. You'd never understand Einstein.
He'd have trouble with me, too.
I know that. Sing, genius. Hey, whatever happened to my picture? I don't know.
Right in and drove the shadows away. Love walked right in and brought my sunniest day. One look and I had found a world completely new. When love walked in with you. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. Didn't care what I was heading for. Time was standing still. No one counted till there came a knock, knocking at my door. Right in and drove the shadows away. Love walked right in and brought my sunniest day. One magic moment and my heart seemed to know that love said hello. Of the past, one look, and I had found my future at last. Oh, then and there I found a world completely new. When love walked in with you.
That was Love Walked In from the Goldwyn Follies, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, I've always complimented you on your song, but I want to tell you something. That performance you gave as Dopey in our Snow White last Sunday proves that you're an actor, too. Oh, really, you were swell.
Yeah, Jimmy Fiddler gave me 4 bells and a popsicle.
Well, you deserved it. You were great.
You know, Jack, I don't want to be hammy, but I thought I did a pretty good job as Prince Charming.
You weren't Prince Charming, Phil. You were one of the dwarfs. You were Sleepy.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
Well, that's what you've been doing ever since I hired you. How anybody can sleep in front of such an unlullaby-ish band. I don't know, huh?
Gee, Jack, I took the part of Snow White and you didn't even mention me.
Well, I was just going to, Mary. You were really great. You surprised me when you sang. Gee, why, you were a regular Lily Pond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, can't you just see this in lights in front of the Metropolitan Opera House? Mary Livingston and Rigoletto.
Yes, Mary Livingston and Rigoletto.
Also the Ritz Brothers.
Why, Mary, the Ritz Brothers will never play in Rigoletto.
You don't know Xanax.
And you won't be in it either, huh?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I met Walt Disney on the street yesterday, and he liked me so much as Snow White that he wants me to make a silly symphony. And I'm going to do it, too.
A silly symphony? Why, that's marvelous, Mary. I'll bet you'll be as cute as a bug.
I better be. That's my part.
Say, you know, fellas, wouldn't be bad making one of those crazy cartoons. Believe me. Can you imagine the fun? Huh?
Yeah, I'd like to be Pluto the pup.
I'd like to be Donald Duck.
Not me. I'd like to be Mickey Mouse.
I'd like to be Walt Disney.
Why, Kenny, you're getting pretty smart.
Yeah, I better go and sit down.
Now, stick around, Kenny. You can take a cold shower when you get home, you know.
Oh, Jack, speaking of last week's program, you all seem to have forgotten me. You know, I played the part of Happy.
Don, you really went to town on that, but then you're always so jovial and gay, you don't have to act much. No kidding, Don. What makes you so happy?
Well, Jack, why shouldn't I be? I like my work, I like to be with this gang, and I'm just goofy about Jell-O.
Well, I can understand that, Don.
After all, Jack, who wouldn't be happy when they know that Jell-O has 6 delicious flavors, that it's so economical and easy to make? Why, it's enough to make a man double over with joy.
Oh, I could jump up and down.
And I tell you, Jack, whenever you see those big red letters on the box, why, I could go right out and do a Highland fling.
Well, do it, Don. Do it. Be careful, Don. You'll rip your kilties. Ah, folks, what other program brings you such low highlights? We're graceful tonight, but that's about all, I think.
Say, Jack, let's get down to business. What are we going to do for tonight?
Well, Phil, I really wanted to do another play, but I must get over to my house. You know, the one that's going up in Beverly Hills.
Oh, yes, I asked you about that before. How's it coming along, Jack?
Well, it's worrying me. You see, Mr. Burgess, my builder, has gone haywire again, and I must get to the house.
But why do you have to leave right now?
Well, he's already built 8 stories, and I want to get over there and stop him. And such extravagance. They've used over 6 kegs of nails already.
Say, Jack, how many nails are there in a keg?
18,967.
I thought you'd know.
Well, someone's got to keep track of those things. You know. I'm going over there now. Do you want to come along, Mary?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Can I come too, Jack?
Sure, Kenny. I'm not having enough trouble with Burgess. Say, Don, you and Phil take care of the rest of the show, will you?
Okay, Jack.
Well, goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. I won't be seeing you until next week. I'm flying down to Louisville for the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, so you're flying down to Louisville. Going to take a plane or use your ears? But say, Phil, as long as you're going down there, will you do me a favor? Well, put $2 on stagehand for me. I'll give you the money when you get back.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, you still owe me $2 on the Dempsey-Tunney fight.
Well, they're still arguing about it. Anyway, I thought I gave you that $2.
No, you didn't.
Oh, that's terrible. I must tie a string around my finger.
Make it a rope and around your neck.
Phil, you're the one that should commit suicide. I didn't lose anything. Well, see you next week, Phil.
Come on, Jack. Let's get started. We're going over to your house.
Okay, come on, Kenny. So long, boys. See you later.
So long, Jack. was Tippy Tin, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to Jack Benny's property in Beverly Hills, where his home is under construction.
Well, fellas, here we are. There's my house. What do you think of it?
Oh, boy, I think it's swell.
Of course, it's not finished yet. All those things take time. How do you like it, Mary?
It's all right, but what's the idea of all those statues on the roof?
Those aren't statues. Hey, you guys, get a move on up there. Now get busy.
I'll go boil an onion.
I wonder where Mr. Burgess is. He's much too lax with the workmen. Hey, fella, do you know where I can find Mr. Burgess?
He's around here somewhere, but you're out of luck, buddy. We don't need any more help.
Now, hold on there. I'm Jack Benny.
I don't care who you are. We got all the men we need.
Never mind that. Where's Mr. Burgess?
What do you want a job for, Jack? You're doing all right.
Kenny, I don't want a job. I'm looking for my builder.
Say, Jack, isn't that him over there?
Where?
Coming towards us on horseback.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, La Cienega!
La Cienega?
This is where I get off.
Quiet. Well, Mr. Burgess, this isn't a ranch, you know. What's the idea of riding around on a horse?
I got a cowboy suit for Christmas.
Oh. Well, I just thought I'd drop around and kind of look the place over.
Well, I'm glad you did. We're coming along fine, just dandy.
That's good. Oh, by the way, I want you to meet Miss Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston? The pleasure's all mine.
No, half of it's mine. You're cute.
Mary. And this is Kenny Baker. He works on my program.
Oh, how do you do, young man?
Hello, Mr. Burgess. So you're the man Jack's always complaining about.
Kenny. Well, Mr. Burgess, let's have a look around. I'd like to see the grounds first.
All right, we'll go around here to the backyard. You'll be mighty proud of it.
I hope so.
We're coming around to the backyard, men!
Well, that was a spurt. Things are sure going fast back here. There's the tennis court.
Yes, sir. We just finished that tennis court this morning. Isn't it a beauty?
It sure is. Hey, wait a minute. There's nothing on the other side of the net. There's only half a court there.
Oh, were you going to play with someone?
Why, certainly. Of course I'm going to play with someone.
Well, in that case, we'll put the other half in right away.
Yes, it'll help a lot. Can you imagine that, Mary? How can I play on half a tennis court?
You never hit the ball over the net anyway.
I do, too. I'm a regular Donald Fudge.
Say, Jack, didn't you say you had a swimming pool over here?
Oh, sure, it's right. Hey, Mr. Burgess, where's the swimming pool?
The what?
The swimming pool, where is it?
Well, now, that's funny. It was here yesterday. I'll check on that. Bill?
Yes?
Have you seen Mr. Benny's swimming pool?
I haven't even seen his last picture.
Well, my pool wasn't in it. Isn't that awful, Mary? How can a swimming pool disappear?
Don't worry, it'll come home wagging its diving board behind us.
Come on, let's go inside the house.
Yeah, maybe that's missing, too.
I'll be a bit surprised. Come on, Mr. Burgess. I want to see the inside of the house.
Okay, this'll give you a real thrill.
Yeah.
All right, men, we're coming into the house.
My, what activity. I hope President Roosevelt is listening in.
Well, here we are. We better go through this window. The door sticks a little bit.
Oh. You better get that fixed right away there.
Yeah, the window sticks, too.
Fine house. The windows stick, the doors stick.
And you're stuck.
How are we going to get in?
Come on, Mr. Benny. I guess we can get through the door all right. Just help me push it a little.
Okay. It's a fine how do you do.
I always have trouble with that darn door.
Well, it's certainly very funny.
Oh, Jack, look at that darling little breakfast nook. Isn't it cute?
I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. That's the front hall.
Front hall? Well, that shouldn't be out here in the back, should it?
No, it shouldn't. I ought to get a 0 for that.
Yes, you're a bad boy. Now, look, Mr. Burgess, I want to see all the rooms downstairs first, and then we can go upstairs later.
Yes, right this way, Mr. Benny.
Programs. You can't tell the bathroom from the kitchen without a program. Program.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway?
This house ought to be put in a straitjacket.
You're right.
And, oh, Jack, look at that sign over the fireplace.
Where?
Right there. It says Big Weenie Roast tonight.
I wish they'd stop making a picnic ground out of this place. Hey, Kenny! Kenny, come over here with us. Why are you standing there looking at that dumb waiter?
It fascinates me.
Well, don't get lost. Now, what else is there on this floor, Mr. Burgess?
Just follow me. Now, right here is the attic.
The attic? Why, this is the first floor.
Oh, that's right. Then shall we call it the sun parlor?
Yes, let's. But if that's the sun parlor, there ought to be at least one window in it.
If I put in one window, I might as well put in 10.
Well, of course, that's the whole idea of a sun parlor. To get sunlight, window.
Oh, you're exasperating.
Well, we'll settle that later. Now, let's go upstairs. I want to see the bedroom.
All right. Okay, men, we're coming upstairs.
Say, this is a regular beehive, isn't it?
Oh, they're practically slaves. Now, follow me upstairs. Come on, kiddies. Last one up is a baked potato.
Come on, let's go. Kenny, you lost. You're a baked potato.
Okay, put some butter on me.
Now, Mr. Burgess, where's my bedroom? I want to see that first.
Do you want the master bedroom, the guest bedroom, or just any old bedroom?
I want to see my bedroom, the one I'm going to sleep in.
Oh, well, that's the master bedroom.
Yes.
Here it is, right here.
Say, it looks kind of... Why, Rochester!
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Why, what are you doing here?
I moved in already.
Well, the house isn't ready yet, and besides, your room is over the garage.
I looked at that one, but it don't seem to fit my personality.
Well, you'll just have to alter your personality. This happens to be my room.
Well, I saw it first.
That's not the point. If you want to know something, I was here ahead of you 3 days ago.
You didn't stick out no claim.
Now, Rochester, I'm not going to argue with you.
Oh, Jack, let him have the room.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Now, you get out of here, Rochester, and get to your quarters in the garage.
I don't want to sleep with your Maxwell. It snores.
Only when it's on its back. Now, you can nudge it. Now, get out.
Okay, you win. Come on, Jezebel.
Fine. Daddy had to bring a dog in here yet.
You think that's something? Kenny's scratching.
Now, look, Mr. Burgess, where does that door lead to, the one at the far end of the bedroom?
Oh, that's a private balcony. It'll be nice when I get the ivy and everything on it.
Oh, that's swell. I've always wanted a balcony.
You'll have to pardon me now, Mr. Benny. I'll see you later.
Why, where are you going?
It's quitting time, and I want to go downstairs and wake up the men.
Oh, by all means, yes. Don't have them sleep overtime. That's double.
Well, I'll see you next week, Mr. Benny.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Burgess.
Goodbye.
That's the silliest laugh I've ever heard.
He slid down the banister, too.
He did?
He's a smart fellow, you know that, Jack?
Yeah, Kenny, he's smarter than I am.
Where we go now, Jack?
Well, I want to go out on that balcony because I know I'll spend a lot of time there taking sunbaths and everything.
Oh, let's see the rest of the house.
Oh, we can do that later. I want to see the balcony. It'll just take a minute. Darn it, this door sticks too. I got it. My, look at that. Oh!
Jack, where are you?
Down here in the cement mixer. Oh, my goodness.
Come on, Mary, let's slide down the banister.
Okay, whee!
Here's a wonderful new way to make one of your family's favorite desserts. Of course, that favorite is Jell-O, and the new way to serve it is a dessert called Cherry Gaiety, a cheerful symphony in bright red and green, for it's made with shimmering lime Jell-O and maraschino cherries, and it's so easy to prepare. Dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O in hot water and turn into a shallow pan. Chill until firm, then cut the little Jell-O shiny green cubes. Arrange in sherbet glasses with half a cup of maraschino cherries and serve it plain or topped with whipped cream. It's a swell color combination and a swell taste combination, for lime Jell-O has a refreshing tart flavor that's tempting and delicious. Jell-O brings you extra rich fruit flavor, grand, satisfying goodness that belongs to Jell-O. Get some tomorrow and try this attractive new cherry gaiety dessert. Just remember, there's only one Jell-O. So when you buy, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 31st program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to take just a moment to thank Ed Vanderveer for driving my Maxwell in the annual Fresno State College hack race last Friday.
But, Jack, Fred Allen's car beat yours.
Yes, Mary, Allen won by a nose, which he talks through. Chalk up another one for me.
How do you make a 0?
Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The power of Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine is taking shape in new Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels, rushing concentrated medicines to relieve your worst cold. Rush relief with new Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night, with Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. And ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Fine acting, a good story, and superb direction each contribute to the success of a motion picture. And we'll have to combine all three to explain the resounding success of the current Paramount picture, Remember the Night. As it happens, I take a personal pride in the success of this picture, because Mitchell Lyson, who directed it, served his apprenticeship with me. Consequently, it's with a special bow in Mitch's direction that I introduce our radio adaptation of his screen hit, Remember the Night. A triumphal return engagement for the same two stars who played it on the screen, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. And with them we have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway of the picture cast. Remember the Night is a play you'll remember, and Lux Toilet Soap is a product you'll remember. When our feminine listeners remember to think of their appearance, and that's at least, well, part of the time, they know Lux Toilet Soap is a real aid to loveliness. Just why Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray have never been teamed before is one of Hollywood's unsolved mysteries. But the results in this picture call loudly for more of the same. So we were very insistent on having these stars of the picture in our production tonight. Barbara dropped in to visit my Northwest Mounted Police set, but I sent her home right away to get her script of Remember the Night. And I had to break into something to get Fred McMurray. I had to break into his vacation in Mexico. It was the same vacation which we interrupted a few weeks ago to bring him back to this microphone. However, he took our persecution very amiably and buckled right down to work. Ordinarily, I don't suppose a courtroom is the most promising place in the world for a love story, especially if the party of the first part is the prosecutor and the party of the second part is the girl on trial. But Remember the Night is delightfully original from beginning to end, with a love story that begins in a law court. So once more, it's curtain time in the Lux Radio Theater as we start Act One of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee Leander, Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. A jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, there's only one customer in the store this afternoon, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by an enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madam, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madam.
I'm sure I won't. What's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000. That's reasonable.
You won't find another one like it in New York, madam. Shall I have Mr. Meyer make out the papers?
Just a moment, please. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Oh, of course, madam. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing, but this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madam! Where? Why, she's gone! Mr. Meyer! She's gone! Police!
Jones, what is it?
Oh, that girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Car number 17. Pickup girl, about 23 years. Dark complexion, silver fox furs. Vicinity 5th Avenue, 54th Street. Search for diamond bracelets stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. This is Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. Say, we picked up that girl on call 17. Yeah. Caught her cold with the goods in a hot shop over on 3rd Avenue. She was trying to pawn the bracelet. Yeah. Okay. I'm bringing her in now.
District Attorney's office. Who? Oh, just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
Is that all they have to do? Beef about acquittals? All right, Tom, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company on 3rd Avenue in Hoxton. Open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is a third offense.
Well, that's good. The first offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Tom, look at that chart. Convictions only 78% as against 82% last year.
Hey, can I handle this case, boss? I'll get you conviction.
You probably could handle it as well as some of these dopes, but when the right case comes along, I'll give it to you. Wife beater or something like that. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman.
Oh, boss, listen.
Nothing doing, Tom, nothing doing. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Whatever it is, he's never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio, Oklahoma, someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
quick. Take it easy, Tom. Take it easy. Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, now that ain't fair.
Stop moaning. Sargent's terrific with these pretty girls.
Oh, Mr. Sergeant. Phone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? Trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello.
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus.
Huh?
Listen, if that's the office, tell him I've already left.
Okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, this is the office. He's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
I just said...
Shut up.
Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
All right, never mind. Who is this?
This is your boss. You know, it's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
Well, listen, we got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Sure. You can leave here this afternoon.
Yeah, but I've got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Now, look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
O'Leary.
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. Now, I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. Now, get right down here. Goodbye.
Now, listen, boss. Hello. Oh, O'Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leave, Mr. Sergeant.
Shut up.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was taken from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of your time and mine. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. At least I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say that time has been wasted, I mean the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
sometimes known as a lot of other things,
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon 5th Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company. To prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this constituted a proof of guilt. Since the dawn of civilization, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Since the beginnings of jurisprudence, wise men and women have refused to be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like a smile on that jury's pan.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy. If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill toward men look come in their eyes, get a continuance, even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
That a young woman walking out of a store with something not her own is necessarily an evildoer. Oh, how flimsy is this argument. How unfair. But on it, and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. Now, the truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one, hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that's exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to gaze upon this girl's face. Is this the face of a hardened criminal? An outcast from society? No. But the prosecution would have you believe that she willingly and in her right mind stole a bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what really happened. The truth. This girl, this poor unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store, not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The bracelet is under a powerful light. The young girl stares at it closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange, closer, still closer. Suddenly, the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses, but what's this? Where is the jewelry store? Where is the light she was standing under? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. She can't remember. Her mind is a blank. And why? Why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, now, Tommy, watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. Let me be the first to admit it. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people will request a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holidays.
We object, Your Honor. The defense is already summed up. The case was practically closed.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor...
The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court Tuesday, January 3rd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. It means another day in court. And I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone.
Huh?
Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Why, you...
Take it easy, Miss Leanne.
Let me go. I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond or stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't any more money, and I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let them do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now.
What do you mean by that?
Hypnotism. That gag's so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Yes, I know. Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tommy, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Huh? Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
I get it.
You don't, but let it pass.
Okay, I'll send them right away.
Hey, Mike. Yeah? Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away. Sure, coming. Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What'll you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman who's in here today.
Oh, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours? Nothing. Not a red Samilka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grits packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
You mean there's a lady here in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Well, what'd you let her in for? I told you I wasn't home to anybody.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man. Fat Ike.
Fat Ike? You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He sure ain't thin, Mike.
What did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
Yes, you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet, but I've got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Mm-hmm. Now what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this
Here
matter...
you are, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you.
Got some soda, miss?
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And one of us girls is going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
Well, you're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you just put them right back in the cooler.
That's right. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
Thanks.
Now, look. I'm very glad to have been of service to you. Now, if
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Oh, then I'll stay. But I won't be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
Well, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail with 3 meals a day and turkey for Christmas, and now
Don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problem.
Look, why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves lots of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can't. And, well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had dinner?
Not yet.
Now, come on, then. I'll take you to dinner, and we'll figure something out.
You really didn't want me to come here at all, then?
I'm sorry to say I did not.
I see. Well, shall we go?
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget you got to see your ma.
Shut up. Want anything else?
No, thanks. It's been nice up to now.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
Oh, that sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or so.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. And as far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Oh, not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand.
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business, but somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it had to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Have you been caught before?
Uh-huh.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Oh, you mean was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. They tried that, though. Now, you see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
I don't think you ever could understand because your mind is different. Right or wrong is the same for everybody, you see, but the rights and the wrongs aren't the same.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? All right, try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yeah?
And you didn't have any food, and you didn't have any money, and you didn't have any place to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and, well, now remember, you're starving to death, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
That's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the table d'hote across the street and then say I'd forgotten my purse. Get the difference?
I think you're way smarter.
Yeah, that's it. We're smart. Very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I got a couple of extra bucks I don't need. Here's my Christmas dinner I promised you, and a room and a couple of breakfasts.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh, here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll ask them.
Thank you.
Why do you want them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana? Oh, no wonder I like you. I'm from Eltonville.
No.
Uh-huh.
Why, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yes, sir?
Well, I'll be darned. We have to come here and meet like this.
Funny, isn't it? So, you're going back home, huh?
Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do. Oh, gee, that's great.
My mother still runs the farm. She does all right, too. She raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland Chinas.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
We never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Do they write to you?
I had a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then?
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Yeah. Say, look, how'd you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Oh, come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
All right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I know. You never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
The curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Over on Rockwell Street, in a little white bungalow, the first guest has just arrived a bit early for one of those bridge get-togethers the ladies have from time to time. We're going to let you hear what this guest says, and what she thinks, too.
Why, hello, Ellie. How nice you look.
Where did she find that dress, I wonder? She has the best taste.
Here's the way I look, Ellie. I'm a little early. Came right straight from the office. I worked late, and I didn't really have time to go home and change.
Gosh, do I feel grimy. I could only take a quick bath.
My, how lovely the living room looks. Those flowers are just the right color.
I wonder if she'd think me nervy if I asked to take a bath.
Tired? Oh, well, not exactly, Ellie. I'm just sort of, messy, you know. A bath? Oh, how lovely of you. I hadn't thought of it, but it would make me feel better. Oh, thanks. That's awfully kind. What a pretty negligee.
Will I feel good in this? Everything she has is perfect.
Yes, thanks so much, Ellie. Don't wait. I have everything I need.
She's got Lux toilet soap. I ought to have known she would. She's got that taste. Everything is perfect. Gosh, does this feel good? This nice Lux soap will do the trick all right. I love the way it lathers.
Yes, a Lux toilet soap beauty bath will do the trick. Leave Ellie's guest feeling fresh from head to toe. This luxurious white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use has creamy, active lather that swiftly carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. You'll find a daily Lux soap beauty bath a wonderful way to protect daintiness, make you sure of fresh, fragrant skin. And it's true that Lux toilet soap in your bathroom has come to be one of those little things that mean good housekeeping, good taste. The superlative quality of this fine white soap, its delicate, distinctive perfume, makes it a joy to family and to guests. It's luxurious, and yet not a luxury. For it's sold by so many thousands of cakes that its price is kept low. Now, the economical way to buy it is 3 cakes at a time. And you might try leaving a cake you aren't using in among your linens or underthings. It'll leave them delightfully fragrant. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee and Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of the town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yes.
Well, all out then. End of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Well, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Hey, don't be so nervous.
Will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
See that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. Oh, it was a terrible tomboy. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. As a matter of fact, you should have had me for your lawyer. Come on now, smile. Here we are.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Why, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, it couldn't be. He'd be too... Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
What is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Oh, Merry Christmas, Mama. Well, you know me, don't you?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
You're looking fine, Mama.
What did you come here for? What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sargent happened to be driving
You
past.
see, I live in Wabash. It's about 50 miles from here. I knew you'd be glad if
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sargent...
Just like her father she is. Always laughing at serious things she was. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
Well, how could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody would give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mama.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
A name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right and I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do if I'm far enough away from her.
Hey, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Nelsonville. You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure I will.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's only got one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old man you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? Oh, that my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Well, forget. Now what?
Hey, anyone home? Hey!
John.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy, my boy.
Gosh, Mother, it's good to see you.
Oh, I just can't believe you're here at last. Well, Jack Sargent.
And Emmy, hello, Emmy. How about a kiss, huh?
I declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hello, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
Oh, John.
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Well, you see...
Hey, who's that in the front seat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do? Oh, how nice. Well, I'm so glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. Knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello. I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are crazy about him. Willie Sims.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless your child, it's a joy to have you here. But, John Sargent, why didn't you send me a telegram?
Well, you see, Mother, this was rather unexpected.
Well, never mind all that. Now, come along, child. You must be near freezing to death, and here we are cackling like a couple of... Emmy. What? Did you leave those cookies in the oven? Oh, jeepers creepers. Oh. Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leanne.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a peacherino?
Who? Oh.
All I can say is hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, Jack. Now, don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
I can't remember it anymore, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that, Lee. I had $14 worth of piano lessons once, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We've got to have it all strung for the tree tomorrow.
Yes'm, here you are.
Well, yeah, you can help me. You haven't done a thing all night.
Oh, gee, didn't I help Miss Leander with all them dinner dishes?
You should have done them yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie.
Ma'am?
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, my dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent.
Go on, Jack. Now, just one more piece.
No, that's all the next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, please, dear.
I'll play you a piece if you want.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Oh, gee, can you play?
Well, I used to play in the dime store. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
So can everybody else, Willie.
The End of a Perfect Day. I think I remember it.
Oh, boy. Give us a downbeat, please, Miss Leander. When you come to the end of a perfect day and you sit alone with your thought while the chimes ring out with a carol gay for the joy.
Well, son, time for bed. Gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Wait, Mother. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
What? Oh, no, not at all, Mother. She isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother, but...
She reminds me of your father's cousin, Winifred, who died when her second was born. The lovely, sweet thing. I was just saying to Emmy...
Wait a minute, Mother. Unfortunately, the girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas, so I...
the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. Well... if she did take some little thing, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac, huh? Well, she might be at that.
She hasn't really taken things, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke now, aren't you?
No, Mother. I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, not really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to buy a new dress with? And then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood.
You made me understand.
Oh, it was love, dear, that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Now, we must do everything to make her happy and comfortable and to feel like one of the family. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver? Well, good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I've never seen so many presents in all my days.
Well, here's another one for you, Mother.
For me? Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
And Aunt Emmy, here's a present for you. Willie, what have you got there?
I don't know yet. Getting her open.
What, Jack?
Huh? What?
What's this supposed to be?
What,
a nightgown, Emmy?
Oh, Jack Sargent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Gee, you can see right through it.
Really lovely, isn't it?
Gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Lee. We'd only known sooner.
Why, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Oh.
Why, of course, Jack. You must have forgotten.
Oh, well, guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages later here. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble.
Open them up now, dear.
Oh, what a lovely pincushion. It's so pretty.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. Very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emmy.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks.
Oh.
Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss
Oh,
Leander.
no, not really.
Yeah. Who's that from, Willie?
From you big dunce. Don't you remember anything?
Well, but I didn't.
Gracious sakes.
Oh, perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful and so...
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're bobbing for apples, and tomorrow the young folks have a treasure hunt, and Thursday's the charity bazaar. Then we rest up for a day. And the next day is New Year's. That's the big event. And this year we're having a real old-fashioned barn dance like the Hicks were supposed to be.
That's all there is. Farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I declare this is the best barn dance we've ever had.
Yes. Oh, they dance beautifully together, don't they?
It reminds me... What? Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they were made for each other.
If you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy, fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy.
Lucy Sargent, if you're referring to the fact that I never married, I'd like to point out that you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. If ever I saw 2 people in love...
They're not. They can't be. They just can't be.
Almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. We'll be pulling out for New York in the morning.
And the 3rd will be one day nearer.
The 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that 3rd?
When my case comes up again.
I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet, no matter what happens after we get back. It won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other. Well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you?
Well, 6 o'clock comes right early, children. You better get your sleep.
What time's breakfast, Aunt Emmy?
Time for you to leave early. What'll it be, flannel cakes or fried mush?
Well, how about it, Lee?
Oh, I think we'll ride better on the mush.
Fried mush, then. Good night, children.
Good night, Aunt Emmy. You sleepy?
Not very.
How about a good night cigarette?
Well, I'd love it. I'll meet you downstairs.
Swell. I'll be waiting.
Just a minute, Jack. I was just... Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, no, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we've been to have you here, and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
You'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble, and how much I hope it'll come out all right.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only, well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No, why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do chores before school and after school, and then after chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. Then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it. But I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard. And, well, he's my son, and I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, no, he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than, well, some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, not exactly ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further, and it hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. And even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him or you, Aunt Emmy, or even Willie.
Thank you, dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did.
Lee? Lee?
Yes?
How about that good night cigarette?
No. No, thanks. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, okay. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
The curtain falls on the second act of Remember the Night with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Before our stars return in Act 3, let's hear from our studio reporter, Libby Collins.
Well, Mr. Rourke, I'm much impressed with the young Warner Brothers star who's attracting a great deal of attention right now, Jane Wyman.
Oh, yes, Jane Wyman. Say, she did Warner Brothers proud in Brother Rat and a Baby. And let's see.
And in Angel from Texas, a new picture which will be out in a few weeks. Young Jane Wyman distinguished herself so in those two parts, Mr. Rourke, that all the wise money in Hollywood is betting that she'll be one of the biggest stars in pictures in a year or two.
What's Jane like personally, Libby?
She's one of the all-round nicest girls I've ever met. And a regular dynamo of energy. In fact, her nickname at the studio is Dynamite.
That's interesting.
She's just been married to Ronald Reagan, who has a romantic interest in several pictures.
Yes, I remember that.
Incidentally, Jane is another of that army of models who've made good in pictures. She makes good use of that experience now by designing her own clothes. Do you know what a Hollywood makeup man told me about Jane Wyman?
No, what was it, Libby?
That she's one of the most naturally beautiful girls in Hollywood. And so I thought what she has to say about complexion beauty ought to be especially interesting.
Well, I think you're right about that, Libby. What does she say?
She says she thinks the most important single thing a girl can do for her complexion is to use Lux soap every night at bedtime for an active lather facial. Jane says she herself never misses out on this, no matter how tired she is. It only takes about 3 minutes, and she sleeps better because her conscience is clear. She knows she done right by her skin.
Thank you, Libby. It's evident that Jane Wyman is a clever little girl. She's not going to risk spoiling her complexion, the good looks that mean so much to her success, through carelessness. Now, what about your complexion? Is it as lovely as it ought to be? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap a wonderful beauty aid. You'll find, if you use it regularly, this soap with active lather really works. Now, perhaps without realizing it, you've been careless about removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. And so your skin is, well, not what it might be. Why don't you make sure of thorough cleansing? Why don't you begin tonight to give your skin the gentle beauty care that Lux Toilet Soap's active lather gives? Take your first active lather facial tonight, and then keep it up for 30 days. See what it can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on the third act of Remember the Night. It's early the following morning. In the half-light, just before dawn, Jack and Lee are ready to leave for New York. As they come down the steps of the old house, Mrs. Sargent takes Lee aside.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Sargent.
Remember, there's always a room upstairs for you, and we'll be only too glad to have you. That is, if everything turns out. I mean, of course it will.
I know it will.
And don't drive too fast, Jack Sargent. If you get tired, just drive into a field someplace and go to sleep.
No, thanks. Anyway, we're going up through Canada. I've never seen the place.
Canada? What are you talking about?
Oh, just a different way of getting there.
Well, whatever you do, John, take good care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
Bye, Jack.
Goodbye, Aunt Emmy. So long, Willie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Let me hear from you often.
I will, Mother.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Leanne.
Goodbye, Willie. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye. Hey, don't forget to write.
And don't you forget to chop some wood. Christmas is over.
Oh, ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, you know where we are?
Of course.
We're in Canada.
We should be. We crossed the border 3 hours ago.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here, Lee. Don't go back.
Oh, stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I did know you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail or something, but... Oh, you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you in the nose. And you have to handle a jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
No, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you so you won't feel so bad when you give me the business, aren't you?
Look, are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, and kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine, and mine has always found yours whenever they were anywhere near each other.
Oh, Jack, don't be a fool. Look, I'm only human. But you've got to remember how hard you worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
I see. Mother's been talking
Well,
to
why
you.
shouldn't she? She got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail
Lee.
and tell...
I love you, Lee.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Oh, darling. It'll be awfully hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted. And...
Oh, then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
Yeah. If I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
That's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Knock wood.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know, you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Were you just toying with
Oh,
me?
shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back in strong measures. A woman, a dog, and a hickory tree, the better you beat 'em, the better they be.
Oh, quit it, will you?
All right. What?
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
But you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case if
Listen,
you...
you're being tried by a judge and a jury. It's up to them. They know the facts. They speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it, not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It would be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to come out all right. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will if this jury will let me. They've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you?
I...
Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, if Your Honor, please. Question's entirely improper, and I ask it to be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listened to the testimony instead of whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
You can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose...
We don't want your suppositions. We want to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Guess what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. Do you know the penalty for perjury?
If Your Honor, please, I object.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Kindness' opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh.
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the jury please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
You have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
It's all right. It's all right. Just take all the time you want, Miss Leander.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Oh.
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Oh. Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defense.
No, wait. Wait, I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must
be perfectly
Your Honor, a few
apparent.
minutes recess, please. She's obviously not responsible for what she's saying.
I ask that Your Honor intercede in this matter.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away, no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
Perfectly clear, of course, and the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see that I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix next Friday, January 6th at 10 a.m. as day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail. The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sergeant, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right.
This way, Mr. Sergeant. 10 minutes.
Hello.
Do you realize what you've done?
Yes.
Do you realize it can't be undone?
Yes.
You understand there's no appeal, nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
Oh, how do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
Well, there wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong, and you argue so well, and I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you, and you'd never have a chance with me. Like just now when you were trying to lose the case. Oh, aren't you ashamed?
Oh, stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
Well, you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me sometime?
Come and see you. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks, but if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did, but if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square, and you would have had plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think. I'll be waiting for you, Lee. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? And
the other part won't be so bad. Or so long. With your voice always in my ear. Your smile always before my eyes. And the feel of your hands always in mine.
Oh, Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Lee Leander and John Sargent will meet again in the not-too-distant future. Right now, we meet Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray again as they take a curtain call.
CB, I think Fred ought to run for district attorney. A jury would be putty in his hands.
Oh, not me, Barbara. I'd be scared to death making speeches in front of a lot of people.
Oh, you'd get over that, Fred. There's a trick to it. You pick out one person in the audience and talk to him. Forget about the crowd.
Oh, that doesn't work, CB.
Oh, you can't be sure until you try.
I've tried it. You know, I used to play the saxophone in an orchestra.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Fred.
You never heard me play the saxophone. Well, what I was going to tell you was that whenever one of us did a solo, we had to stand up. But I couldn't do it because I was so scared my teeth chattered. You ever played the saxophone with your teeth chattering, CB?
Fred, I'm ashamed to say I've never played a saxophone. With or without my teeth chattering.
Well, somebody told me about that trick of looking at one person and forgetting about the crowd. So one night when my saxophone solo came along, I picked out a girl that was dancing just in front of the orchestra, and I played the saxophone right to her.
Did it work?
No, she stuck her tongue out at me. Guess she must have been a music lover.
Well, seriously, Fred, I enjoyed doing Remember the Night with you both for the screen and here in the Lux Radio Theater this week. And now I want to say just a word about Lux Soap. I think it's a grand complexion care. I wouldn't be surprised if I said something like that before, CB, but it's still true because I still use Lux Soap just as I have for years.
I'll never get tired of hearing you say that, Barbara.
What's the play for next week, CB?
Next Monday night, our play is the great motion picture hit, Love Affair. And our stars will be Irene Dunn and William Powell. Love Affair, produced by Leo McCary for RKO, is one of the finest love stories the screen has given us in many years. A drama that begins on shipboard and ends... Well, I'll leave that for next Monday night, when we'll have William Powell and Irene Dunn as the lovers in our production of Love Affair.
I'll take 2 seats on the living room aisle for that one, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The jury finds you both guilty of a great performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as O'Leary, Jack Carr as Rufus, John Fee as Judge, Edward Marr as Tom, Wally Mayer as District Attorney, Celeste Rush as Mother, Arthur Q. Bryan as Mike, Walter White as Clerk, Sidney Newman as Cassidy, Ann Lee as Secretary, and Warren Rock as a policeman. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Making pictures together in the morning, sharing secrets in the afternoon. Maggie Doodle's your child's best friend. With her real Magna Doodle and no pieces to lose, they'll want to play together all day long. Maggie Doodle and Magna Doodle Dan, everything a best friend should be.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Here comes that boy again. Alice, if he's here looking for me, and I'm sure he is, get rid of him, will you?
I'll do what I can, Mr. Bronk.
Hi, is Mr. Bronk around, please?
Oh, I'm afraid he's busy right now. May I take a message?
Oh, he knows why I'm here. Will he be busy long?
Well, that's hard to tell. He's a very busy man, you know.
Oh, I sure guess so. Being the editor of a big newspaper like the Knotty Pine Sun sure must keep him busy almost all the time. Boy, imagine being the editor of a big newspaper like this one.
Are you interested in the newspaper field?
I sure am. That's why I keep coming here. I figure sooner or later Mr. Bronk will give me a chance to work for the paper.
Well, aren't you a little young to be thinking about this? I mean, you're still in school, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't expect to be put on as a cub reporter. Besides, Mom and me really need the money.
Oh?
Well, I don't want you to feel sorry for me or anything, but ever since my dad died last year, Mom and I have been having it pretty rough. The journalism teacher at school, well, he said he thought I had real ability in this kind of work, and I thought, well, I might just as well try to get started here. Maybe after I get out of school, I could work here full-time.
You have it all figured out, don't you?
Well, not all of it. I don't know how much schooling I'd need before I could be a good newspaperman.
Well, I'd say more than you have. And experience, too.
Well, that's the whole trouble. To get a job, you have to be experienced, and to get experience, you have to have a job. Sure gets a guy down after a while.
Oh, I know. But there is one other way to get in.
What's that?
Seems to me that any editor would be impressed with a young fellow who could dig up a good story on his own.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, just this. If you could go out and, on your own, dig up a good story for the newspaper, and then come back here and sell it to us, I think Mr. Bronk might change his mind about hiring you.
Oh, do you really think so?
Well, I'd do all I could to help you. That is, if your story was good enough.
Huh? Go out and get one myself, huh?
Well, what do you say?
Well, if you think you could get me a job here, I'll do it. Boy, I sure thank you for the encouragement.
Oh, that's all right. Now, what did you say?
Freddie Burns.
And I'm Alice Flagg.
Well, I sure thank you, Miss Flagg.
Oh, that's all right, Freddie. Now let's see what you can do as a reporter.
Well, there's old Ben across the street. I haven't seen him in town for a long time. Me neither, young feller. Poor feller. Talk about never giving up. I know what you mean, Stumpy. How many years has old Ben been panning for gold out on Rocky Creek? As long as I can remember. And there are some that say that was pretty long. And what's he hope to get from it? That's a hard question to answer. Been panning for many years, has never found even one nugget. I'm sometimes put to shame by his persistence. What do you mean, Bill? Well, there's a man who spends every ounce of energy and every minute of time working for a dream. And as a matter of fact, a selfish kind of dream. Here I am, supposed to be doing all to the glory of God, heart, soul, and mind. I don't seem to spend half the time or energy that old Ben does looking for his gold. I see what you mean. It's a good lesson, all right.
Hi, Ranger Bill, Stumpy.
Hello, Freddie.
Hi there, whippersnapper.
What you doing with that there pad and pencil?
I'm a reporter.
Is that so?
Sure. Well, almost one. If I can dig up one good story for the Knotty Pine Sun, I might get a job with them.
That sounds pretty good, Freddie. Is Editor Bronk interested?
Well, it's not him, really. His secretary, Miss Flagg, said she'd help me if I could get one good story.
So now you're running around looking for something to report, huh?
Oh, that's right. Got any ideas?
Well, you might run a contest to see who could guess how old Stumpy is. Yeah, what's so funny about that? A man's as old as he feels, which makes me about 24. Well, seriously, Freddie, do you have any ideas?
Not one. I almost ran out of the office and bought this pad and pencil and paper at the first drugstore I came to. But then, all of a sudden, I couldn't think of a thing. It all seemed so simple at first, but well, what can I write about?
Don't ask us, young feller. That's why we're rangers and not newspaper writers.
Hey, what about a story on a day in the life of the Rangers?
I appreciate your offer, Freddie, but around here everyone pretty well knows what we do. I doubt whether there'd be much interest in it.
Yeah, I guess so. Even I know all the things you guys do. The excitement with the Rangers is in doing what you do rather than just hearing about it. Boy, if I could only find one good idea.
Well, let's think about it, Sonny. Where does a man look for a story that no one else thinks of?
Oh, if I knew the answer to that, I'd be home typing it up right now.
Say, that reminds me. What does your mother think of all this, Freddie?
Well, she doesn't know anything about it yet. She doesn't think I ought to mess up my schoolwork having a job, but, well, I know I can do both. This ought to prove it to her, and also help us out with the things we need.
Sure, I know you won't let your schoolwork slip.
Oh, I don't dare. One thing that might make a difference with my job is what kind of work I'm doing at school.
That's right, Freddie.
Boy, everything is working out for me. But I can't even think of one story or idea.
What about him over there?
Huh?
Old Ben. You see that man coming out of the hardware store? Now there might be a story for you.
Old Ben? Oh, everybody just laughs at him. Isn't he the man who's been panning for gold up on Rocky Creek for a long time?
That's right.
Why do you think he keeps on panning? I mean, he's never found any gold, has he?
Not a nugget. Maybe why he keeps panning is a story for you, Freddie.
No, he probably is just a nut. You know how some people are about things.
He don't seem off balance to me, except about this panning for gold business. I think Bill's got a good idea. Why don't you find out about him?
Well, why not? I don't have any other ideas. What do you think I ought to do? Just go over there and ask him why he keeps on panning?
I wouldn't be quite that blunt, Freddie. Enough people have made fun of him that he's probably pretty sore on that spot. I'd suggest you get to know him a little first.
Oh, I'll try. Boy, there sure is a lot to this newspaper reporting that you don't think of when you first want to do it.
Howdy, old Ben. What brings you to town?
Oh, just needed to pick up a few supplies.
No gold yet, huh?
I'll find it.
Well, what can I do for you?
I just want to see whether I can still make a better cup of coffee than you serve.
You're coming right up.
Hello, Mr.
Everybody just calls me Old Ben, son.
Oh, well, my name is Freddie Burns.
Happy to meet you. Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
Well?
Huh?
I've seen you watching me most of the morning, following me everywhere I went.
You saw me, huh? I thought you was awfully friendly just now.
What's on your mind?
Oh, well, nothing much.
Well, you sure go to a heap of trouble for nothing much. Come on, boy, out with it. Everybody's told you old Benny's crazy, and I suppose you just wanted to see what a crazy man was like.
Oh, no, it isn't that. Not at all.
I was beginning to wonder if you had a voice left.
Well, you've been panning for gold for as long as I can remember, and...
Judging by the looks of you, I've been panning longer than you or your folks can remember. So?
Well, you don't hear of anybody panning for gold anymore. I mean, we read about it in history books and all, but...
You're interested in panning?
Well, I would like to see how it's done. I mean, I know how it's done, but, well, I'd like to see it.
Coffee, Ben. That'll be 10 cents.
I know how much it costs. I've watched it rise from 4 cents a cup on up. Same coffee, though.
And the price still stands at 10 cents.
I'm looking for it. I've got it here somewhere.
Here's a dime.
Oh, thanks, boy. That's mighty kind of you.
Seems like there's always somebody who's mighty kind around these parts.
Best coffee around. I never tell him that, you understand. I always lead him to think that I brew better coffee out by my camp.
How far is your camp from town, Bill?
Oh, about 5 miles, I figure. Not more than that. Why?
Well, I was thinking, if you don't mind, maybe after school in the afternoons I could come out and see how you work.
Mind? Why, I ain't had any company since them mockers stopped, and that was years ago.
Mockers?
Whenever somebody like me spends a lot of time going after something he really believes in, there's bound to be some who have to make fun. They used to drop fool's gold in the river and tricks like that. But old Ben knows what he's after, and he's not about to be tricked either.
Well, if you'll draw me a map of how to get to your camp, I'll come out first thing next week.
Pleasure. Real pleasure. Maybe you'll get interested enough to give me a hand. There's gold out there, boy. I know. I've been panning for a long time and haven't got to it yet. But I know it's there. Maybe one more of us out there that believes in it will change my luck.
Hello, Freddie.
Hi, Miss Flagg.
How are you?
Fine, Miss Flagg, fine.
You still want to be a newspaper reporter?
Well, there's a lot more to it than I thought.
I knew you'd find that out soon enough. So the idea's over, huh?
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, well, I'm on the trail of a pretty good story right now. It's going to take some time, though.
Well, I am surprised. But what I said still stands. If you dig up a good story, I'll see that it and you come to the very definite attention of Editor Bronk. Well, I have to run along now. Bye, Freddie.
So long, Miss Flagg, and thanks.
Well, look who's here. That famous newspaper man, Freddie Burns.
Not famous yet, Stumpy, if ever.
How did you make out with old Ben?
Well, I'm going out to his camp next week and see how he does things.
Sounds like he's taken a liking to you, Freddie.
Well, I hope so. You know, I really like him. He doesn't seem crazy at all.
Isn't that what we told you?
And he really believes that there's gold out there in Rocky Creek. I mean, even after all these years of finding nothing.
He'd better believe it. I'd hate to think he was out there just killing time, the way he works.
Why would a man do that, Bill? Why, after all these years, would he keep panning?
There could be a lot of reasons, Freddie. It'd be impossible to just come up with one that would fit old Ben. Besides, I thought that's why you were getting to know him. Just so as you could find out why for that there story you want to write.
Yeah, only I thought maybe I could have an idea of what to look for or ask. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to keep playing it by ear.
I guess you will, Freddie. And I, for one, will be very interested in reading the final result in the Knotty Pine Sun.
There, that ought to catch something. I'm coming ashore, boy.
This sure is interesting.
I could tell you were catching the spark, boy. I seen the look in your eye the last few days when you was out here.
Well, it seems easy enough. Just sifting the sand and stuff that washes down through those boxes and screens.
Nothing to it. Good, clean work. The smell of the woods in your nostrils all the time. When it rains, you and all of nature get wet. Like the good book says, the just and the unjust.
You make this kind of life sound like fun, Ben.
It is fun, Freddie.
Is that why you keep doing it?
What do you mean?
Well, it isn't hard work, and it is lots of fun, but you never find any gold in your boxes. Do you just keep it up because it's fun?
I thought we'd come to this sooner or later.
Well, you have to admit it, Ben. There isn't any gold.
I don't have to admit no such thing. Boy, I'm going to show you something I've never showed to nobody before. Once you see it, you'll understand why old Ben has spent his whole life right here, looking for gold.
What is it?
It's somewhere here in my pack. Just wait till you get a look. Yeah, here it is. Look at this.
It's an old book. A real old book.
It's an old diary. Here, look at the date. 1851. That's over 100 years ago, boy. Even before I was born.
Oh, I know, but what's that got to do with...
Old Ben will show you, boy. Just hold on. Now, lots of the pages have been ripped out or fallen out, and some of it's pretty hard to read, but take a look at what it says right there.
Uh-huh. The gold in Little Rocky Stream from the Big River. Oh, that's only half a sentence.
Now read a little more, boy.
If we never return to claim it, may its discoverer be blessed by his great wealth.
Great wealth. You hear that, boy? Great wealth right here in Rocky Creek.
But over 100 years ago...
You're thinking that this creek has been pan dry of gold, huh? Well, I checked before I started here years ago. There's no record of anyone ever even washing a dinner plate in this creek.
But the person who wrote this diary knew about the gold.
A man of God, boy. I've read every page that's left in this old diary. He was a preacher on his way west with a wagon train, aiming to convert some of those old gold-thirsty men in the rush of 49. He had no use for it, so he left it and went on.
Oh, boy, what a story.
So you see, old Ben's not as far off his head as folks think. I have it here in writing by a minister of the gospel that there's gold in Rocky Creek.
But you've never found it.
That don't mean it ain't here, does it? Gold ain't like animals. You don't get up and walk off. He said it was here, and I say it's here, too. Do you want to help me find it, boy? Well?
Ben, what would you do if you, finally found it?
Anything I wanted to. I'd be rich.
Yeah, but look how old you are. I don't know quite how to say this, but, you haven't got a whole lot of time left to, enjoy being rich, even if you do find the gold.
What are you trying to say to me, boy?
Well, I don't see why you'd start looking for the gold when you were young and could enjoy it. I could understand that, but I still don't see why you keep looking for it when you...
I don't know no such thing. That gold is mine. I found out it was here, didn't I? I spent my whole life trying to get at it, didn't I? Who better ought to have it than me?
That minister, he let it go because he thought that there were more important things than, being rich.
Not for me, there ain't. All these years, people have been laughing at me. When I find that gold, I'll buy the whole town and kick 'em out.
But, Ben, don't you see
I'm going to see if there's anything in those boxes. If you want to stay, you're welcome. If you want to go, good riddance.
Hey, just a minute. I'll help you out. Here, grab my arm. Come on, hold on. I guess you can't stand. I'll have to drag you ashore. Oh, it's a good thing I was here. You might have drowned.
Oh, never mind. Just get some help for me. Freddie, I think my leg is busted.
we get you back to town, Ben? Looks like you had a bad fall. It's a good thing someone was here when it happened. I got a space cleared out in the back of the Jeep, Bill. We can put Ben in there any time. Good. Here, I'll carry you, Ben.
I'll get there by my own steam. All you have to do is just help a little.
You old walrus. Now you just settle down and let somebody do something for you. You've been out here alone too long.
The only thing anybody does for old Ben is make trouble. Playing tricks and cracking jokes. Trying to make me out a fool. Anybody that's nice to me either died long ago or wants some of my gold.
We're all three alive. Bill, Freddie, and me. And there ain't none of us won't even see that dream gold of yours. You can have every nugget you find. Although I sure can't see what an old 49er like you would do with it, if there was such a thing.
That's my business.
It sure is. Now, let's get you back to the Jeep. Here, I'll give you a hand. He doesn't know how fortunate he is that you were here, Freddie.
He sure started acting funny.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Well, I asked him the same thing that Stumpy did just now. What he would do with the gold if he did find it.
Hmm?
And that's when he got all upset and finally slipped as he was wading out into the stream.
It's probably an idea that never occurred to him. At least not for a good many years. You know, you might have started shattering his whole dream with that question.
He sure is a nice guy otherwise. Oh, I found out why he's searching Rocky Creek for the gold.
Oh?
Yeah, he has an old diary, over 100 years old, that talks about gold in the creek. Well, I guess the man who wrote the diary, a minister on his way out west, just left a... Hey!
What's the matter, Freddie?
I got it. I figured it out. Bill, can you stay here and help me with an idea? I think I know where the gold that old Ben has been looking for is.
I can't help thinking, Freddie, that you might take over where old Ben leaves off. Knotty Pine may never be without a character out here looking for gold. Only you've improved the method from panning to this digging.
No, sir, Bill. If we don't find it right away, I'm not going to bother to... There it is!
You better wait to make sure.
I'm as sure as I can be, Bill. We found it. We found old Ben's gold. So when I tried to put together the idea that the diary was probably true, and as yet you hadn't found any gold, it came to me that in the river might mean under the river. That's when Bill and I dug it up.
Uh-huh. That's right. The old chest must contain all the valuable effects, coins, and jewelry of a number of families. But I suppose the secret of where all the treasure came from must remain in history.
I can hardly believe it. The gold. It really was there.
That's right, Ben. And it's all yours.
Mine? You dug it up, boy.
Oh, well, I never have figured out where to dig if you hadn't spent all those years figuring out where those old wagon train people had crossed the Rocky.
I've probably stood right on the treasure for hours at a time.
And now it's found.
And so what?
Huh?
Huh? Did I hear you right, Ben?
That's right. I wish there never was any.
But, well, Ben, I thought that
When I first started out, years ago, in search of the gold, I was sure that I'd find it in no time at all. Stake my claim and live the rest of my life in ease. But as the years went on and I covered this stream from one end to the other, no gold, well, I got to be a town character. Old Ben chasing after gold that ain't there. I was determined to show 'em. I finally figured the exact place on the river that the Reverend must have found the gold, but I didn't find any. These last years I couldn't give up. I was sure that there wasn't no gold, but I couldn't just walk into town after so many years and say that I quit. I thought I'd probably die out there. And then it didn't matter what folks thought. At least, I wouldn't hear it.
And now the gold has been found.
And I don't know a thing to do with it, except pay up this hospital bill.
Well, there's more than that in the chest, Ben.
I know. Stumpy, you and me, we must be about the same age. I'm maybe a little older.
Well, maybe. Why?
Well, look at us. You've spent your life helping folks, doing something worthwhile. And me, I've been wading around in a little stream.
Hey, I got an idea.
Your ideas seem to be paying off today, Freddie.
Well, I know how you can make your whole life count, Ben.
Huh?
Well, why not give the money away? Help people with it. There's a lot of people who could use the kind of help you could give them.
You know, it kind of makes sense to me. Why you should find that gold and not me.
Huh?
Sure. What I would have done with it was wasted on myself. Now my life is about done. And I never needed all those things I would have had. But you'd give all that treasure away. You'd help folks with it. It's right that you should be the one to find it.
Well, Freddie, I was beginning to think we'd seen the last of you around here.
No, ma'am. I dug up that story you sent me on, and I really mean dug it up.
Oh?
And what a story. Wagon trains, buried treasure, and an old man who helps a lot of people to make up for a selfish life.
Oh, where'd you get this story, Freddie? In a comic book?
That's why he brought us along, Miss Flagg. He's got a story, all right. And it's one that your paper would probably be most interested in.
A true story?
True as true can be, ma'am. Unless I miss my guess, Freddie here will soon be Freddie Burns from the sun.
Hey, I never thought of that. Freddie Burns from the sun.
I guess I don't need to tell you, boys and girls, that Freddie got the job. Maybe from today's adventure you can see what the Bible means when it talks about looking on the inside of a man. We can do a lot of things for a lot of reasons, but the only reasons that are worthwhile are the reasons that are pleasing to God. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
This program was produced in the studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Some people will do anything to bring home the fresh taste of Chi-Chi's Chunky Restaurante salsa.
May I help you?
Salsa, Inspector. I'll need many more samples here. Please.
What they should know is that famous Chi-Chi's recipe made with real vegetable chunks is available at the store. Chi-Chi's, the only leading salsa from a real Mexican restaurant.
Now the hot salsa, please.
And try Chi-Chi's refried beans.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Span.
Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show and his orchestra. They're singing glee with the Smoothies Three. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston.
It's Burns and Allen night again at your house, and yours sincerely has another helpful hint for housewives. Here's a suggestion for a one-plate meal that's quick to get, economical to use, grand to eat. Serve a hot Spamwich. Just open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. Put slices of this tender, juicy meat on toast, then slice tomato, Bermuda onion, or sweet pickle. Cover with thin slices of cheese and pop into the oven until the cheese melts, and there's your one-plate meal that really makes a hit. Everybody likes the meaty, taste-tempting flavor of Spam. You like a hot Spamwich because it's so easy to serve and does a grand job of pleasing even the huskiest appetite. Get a can or two of Spam when you shop tomorrow and surprise your family with a hot Spamwich. Then try the other recipes on the label of the Spam can. You'll discover that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, as you all remember, George Burns was taken for a ride by Huey Salas, that notorious gangster. We haven't heard from him since, and we feel the worst has happened. But the show must go on, so tonight we bring you his partner, Gracie Allen, in mourning, wearing a black dress, which was especially designed for her by Schiaparelli, and here she is!
Awful. It's simply awful. I just can't stand it.
Yes, it is.
Every time I look at this black dress, I just can't stand it.
Because George is gone?
No, last night I saw a girl wearing a dress just like it.
Well, Gracie, if you think you have troubles, I wonder what that gangster could have done to George.
Well, maybe he threw George in the river and right now he's starving to death.
If you're in a river, you drown. You don't starve to death.
The Los Angeles
Maybe he wasn't killed, though.
Well, if he wasn't killed, where can a guy disappear to for a whole week?
Maybe he's watching a double feature.
Well, I don't know. I did everything I could. I was out with the chief of police every night until I couldn't keep my eyes open.
You were, huh?
Oh, boy, can he dance.
Well, I'm certainly going to miss George. He was a great guy to work for.
Oh, that's right, Artie. He was good to his folks.
He never turned down a friend.
Yep, and even though he yelled once in a while, he was the salt of the earth.
He was kind, considerate, lovable.
And so generous.
Look, why don't we quit lying to each other?
Yeah, wasn't he cheap?
Now, look, I don't think it's nice of you boys to pan George before me.
That's right.
I've known him the longest and I should pan him first. Yeah, wasn't he cheap?
You remember the time he found a box of corn plasters?
Yeah, and then he went out and bought a pair of tight shoes.
Gosh, remember how he used to go over to his house and he'd play the Victrola for hours?
Yeah.
He was
until we ran out of nickels.
Oh, I don't know. He wasn't so cheap at that. For my birthday, he bought me a fur neck piece. It was real fox.
Silver?
No, terrier.
That's Poopsie, all right. Fox Terrier.
Yeah, when I told my friends I was putting on the dog, I wasn't kidding.
Well, hello, everybody. Here I am. Glad to see me? Well, can't you say something?
Well, we don't know what to say.
Well, can't you say you're happy I'm back?
I mean, we don't know what to say to the insurance company. We reported you dead.
The insurance company? But I'm not dead.
Yeah, but George, you see, Gracie is the beneficiary, and we're splitting the money 3 ways. And now you show up alive. You're putting us in an awful spot.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. You told the insurance company that I was dead. I didn't tell them.
Well, sure, if you told them, they wouldn't believe it.
A fine reception.
Say, George, tell me, what happened when you put on Gracie's clothes and pretended you were her Aunt Clara to fool that gangster, Huey Salas? Did the get-up work?
Worked too well. Took me for a ride and He drove me way out to a lonely spot. Then he parked the car. And,
What happened?
Well, what happened? Who's got that line? That's all.
I just said it.
What happened? Well, Artie.
Start again, Artie.
All right, George. Let's take it to the top.
I walked home, and I've got a TL for you later.
Well, George, it doesn't take a week to walk home from a parked car.
It does when it's parked in Albuquerque.
Why didn't you try to hitchhike a ride like Claudette Colbert did, and it happened one night?
That's just what I did. I saw a car coming, and I got out in the middle of the road, and I picked up my skirts and showed my legs, and what do you think happened?
Well, with your bow legs, the car probably drove right through.
How do you like that? Couldn't hitchhike a ride, and here I've got a $3,000 car in my garage.
2,000.
2,000.
Yeah, that's all Bud could get on it.
Bud, as soon as you thought I was gone, you sold my beautiful yellow car?
Well, now, don't feel that way about it, George. Out of respect to you, before I sold it, I had it painted black.
Well, I can see that everybody around here was certainly grieving over me.
You said it, George. I was so unhappy that for 2 nights I forgot to wind your watch.
My watch? Gracie, you've got no right to give my things away.
Oh, how do we know that
Mr. Burns, if you'll allow a sound man to add a word of humble appreciation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the gift of your library.
My library? Gracie, you gave him my whole library?
Yes, both books.
Well, I hope you enjoyed them, sound man.
Mr. Burns, I'm counting the hours until I can start reading them. Just think. Tom Swift and his electric flying machine and the Bodsey twins at Spruce Lake.
Yeah. Well, you people may not worry about me, but I don't care. I know someone who loved me. My mother. I can see her right now standing in the window waiting for me. And do you know why she's standing there?
Well, she has to. We sold all the furniture.
Well, imagine dividing all my things, and here I thought I was among friends.
And now, Artie Shaw, who has just received the Song Hits Magazine Award as the orchestra leader of the month, will play My Heart Stood Still. Congratulations, Arthur.
don't care what plans you've all made to spend the money. Life insurance isn't payable until you're dead, and I'm not dead.
But, George, nobody will know the difference.
And those ridiculous suggestions you make. Supposing they do find my hat in the river. That won't mean anything.
Well, it will if you've got it on.
Well, I'm not going to do it.
Oh.
Look, George, why do you want to live?
I want to see if little Abner gets married, that's why. I don't know what you're complaining about, Artie. With your salary, I could buy myself a new suit every day.
That's what I'm complaining about. You do.
Oh, say, we forgot to tell George the insurance adjuster will be up here any minute now. We've got to think of a plausible story to tell him.
Let me get you people straight.
Senor Burns.
If you think,
Senor Burns,
for 1 minute that I'm going to do
Hey,
it...
Poopsie!
Stop. Stop with that poopsie.
We can tell
I can get mad, you know what?
We can tell the insurance man you died like my uncle from the weasels.
The weasels?
See.
It's measles. How could your uncle die from the weasel?
He was crossing the railroad track, and he didn't hear the weasel.
Well, let's see. Why don't we just tell the insurance man that George got pneumonia by sitting before an open window?
Oh, no, that wouldn't work. George is too old to be in the draft.
Now, look, I made one mistake last week, and oh, boy, Gracie, answer that.
Hello, Spam's Meatheart, Gracie Allen speaking.
Hello. This is Huey Salas. Tell George Burns as soon as I get out of the county jail, I'm coming over to rub him out.
Oh, so you can't get out of the jail, huh?
No.
Oh, he can't get out,
No.
huh? Well, tell him Aunt Clara sends her love.
Aunt Clara sends her love.
Oh, is Aunt Clara there?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Tell Ducky I'll be right over.
You mean he broke out?
Oh, don't look now, Ducky, but your goose is cooked. Oh.
This is awful. What'll I do?
Well, look, I got an idea. When the insurance adjuster gets here, tell him that you died last week, and he'll declare you legally dead.
And then nobody can kill you, not even Huey Salas.
Well, how do you like that? I've got to die to save my life. How can I tell the adjuster I'm dead? I'll be standing right here in front of him.
Yeah, but you won't be George Burns. You'll be George Burns' father.
My father?
Yes.
My father?
Yes.
How can I be my own father?
Oh, marry Huey Salas and just adopt yourself.
Oh, quiet. Sound man, see who that is. That may be Huey Salas.
In just a moment, Mr. Burns. I'm reading the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. It's only 16,000 pages. It won't take long.
See if that gangster is outside. It won't take long. What's your idea of a short story?
The life of George Burns.
See if that's Huey Salas.
It isn't.
Oh, good. Let him in.
Good evening. My name is Stebbins. I'm from the insurance company, and
George Burns is dead.
Say, wait a minute, mister. You resemble George Burns.
Oh, why shouldn't I? I'm George Burns' father.
Yes.
A man of your age, George Burns' father? Well, that's hard to believe.
Well, thanks.
But I guess it's possible. Maybe you got married late in life.
If I were alive, I'd tell this guy something.
I just can't get over Mr. Burns' resemblance to his son, George.
Well, after all, like father, like son. He has my blood.
I knew somebody must have had it.
Well, you see, we're exactly alike. George was a handsome lad. He got his eyes for me. And he got that cute little nose for me. And he got those pretty little ears for me.
And he got his teeth from Dr. Cowan.
He did not.
Poor George. I don't know where he went, but wherever he went, I hope he took a lot of Spam along with him.
Spam? Where George is?
Well, Artie... See, Spam doesn't need any refrigeration.
Well, cold or hot, we got it in the spot.
You see, our company has to be very careful on matters like this, but of course, if you're sure that he died...
Well, sure, we're sure. I remember how surprised we were at the time. Dying was the last thing we thought he'd do.
Well, that's life, I guess. You know what happens when your number is called?
Yeah, you holler screen off. It's a mistake, man. Read
Never
your number
mind.
again.
Forget the whole thing.
Well, I guess everything's all right. You'll have to forgive me for asking those questions. We have to watch out for fraud, you know.
fraud?
Yes, like trying to collect insurance under false pretenses.
Well, anyway, now that Mr. Burns is dead, what do we get?
$20,000.
Well, assuming that George is not dead, does anybody get anything?
Yes, he gets 20 years.
Darn it, I get into more trouble than John Barrymore.
Well, there's just one more little thing before we pay out any money. We must be certain that the insured person is not living. Now, the simplest way is to view the body, and I know a corpse when I see one.
Well, this is going far enough. I'm George Burns.
The check will be in the mail in the morning.
I wonder what he means by that.
And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will swing out on I Got Rhythm.
I got rhythm, I got music, I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures, I got my gal who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him, you won't find him around my door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams, I got my gal who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more? I got the rhythm, I got the rhythm. Never feel low down, I got the rhythm and I'll strut on down. I got the music, I got the music. I'm on the street with the rhythm. It's the sunny side of the street. Days can be sunny with never a sigh. Don't need what money can buy. Birds in the trees sing their day full of song. Why shouldn't we sing along?
I'm chipper all the day,
heavy with my life.
How do I get that way?
Look at what I've got. I got the rhythm. I got the rhythm. I got rhythm. I got music. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him. You won't find him round my door. I got the rhythm, rhythm. I got the rhythm, rhythm. I got starlight. I got sweet dreams. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got the rhythm, rhythm. I got the rhythm, rhythm. Who could ask for anything more?
Look, Bud, when Huey Salas comes in, I'll have to run in and get dressed.
Oh, well, no, not now, George. I'm sorry. I've got a little message
Oh,
here.
I forgot this.
Hey, for a grand lunch, just open...
Oh, hello. Gracie, pardon me for interrupting your broadcast, but I just had to drop in to tell you...
Please,
that-
girls, I'm
Gracie,
talking.
I simply had to tell you that I tried the grand suggestion you made last week.
Oh, about Spam biscuit waffles. Wasn't that good?
Oh, girls,
Perfect. You should have seen the way my family went for those waffles and hot slices of fried Spam.
Oh, well, did your waffles turn out all right, nice and fluffy?
Look, do you mind if I have...
Wonderful, Gracie. Waffles made with Bisquick are simply grand and so easy to make. The easy directions are right on the package. And you know, most of the waffle ingredients, expertly blended, are right in Bisquick. I was delighted.
As I was
Oh,
saying...
well, that's fine. Did you like the Spam?
Did we like it? Gracie, Spam is all you say it is.
I told you.
My, such tender, juicy, delicious meat. And such a time saver. All ready to eat as soon as you open the Spam can. All I did was pop a few slices into the frying pan for a jiffy. And believe me, Gracie, the meaty flavor of lightly browned, sizzling hot slices of Spam and those golden, delicious Bisquick waffles really made a hit.
Now, look, please, would you mind if
Oh,
I had...
have you tried Spam and waffles for supper, too?
Oh, please, I'm the announcer on the show. Just give me one more chance.
Oh, yes. Oh, pardon us, Bud.
Only a third of a page left. But I'm inspired, so here goes. Now, ladies, just before you close the waffle iron, dice Spam and drop on the batter. Wait till you get a whiff of the aroma of the savory, juicy meat, the rich flavor trickling through the delicious waffles. And it's so easy. So ask for a can or two of Spam, S-P-A-M, a Hormel product, and a package of General Mills Bisquick, B-I-S-Q-U-I-C-K, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Say, where's George?
Huey Salas will be here any minute. George is inside putting on one of your dresses.
Oh, so he'll look like Aunt Clara, huh?
Yeah. How can a smart gangster like that Huey Salas fall for that Aunt Clara stuff? George with that face that needs a shave and those hairy arms and false teeth and a cigar stuck in his mouth. Where can you find a woman that looks like that?
On the Bob Hope Show.
Now, look, we got George into this mess, and it's up to us to get him out of it.
Oh, I've got an idea. Huey Salas wouldn't like Aunt Clara if he knew that she had a baby.
Baby? But she hasn't got a baby.
Yes, she has.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
If I'm a baby, how can I play clarinet?
Oh, put a nipple on the end of it.
Aunt Clara, Huey Salas, why must I get into this triangle?
Well, babies always get into triangles, if you know what I mean.
Okay, but my heart won't be in it.
Oh, look! Here comes Aunt Clara.
All right. Go ahead. Laugh. Go ahead, just laugh. Oh, boy. The things I have to do to make $1 million. What's so funny?
Well, look at you, George. You've got your bustle on in front.
So what?
Oh, when Huey sees it, he'll think you're walking out on him.
I'd be better off if I was taken for a ride than putting on the silly girdle. Gee, I can't breathe.
What girdle?
The red one that was hanging in the closet. Gee, I thought I'd never get into it.
Girdle? That was a hot water bottle.
A hot water bottle?
Yes.
There must be an easier way to get rid of that gangster.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
While in Harvard, I wrote a book on criminology. Chapter 8 of this book deals with the fear psychosis. The procedure is to look the criminal straight in the eye, and the intensity of the stare frightens him.
What happens if I look at him very intensely and he doesn't become frightened?
Then you turn to Chapter 9, the care and treatment of broken noses.
Look, Dr. IQ, if you don't mind. Oh, boy.
That must be Huey Salas.
Now, don't forget, everybody. From now on, I'm Aunt Clara.
Yes.
Come in. Hello, babe. Hello, Huey. Where's Judge Burns?
Oh, George Burns? He's dead. He died.
Oh, yes, he died. He's dead. Oh, boy, is he dead.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'd give anything if that boy were only alive.
Why, Huey?
Because I'd like to kill him again.
Oh.
What's the matter, babe?
Oh, no, nothing, Huey. When I see you, my blood begins to boil.
Babe, that's love.
No. Yeah, that's the hot water
Gracie, please.
Babe, come over here and sit down on Huey's lap.
No.
Come here.
No.
Come here.
I'm coming, Huey.
Look what I got for you, babe. Some jewelry.
For me?
Why, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Well, what is it?
A pair of brass knuckles with a diamond in it.
Brass knuckles with a diamond in it?
It belonged to my mother.
Why, Huey, how did you ever think of getting a thing like that for me?
I wanted something that would knock your eye out.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Huey.
You deserve nice things. Why, you're a pretty hoity-toity dame, you know.
He may be hardy, but he'll never see tidy again.
She's just jealous.
Aunt Clara, you mean now you're going to be a gangster's mule?
Senor, it's not mule. You mean Mal.
Mule.
No. Mule is a jackass.
You're a peacock?
Hey, you cockroach. You can't talk that way to my dame.
You don't scare me. I can fight anybody with one hand.
Yeah? Why don't you fight me?
You got one hand? Oh, don't mind him, Huey.
Okay, babe. Well, I never told this to a dame before. Clara, I want you to be my wife.
Your wife?
Well, why don't you answer, babe?
Well, Huey, this is so sudden.
Yes, you probably touched a warm spot in this hot water bottle.
Well, are you going to marry me?
Why, no, Huey, I can't marry you. Not that. I'm young. I'm gay. I love life. I want to live.
Babe, I'm not taking no for an answer.
Huey, there's something that you don't know about Aunt Clara.
What?
Willamette. Oh, isn't it?
Goo goo da da mama.
What's that?
Well, that's Aunt Clara's baby.
Well, that's something Aunt Clara didn't know either.
Uggle gobble gobble.
Clara, is that your baby?
Yes, Huey.
Where's the father?
Well, he got killed playing piggyback with the baby.
How?
He fell off the baby's back.
Uggle gobble gobble.
Huey, isn't little Artie cute? You know, you hold him one way and he looks just like my husband.
Yeah, you hold him the other way and he looks just like you.
Yes.
Well, babe, give Uncle Huey a little smack, huh?
Oh, what,
He slapped me.
Oh, well, he didn't mean it, Huey.
I'm not sore. Say, anytime an infant can give Huey Salas a black eye is good enough to be my son. Clara, next week we get married.
Married? Oh.
Gee, George fainted.
Well, will George come too? Will he have to marry Huey Salas? Will he have orange blossoms in his hair? Or lilies on his chest? Will he ever get out of this mess? Will he ever get out of the hot water bottle? Well, come to the wedding. You're all invited.
Friends, I know you will like Spam and Waffles. Just as the young lady told Gracie Allen earlier in the program how much she enjoyed Spam and Waffles, this new breakfast or supper combination is a real taste surprise. And so easy. While the waffles are browning, open a can of Spam, cut off thin slices, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Or dice Spam and drop on the batter just before you close the waffle iron. The juicy, meaty flavor of Spam adds a satisfying goodness to this appetite-appealing meal of Spam and Waffles. Try it tomorrow. Just remember to ask your food dealer for Spam, the meat of many uses. Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, an all-new murder mystery movie. She thought her secrets were buried with a dead man.
Take a look at this.
How am I going to defend you? But when she's accused of his murder, the truth must be told. All-new 2-hour Matlock movie tonight, 8/7 Central, here on ABC.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America.
With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet.
Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Fireworks for Smitty. The Green Hornet strikes again. In a crowded east side section of a certain city, two well-dressed men stood on the curb waiting for a taxicab. After a short wait, a cab pulled to a stop before them in answer to their signal.
Get in there, Nick.
Very well, Rusk.
I'd be glad to get away from this neighborhood.
Where to?
Drop us off at the docks at the foot of Water Street, driver.
Okay.
I couldn't help but notice those children dancing in the street to the music of that hurdy-gurdy back there. The war to them is something remote and almost unreal.
Yes, they've been fortunate up to now, these American children. In fact, all the people of this country have been fortunate.
The papers here remark that the public missed having fireworks on the 4th of July. Perhaps tomorrow night they will have a chance to appreciate some real fireworks, eh?
Hey, is there going to be some fireworks someplace tomorrow night, mister?
That fool is listening, Rusk. We must be careful.
Hey, I was asking you, they're going to be...
I'm afraid you misunderstood me, driver. That was only a figure of speech.
Figure of speech, huh? Well, fireworks is fireworks to me.
Yes, of course. I'm sure if there were any fireworks, you'd probably be around to see them. How much further have we to go to reach the docks?
Oh, they're just ahead, mister. Heavier than a Jeff.
You must be more discreet, Rusk. Our plans are too well laid to have anything go wrong now.
Said nothing this dopey driver would understand. You're only nervous, egg.
How much, driver?
That's 85 cents.
Here, wait, Eric. I have it right here in my wallet. Here you are, driver. Here's the dollar. Just keep the change. Come, Eric.
Couple of funny ducks, them two. Yeah, now that I got my diploma from the detecting school, maybe I ought to do some detecting and see what them guys are going. Hey, there's a little hunk of paper on the floor. Guess that big guy dropped it. Let's see. Don't make no sense. 7-4 with a little cipher after it, and then a 4-0, and that's got a little cipher after it, too. Probably keeping track of his lunch money or something. Yeah, there they go down to one of them cruiser boats. Guess there ain't nothing suspicious about that. I better get out of here and pick up some more dough.
A short time later, Britt Reed, wealthy young playboy and publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, left the lounge of a downtown hotel and approached a cab parked at the curb.
A taxi, mister?
Yes.
Where to?
Oh, yes. Take me to the Sentinel building, please.
Hey, I thought I recognized it. Don't you remember me?
I can't say that I do, though your face does seem familiar.
Oh, I'm the guy with found a wallet belonged to the fat guy that works for you last week. I seen you in the office when I come up with it.
Oh, yes, I do remember you now.
Say, you're the guy what owns that Sentinel paper, ain't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
Well, look, mister. I ain't no regular taxi driver, see?
What, is that so?
Yeah. I've been taking a correspondence course in detecting, see? I got my diploma, too.
It's very commendable.
Is it? Well, anyway, I was thinking maybe you could use me on your newspaper, huh?
Well, I'd have to give that some thought.
Oh, sure. You don't want to do nothing in a hurry. But if you ever want a guy for a reporter, I'd make a good one with my training and all, see?
Yes, I do see. Well, I'll bear you in mind if I have an opening.
Maybe I better give you my name and all. Just in case, huh?
All right, if you want to.
Got a pencil?
I believe I have.
Well, you better write it down. I gotta keep my hands here on the wheel. Here's a little hunk of paper to write on.
Very well. Are these figures of any value to you?
Figures?
Yes. Looks like a 7, 4...
Oh, no. That don't mean nothing to me. A couple of nutty guys got in my cab a while ago and drove down to the docks at the foot of Water Street. They was talking about there being fireworks tomorrow night and all. And they were saying us Americans didn't know nothing yet about the war. Yeah, saying all crazy things like that. Then one of the guys dropped that bit of paper from his wallet.
I see. What name shall I put down?
Oh, yeah. You want my name, don't you? Well, now, don't hold it against me, see? My first name is Percival.
Oh. Percival?
The middle name, Forsyth.
Forsyth?
And the last name, just plain Smith. All my friends know me as Smitty. You got that?
Yes, I have it all.
Good. Now, if you decide you want me to be on your paper, just call the city taxi office and ask for that name, and I'll come right up, see?
Yes, I see. And if I decide ever to use you, I'll call you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, I'll be waiting. And believe me, mister, it ain't every newspaper what can get reporters who's got training in detecting. No, sir.
Later that afternoon, a United States submarine chaser plowed its way through the ocean swells just off the east coast. There was tense excitement on deck as the men stood at their battle stations ready to release the depth bombs whenever the order should be given. The ship rapidly approached a position where a spotter plane was circling overhead.
Plane is sighted as sub, all right, Lieutenant. In exactly 5 seconds, give the order to release depth bombs.
Yes, sir. Stand by to release bombs. Stand by to release bombs. Fire! Fire! Reload and stand by. Stand by.
We'll circle back, Lieutenant. All right, Lieutenant. Fire when ready.
Stand by to release depth bombs. Stand by to release depth bombs. Fire! Fire!
Look, Commander. There's oil coming to the surface. Good. We'll circle once more and drop another charge to be sure. That's the first submarine to come into these waters for a long time. It's up to us to make certain it's done for once and for all.
Let's hope they've gone away. But we can't be certain yet. These Amerikaners are persistent. By releasing that large amount of oil, perhaps we fooled them into thinking they hit us.
Ja, mein Capitan. But they do not know how we have improved our submarines so that they can go to greater depths. And if they knew what we have...
Ach, the Schwein. They're still snooping around up there. Have them release more oil through the airlocks.
Release oil through airlocks.
Release oil through airlocks.
We shall rise to the surface later tonight when all is clear to charge our batteries. Then we shall submerge again and stay here until the designated time. Tomorrow night, my dear friend, we shall make record-breaking history in World War II.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed was talking to his city editor, Gunnigan, in the city room at the Sentinel.
Well, the war news is certainly coming in fast, isn't it, Gunnigan?
Yeah, it sure is, Chief. According to cables, those rocket bombs are bursting over southern England like continuous fireworks.
Hey, leave it to those Nazis to have something like that up their sleeves.
Yes, they spoke the truth for once when they said they had a secret weapon.
Well, a Navy communique came in a while ago saying they got a Nazi sub not very far off the coast. I was beginning to think they'd been about cleared out of the nearby waters.
Let's see that teletype, Chief, a minute.
Yeah, Chief.
They were in rather close at that. Well, that's one less Nazi sub to contend with anyway. I'd better get back up to my office. I've got a lot of work to do before I go home.
Meantime, Miss Lenore Case, secretary to Mr. Reed, was busy in the outer office when a man of medium build and nondescript appearance entered.
May I help you?
I come to see your boss. Oh, there's a guy.
What is it, Miss Case?
You still got my name written down on that hunk of paper, ain't you? In case you want me to come to work for you?
Oh, the paper. Yes, I have it here in my pocket. Yes, here it is. I have it. I'll get in touch with you if I decide anything.
Okay, then, fella. I'll be ready any time. So long.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, who's that?
That's the taxi driver who found Axford's wallet last week, remember?
Well, I thought I'd seen that dopey expression before. Don't tell me he wants to work for the Sentinel.
Oh, yes. He says that with his detective correspondence course, he should be a great reporter. At least he's ambitious.
Ambitious is right. What a reporter he'd make. Well, Mr. Reed, I finished all the letters. They're ready for you to sign.
All right, Miss Case. Just leave them there on my desk. I have a lot of work to do yet. I'll sign them before I go home.
Leaving the office early that evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. After dining, Britt Reed sat in the living room. He smiled to himself as, reaching into his pocket, his fingers came in contact with the slip of paper given him by the taxi driver. As he gazed at it, he began to think back to the insignificant happenings of the day.
I wonder what those numbers might mean. 74040.
A couple of nutty guys got into my cab.
Nutty guys, he called them.
They were talking about there being fireworks tomorrow night.
Fireworks. Wonder what they meant by that. Yes, that's what Gunnigan said, like continuous fireworks. No, there couldn't be any connection yet. Tomorrow night. Well, that's tonight.
You say something, Mr. Britt?
Oh, no, Cato. I was just thinking out loud.
Must be you worry about something, perhaps.
Cato, something keeps running through my mind. I can't seem to get it out. Perhaps I'm letting my imagination run away with me, but when I put two and two together, I begin to believe there's something big about to happen. Something that must be stopped to avert a great calamity.
Britt Reed do much thinking. Perhaps if Green Hornet do some action, maybe
investigating by the Green Hornet wouldn't hurt, Cato. And if the hunch I have is correct, quick action by the Green Hornet may be the only solution. Get the gas gun and mask, Cato. We're going down to the docks.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Now back to our story. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Britt Reed and Cato drove in the Black Beauty to the docks at the foot of Water Street. There, the powerful streamlined car was brought to a stop in the shadows.
I'm going to have a look around, Cato. Docks seem deserted as far as I can... Wait a minute. I thought I saw a light for an instant over there, as if it might be on a small boat.
Yes, I saw it too, Mr. Britt.
I'm going to investigate it, Cato. You take the Black Beauty to a secure hiding place, and then come to join me. I may need your help.
Yes, sir. I'll meet you over there in a few minutes.
Meantime, Smitty the taxi driver was cruising along Water Street toward the docks in his cab.
It's funny, I keep thinking about them fireworks that guy spoke of yesterday. Hey, I must be going batty to think they'd have any fireworks down this way. Sure would like to see some, though. Always did like fireworks ever since I was a kid. Hey, what the... Hey, I must be seeing things. I could have sworn I saw somebody move along in that dock over there. Jeepers creepers. I did see a guy at that. And it looked like the Green Hornet that got out of that car. Hey, I'm calling the cops. Yes, sir, I'm getting the cops right now.
In the meantime, Britt Reed cautiously approached the end of the dock where he'd seen the light. Moving along in the shadows, he soon observed the outline of a cruiser-type boat. A thin line of light broke through the curtained porthole of the cabin. Moving without a sound, he stepped aboard, after ascertaining that no one was on deck.
Whoever's on board there, down in that cabin. I think I'll go closer without waiting for Cato.
Britt Reed went silently down the few steps of the companionway leading to the cabin of the boat. Then, placing his ear to the door, he stood listening. Inside the cabin, Rusk and Eric were talking.
Well, I've just finished contacting the submarine by the shortwave radio, Eric. They will be surfacing waiting by the time we get there.
Are you sure we can find them all right, Rusk?
But of course. They're waiting at a point designated at 74 degrees longitude, 40 degrees latitude.
You think you can find such a point with those figures?
Eric, for years I was an officer in the German Navy. Finding such a position is simple, especially with the stars to guide one. We dare not use a radio beam, as you know. But don't worry. I'll take us there.
Oh, they know it's us who are coming.
I have this blue-colored flashlight. The signal is 3 short flashes. They'll be waiting on the surface. And after we get there, we'll... Wait. I thought I heard someone outside the cabin door. Sneak over there and pull it open.
Be ready with your gun, Rusk.
So, masked man, I have you covered with this gun. Come in.
Well, that was quick work, Nazi.
Rusk, this man is a notorious American criminal, the Green Hornet.
The Hornet, eh? That's snooping at the door. Eric, he has overheard what we had to say, no doubt.
I heard enough, Nazi.
What are we going to do with him, Rusk? It's time now for us to be underway.
Evidently, he's found out everything. We have no time to waste on him. We'll start now, Eric, and dispose of him on the way.
Oh, no, you won't, Ryder. You... missed me. Now I'll take care of you.
Good work, Eric. Go forward through the hatch. Get going. Take the helm for a while.
What are you going to do?
I shall tie this sneaking criminal up. Then I'll come forward to direct you. We'll get rid of him on the way out. He's dangerous to our cause.
I'll go start the motor.
So, the Green Hornet has found his match. As soon as I tie him up, I shall remove his mask and see just what this notorious Americana really looks like.
Boat moving. I hear a shot in the cabin. Must find Mr. Britt. I'll go in now. You not tie him up.
Another one.
No.
I'm all right now. Hold him.
Perhaps let's hold him better.
Good going, fella. Tie him up. I'll get to the other one. But I didn't hear the commotion because of the noise of the motor.
You all right now?
Yes, thanks to you. You came just in time. Come forward after you finish with him. We have a big job to do tonight.
Moving quickly and silently, Britt Reed went through the forward hatchway and soon stood at Eric's back as he guided the cruiser out of the harbor.
All right, Nazi. I'll take over.
You? I thought you were...
not too late, Mug.
I won't let you have the helm. I'll take it. Nazi. Gas. Gas.
All right?
Yes. My hunch about the numbers on that slip of paper turned out to be right, kiddo. These two are Nazi spies.
Why are we going out of the harbor?
Because you and I have a rendezvous with a Nazi submarine, kiddo. We've got a job ahead that'll take some deep thinking. But we'll do it.
At the designated spot, the Nazi submarine had surfaced. And the commanding officer and his aide stood on deck, scanning the surrounding waters.
It's about time for their arrival, Oberleutnant.
I think I hear a motor mine, Capitan.
I hear too. We must be careful. Have the gun trained on the boat until the signal is given.
Look there. 3 flashes of the blue light.
Yeah. It is the signal. Let them approach and help them aboard. Well, you finally arrived, Ross.
Yeah, Herr Capitan.
It is dark. Be careful you do not sleep.
We will go below immediately and carry through our plan.
Wait a minute, you.
I have gun in the back of the one. You are not, Ross. It's a trick. Call the men, Oberleutnant.
Hold it. You'll take orders from me, both of you. I'll call down the hatch and tell the men to stay below.
Yeah, just don't shoot.
Tell them. I warn you, I understand German.
Yeah. Bleiben Sie nieder. Bleiben Sie nieder.
Good. Now you will come with us.
No, we will not take it, mastermind. Kamerad.
You Nazis surrender easy for so-called Superman. You can taste this, too.
Kimmel, gas.
Now what we do?
We'll take them aboard the motorboat, Cato. But first I want to tie this large white handkerchief to the flagstaff.
Why you do that?
You see that vessel coming over there? That's probably a sub-chaser in answer to that radio call I put out from the motorboat.
Oh, they see white flag and take submarine and crew without sinking them.
That's right. There's a special reason why they'll want this submarine intact. They'll board and take the crew prisoners. They have to work fast and get away before they get much closer.
Britt Reed and Cato quickly hoisted the white handkerchief on the flagstaff. Then, taking the German officers into the motorboat, they hurriedly left the side of the submarine and headed for the harbor. While still some distance from the dock at the foot of Water Street, they noticed another small boat which appeared to be trying to cut them off.
That looked like boat of harbor police, Mr. Britt.
I was afraid of that. Evidently, the sub-chaser crew boarded the submarine, found the officers missing, and decided they'd deserted. So they radioed the harbor police to keep watch for small boats.
They're getting closer every minute. Land almost same time as our boat, Mr. Britt.
They're shooting at us. Cato, as we draw near the dock, go to the port rail.
What we do?
I'll shut off the motor and let the boat drift in. The dock is on the port side. We'll dive in the water and swim under the dock and come up on the other side. Then make it to the place where you hit the Black Beauty. We'll go now. All right, Cato. Jump in and swim.
Get aboard that other boat, men. Come on. Oh, Riffy, look in there in the cabin. Come on. All right, then. Hold on. I'm the cabin.
Hey, Sarge, there's 4 of them. Look.
And 2 of them in Nazi uniforms. That's the officers from the sub, all right, Lieutenant.
Yeah, that's the ones we were after, Sergeant. But I thought you came down here with that taxi driver to look for the Green Hornet.
Sure, I tell you, I seen the Hornet right on this door.
Hey, what's this all about anyway?
Search me. Ask the lieutenant. He knows more about it than I do.
Well, I got most of it over the radio from the sub-chaser.
Seems they got a radio tip-off about that sub being out there, and when they got there, the sub was flying a white flag. They thought it was a trick, boarded it with guns handy, and took the crew by surprise. But the 2 officers were missing. That must be them there for certain.
Yeah. But they're knocked out or something.
Sure. Say, Lieutenant, right after you talked to the subchaser by radio, you said something about a whale of a big story.
And it is, Sergeant. Do you know what that sub was up to? It's a new type, fitted to launch rocket bombs. They were planning to send those rocket bombs right into the city.
Great Dave, what a story. And not a reporter in sight to get the scoop.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm giving up detecting, maybe. Anyhow, this is one time I'm going to be a reporter and phone that story into the Sentinel. But I got to know more first.
Ain't that enough, you dope?
Who brought the boat into the dock just now? Who radioed the subchaser? Tell me that. Who?
Hey, wait a minute. Look there on the front of that Nazi officer's cap, will you?
Yeah, a little round green thing.
You nitwit. That's the seal of the Green Hornet himself. He did all this, knocking them out and all. He must have been making a deal with them Nazis and double-crossed them.
The Green Hornet? Jeepers creepers. We'd like to tell Reed all about this. Maybe after that, the Sentinel will have a new reporter named Percival Forsyth Smith.
With a mug like yours and a name like that, sure it's enough to make even the Green Hornet die laughing. You better stick to your cab, Bub, and practice detecting by hunting the Green Hornet on the side. For believe you me, I am here to tell you he's one jackanapes can really keep you in practice. See? What did I tell you? That Hornet will be the death of me yet.
Up the Lake Street, baseball! Submarine carrier for rocket bombs captured off East Coast. Nazi spies caught Green Hornet bombs. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lake Street, baseball!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Six people will be surprised as they are asked, "Will you marry me?"
No way!
Share the laughter and the tears and a surprise celebrity proposal. I love you with all my heart. Hosted by Dick Clark and Suzanne Summers. An all-new Will You Marry Me? Sunday here on ABC.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, gun law ruled the range. The local sheriffs and district marshals were unable to preserve law and order, and time after time they appealed to the masked rider of the plains for assistance. He never disappointed them. His matchless courage, his strength and cleverness were always ready to serve the cause of justice. And when the winning of the West was an accomplished fact, the pioneers gave most of the credit to the phantom figure who fought so tirelessly for peace and security. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Plainfield. Saddle's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, was guiding his powerful paint horse, Scout, across the open country east of Plainfield when he heard a shout from the nearby trail and...
Indian! Hi there!
Oh, Scout, oh. You call Tonto?
Come over here.
Tonto, do that. Get him up, Scout. Oh, Scout. Oh. What you want?
Redskin, I wonder if you've seen anything of a fella I've been looking for.
What name?
His name's Jet Graybo. I don't reckon he's using it. He's tall, rangy hombre, and he's likely riding a gray.
There are plenty tall fella around here. Plenty gray horse.
Well, I ain't so sure about the horse. Jet might have changed off since the last I got word of him. But if you once seen the fella, you never forget him. He's got arms that are most too long for him. He walks and rides both all stooped over like. He's half bald and his eyes are close together and shifty.
You, lawman?
Say, how'd you guess it?
Me see badge on vest. Why you want feller named Jet?
Sorry, Redskin, but that's government business. What you seen for yourself, you're welcome to know. For the rest of it, I figure the less said, the better. Now then, Redskin, if you ain't seen Jet, why, I'll just...
Me see him.
Hey, you did? You sure?
Me meet him north of here.
To the north?
Him go round town.
How long back did you see him? How far away do you figure he is by now?
Him not far. Maybe 1-2 hour ride.
Which way would I go to catch up with him?
You see big rock over there?
Over by them foothills? Sure.
You get by rock, you find old trail. Him take that trail.
Redskin, if you told me this straight, you done me a favor I won't be forgetting. I come from Crystal Springs all the way back in Kansas, and this is the first real chance I've had at that fella yet.
That all right.
Right now, I got to push along. Adios, Redskin. Get up. Get along there.
Long ride, heap fast. Well, outlaw, plenty bad. Tonto tell white friend. Get him up, Scout.
The United States Marshal, following Tonto's direction, rode swiftly on. He skirted the rock Tonto had pointed out, picked up the trail, and finally approached a wild jumble of ancient lava, shale, and dry arroyos. Then suddenly a rifle shot cracked the silence, and a bullet knocked a hat from his head.
What in blazes?
Come closer, Marshal. Right up your horse.
Oh, boy. Who there?
Now heist your mitt.
Jet Graybo.
Surprise, huh? No, you don't. Keep reaching. Start dropping your hand again, and I'll drill you.
How'd you get the drop on me? How'd you know I was coming behind you?
I ain't no fool, Miller. Now watch your horse this way.
Get up.
That'll do.
Oh, there.
Now climb out of that saddle, but keep your hands in the air.
What do you figure this is going to get you, Jet? You can't keep dodging the law forever.
Let me worry about that.
Well, go ahead and drill me. Fix me like you done all the others. You ain't going to find me begging off.
I got a different scheme.
Huh? You ain't going to kill me?
Miller, you're going to get a taste of your own medicine. You're going to find out just what it's like to have the law gunning for you all the time.
It's been your own fault.
Maybe so, but that don't come into it. Miller, you're going to be a crook. How do you like that? How do you think you're going to take to sitting behind bars?
You're loco.
Yeah? What made you head this way to hunt me out?
There wasn't no place else you could go where you wasn't known.
Uh-huh. By that same way of figuring, you ain't known here neither. You ain't in Kansas now.
What of it?
Just this, Miller, just this. If I was to show up in that town yonder, Wearing your marshal's badge and showing folks the papers you carry. Who'd say I wasn't a real U.S. Marshal?
You'd never get away with it.
Don't say what's to stop me. And Miller, if I was to describe a fella like you to them same folks and say as how you was a crick, wanted bad back in Kansas, why, I reckon they'd take my word for it.
You rotten, scheming skunk. You'll live to hang someday, Jet. Just as sure as I'm standing here. And I hope I'm there to see you do it.
I've heard you couldn't keep a fella from hoping. We'll see. Now hand over that coat.
You
just a second while I relieve you of them 6 guns. There. Maybe they'll be safer if I was to toss them where you can't reach them. Now then, give me your coat like I said.
You got the drop on me. But maybe someday it'll be the other way around. Take it, blast you.
And the badge.
Here. Now, what more do you want?
These'll be enough, I reckon. Yeah, now let's see what kind of papers you got in this here pocket. Careful, though, I'm still watching you.
Go ahead and watch.
This one certifies you're Harry Miller. A real honest-to-gosh U.S. Marshal, huh? Let's see this one.
That paper don't concern you.
Shut up!
What's so doggone funny? You ain't figuring on taking those.
Miller, you mean to say old man Randolph wants me so bad he's willing to pay $1,000 for it?
You'll kill his boy.
Gosh, this is the funniest thing I ever heard tell of. He gives you this here paper, which is just the same as an order for $1,000 in cash.
He'd pay even more to see you hang.
He's a mighty big man in Kansas, Miller. I reckon there ain't a feller west of the Mississippi that ain't heard tell of him at one time or another.
What of it?
There ain't a bank in the West that wouldn't hand over $1,000 on the strength of this paper.
Jet, if you're figuring on using that paper for yourself, then you are loco.
I'll use it, Miller. You just bet I'll use it.
You're just what I said you was. A scheming skunk.
This was a reward Randolph set on my head. To go to anybody what turns me in. And it was writ so you could pay the cash right over.
You...
Well, I've changed my plans. I ain't leaving you loose. I'm taking you into town myself. And Miller...
Well?
I'm going to be the first outlaw that ever collected his own reward.
Tonto had told the Lone Ranger of his meeting with the United States Marshal. The masked man assumed a disguise and entered Plainfield to learn the result of Miller's manhunt. As a result, he was present when Jet arrived in town, holding a gun on Miller, who now wore the outlaw's clothes, while Jet had taken the marshal's badge and papers.
Whoa there, whoa there, whoa. Get down from there, you crook.
Jet,
and quit pretending you're what you ain't, or I'll drill you here and now. Hey, stranger.
Yes?
This here the sheriff's office?
It is.
Know if he's inside?
You've been there all morning. You're a marshal?
Huh? Oh, you seen my badge, huh? Yep, that's what I am.
Stranger, this side...
I said to quit that. Open your big mouth again, and I'm liable to forget the reward's only paid for bringing you in alive. Now then, get on inside.
The sheriff won't
Shut up.
you.
Go on, get in there.
Look here, Sheriff.
Doggone your crooked hide. I've just about lost my patience with you. Sheriff, I want this hombre locked up.
Yeah?
Reckon you can see my badge. My handle's Miller. This here gent's known as Jet Graybo.
Graybo?
Never heard of him?
Can't say as I have.
Well, I figured maybe you hadn't. You see, him and me are quite a ways from our home grounds. I've been trailing the critter for more than a month.
Listen to me, Sheriff.
Keep still till the marshal's had his say. Go on, Miller.
It's like this, Sheriff. Jet here's wanted bad. He's slick and he's a killer. The last thing he done was to kill young Lou Randolph. I guess even if you ain't heard of us, you heard tell of Lou. He was Dade Randolph's boy.
Dade Randolph? Jumping Jehoshaphat. And this polecat drilled a kid?
That's just what he done.
Gosh, Randolph's one of the richest men in the West. There ain't a feller I know of that carries more weight than what he does. They say Randolph even makes him set up and take notice back east.
That's so.
And this hombre here killed his boy? Say, he sure must be wanted bad.
Bad enough, so I was told to keep after him till I got him.
Marshal, I'll lock the polecat up right now.
Thanks, Sheriff. He's
Blast
a
you,
bad
Jet. I'll talk even if you have got a gun on me.
You keep quiet.
Sheriff, I'm Miller. I'm the U.S. Marshal. This fella here is Jet Graybo. He held me up and took my badge.
Told you he was a slick one, didn't I, Sheriff?
You gotta believe me, Sheriff. You let this skunk get away with that trick he's pulling on you, and you won't never hear the last of it.
That'll be about all of that. Here's identification, Sheriff, if you got any doubt about who I am.
Wait, listen,
And Sheriff, I don't mind hinting that the kind of cooperation I get from you will all be writ down in the report I'll be sending to Randolph.
Sheriff, if you let
Look
this
here,
here, mister, you ain't the first crook that's claimed to be somebody else. And likely you won't be the last. But I'll tell you this. I've been sheriff of this county for 15 years and upwards. I've heard just about every kind of crooked story there is to hear. And I still got my first time to be fooled. Now shut your mouth and start making tracks toward them bars.
Just a second, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Lock this outlaw up and then hurry back here. I want you to be witness that I caught him so as I can collect the reward cash Randolph put on his head. And, Sheriff, on account of the way you've been too smart to let this fella fool you, maybe I'll see to it you get a few dollars of that reward for yourself.
The Lone Ranger saw Miller safely locked up, then returned to his camp outside town to tell Tonto of the outcome.
Whoa, Silver. Whoa, fella. Oh, boy. You see Marshal?
I did, Kemosabe. He got his man all right. I can't say that I liked his looks, however.
What matter?
The prisoner looked more honest than the man who brought him in.
Tonto think him good feller.
The U.S. Marshal?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. You're usually a good judge of character, Kemosabe. But I thought the marshal was shifty-eyed.
Oh, me not think that.
Not only that, I noticed he walked bent over as though he was cringing from something.
Him not look like that.
What's that?
Him sit straight in saddle.
Wait. Tonto, you didn't describe the man you met. You only said you'd met a lawman who was on the trail of a crook.
Not right.
What did this lawman look like?
Oh, him maybe 40-year-old. Got black hair. Got nose like eagle.
Which describes the fellow he said was the outlaw.
Ah.
I wonder... Tonto, did the marshal describe the man he was trailing?
Him say outlaw shifty-eyed. Walk bent over.
Tonto, call Scout. We're riding. I'm putting on my mask and getting rid of this disguise on the way.
Here, Scout. You think outlaw make lawman prisoner?
That's what must have happened. Jet somehow must have held up the marshal and taken his badge.
Oh.
Yep. What's more, Jet's collecting a reward. Tonto, we've got to prove his guilt and keep him from getting that money. Come on.
Get him up,
Hail Silver! Away! The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger and Tonto were racing toward town, to prevent the success of Graybo's plot, Jet was standing in front of the sheriff's office with the lawman. The two men had just returned from the bank and...
There you are, Sheriff. $50. It's for you to keep.
Gosh, Miller, that's mighty white of you. After all, you know it was you that brought the critter in, not me.
Shucks, Sheriff, I ain't greedy. Besides, if it hadn't been for you vouching for me, maybe the bank wouldn't have been willing to pay up the way they did.
As though Dade Randolph's handle on that paper wouldn't be good for 100 times $1,000.
Yeah. Steady there, boy.
Hey, you ain't leaving town, are you?
Nope, just gonna have a ride around.
Oh.
First time I was ever in this part of the country, Sheriff. I'd sort of like to have a look at it before I have to take that killer back to Kansas.
Taking the stage back?
Uh-huh. It'll be safer than traveling horseback.
If you'd like me to ride with you, Miller, and show you some of the things...
Not at all, Sheriff, not at all. Don't you go putting yourself out just for me.
It wouldn't be no trouble.
No, I wouldn't think of it. What if somebody was to come looking for you?
Well...
I don't need nobody to show me around. Oh, yeah, if I ain't back by dark, Sheriff, don't you get to worrying about me. Maybe I'll sleep in my bedroll tonight and not get to town till morning.
Uh-huh.
Just thought I'd mention it. So long.
So long, Miller.
Get up. Get along, boy.
What in tarnation does that polecat want now? Hold your horses, I'm a-coming.
Sheriff, was that jet riding away?
Still sticking to your story, huh? That was Miller who rode off.
You doggone idiot. That was the last you'll see of him.
Think so, huh?
Blast it, I know it is. He's got the cash he was after, and he's lit out for good. You go and get him back right now, you won't never see that hombre again.
He'll be back come morning.
Nah.
Though I reckon you're hoping he won't, seeing as how you ain't likely to last long after he's took you back to Kansas.
Sheriff, I've seen some muddle-headed, thick-brained, blind, deaf, and dumb idiots before, but you come from right off the top of the pile.
Shut your mouth.
I won't shut up. You're the poorest excuse for a peace officer I've ever run across. And what Dade Randolph will do to you when he hears about this won't be worth doing.
That kind of talk won't get you no place.
Because you ain't got the sense to recognize the truth when you hear it.
Miller warned me against you. He said you'd be insisting on this story of yours. I got your number, mister, so you might just as well forget all about trying to pull the wool over my eyes.
No, get out of here. I'm tired of talking to you. Go on, get out. And when you find out Jet's gone for good, don't come back whining around me that you couldn't help the mistake.
What the...
Sheriff.
Who's there? Back here in the hall.
There you are.
A masked man.
Another crook.
Where's the man who called himself Miller? The man who claimed to be a marshal.
Stranger, you can't come in here.
Careful.
Leaping lizards, what a draw.
Put that gun down.
Not until you tell me where Jet Grayble's gone to.
Huh? Why, this fella right
Stranger,
here.
do you know Jet?
I know he's pretending to be an officer of the law. You must be Harry Miller.
That's just who I am.
He ain't no such thing. He's Jet Grayble.
I have reason to believe different.
Who are you?
Never mind that. Where's Jet gone?
Try and find out.
What do you want him for?
I happen to know he skipped out with reward money that was to be paid for his own capture. That money must be recovered and his guilt proven.
Stranger, I don't know who you are, and I don't give a hoot. You're the first hombre with sense I've met up with since I hit this town. If you aim to get Jet, take the trail going north. I could see him heading his horse that way when he passed my window.
Thanks.
I got it. You're a part of this, crooks. It's just another trick you're trying to play on me. Well, it won't work. And if I meet up with you again when you ain't got the drop on me, you'll be in jail beside this polecat.
I haven't time to argue that.
Hey.
Yes?
Make the sheriff let me out of here, and I'll go after Jet with you.
I'll make better time alone. You'll be safer where you are. And I promise you'll go free before I'm through.
But I want to...
I haven't time to talk. I'll see you later.
You see, Sheriff? That fella knows the truth.
All he knows is that it didn't fool me. And I just hope he does meet up with the marshal. Then maybe he'll get what's coming to him.
Come on, Silver! The Lone Ranger, with Tonto following behind, sent Silver thundering out of town in the direction taken by Graybo. It was not long before Jet heard the drumming of hoofs behind him. Looking back, he saw the Lone Ranger and Tonto and spurred his horse onward. But surely as fate, the masked man and the Indian closed the gap that separated them. Realizing that escape was impossible, he brought his mount to a sliding halt, leaped from the saddle, and took refuge behind a sheltering rock. The Lone Ranger threw up his hand in a signal for Tonto to halt.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh, there! Pull up, Tonto! Oh, down! Oh, down! Oh.
Just going to try to fight it out, Kimosabe. Down, Tonto! Back, Silver!
Back, Scout! Him got rifle?
It won't do him any good. Watch out, Tonto. He's getting ready to fire again. We'll give you one chance to surrender. Turn it down and we'll come after you.
I'll show you. What we do?
Wait, Tonto. He's getting bolder each time he takes a shot at us. One of these times he'll show enough of the rifle for a target.
Then you shoot gun away, huh?
Right.
Blast you clear out!
We're staying, Jet, and taking you back to town.
Like fun you are!
See, Tonto? He almost showed himself that time.
Him plenty big fool.
Listen to me, Tonto. When Jet's been captured, you're taking him back to town alone.
How to do that?
Don't hurry back to town. I'm riding to our camp, putting on another disguise, and returning to Plainfield. I want to get there before you do.
You got plan?
We know Jet's an outlaw, and so does Miller. The sheriff will likely still insist on believing Jet's story.
That's right.
You said Miller's home is in Crystal Falls, didn't you?
That's right.
I'm going to take a room at the hotel in town, register as being from Crystal Falls, then walk down to the sheriff's office. I'll be there when you arrive with Jet. And don't you recognize me, Tonto.
How you get him?
He's preparing to fire again. I haven't time to explain now. I think you'll find that this time he's taken one shot too many.
Take this, blast you!
No! Come on, Tonto.
My hand! You're busting my hand!
You were warned.
Wake up me yet!
Don't reach for that rifle.
I'll show you. There you smashed my gun!
And you're going back to town as we told you. Here, Silver.
You'll pay for shooting at a lawman.
You're less a lawman than I am.
You'll pay
Keep
for that.
still. You can handle him, Tonto. Good. Then I'll be on my way. Here, boy. Steady, old fellow.
What do you want with me? What'd you come after me for?
Jet, that's something you'll find out later. Come on, Silver. With Graybo safely in Tonto's keeping, the Lone Ranger returned to his camp, hurriedly rid himself of his mask, and assumed still another disguise. Then he rode into Plainfield ahead of his faithful Indian companion, and after registering at the hotel, walked to the sheriff's office.
Come on in.
Good evening. You're the sheriff?
That's me. Something I can do for you, stranger?
I've heard that a marshal by the name of Miller arrived in Plainfield today.
Uh-huh. Say, ain't I met up with you someplace before this, stranger?
Have you?
That's funny.
Yes?
Can't seem to place you, but I'd swear I'd heard your voice before.
About Miller.
Oh, yeah. You a friend of his?
I'm acquainted in his hometown. We're mutual friends.
Oh.
When I was told he was here, I thought I'd look him up. You expect him around?
Can't say as I do. He might be back and he might not. Miller rode out of town this afternoon and said as how he might not be back till morning.
That's too bad. I'd hoped to see him.
Well, if he does show up tonight, he'll likely stop here before turning in. You're welcome to wait around or come back later if you're a mind to. Or when I see him in the morning, I can tell him you're looking for him.
I guess that...
There's somebody.
That might be him.
I don't know. Sounded like two horses to me.
Let me go, blast your redskin. What right have you got to... Let me go.
You get inside.
Hey, what's going on here? Redskin, what are you holding a gun on Miller for?
The Redskin's loco, Sheriff. This fella, him not Marshal. Him Jet Graybo.
By thunder, if just one more fella shows up around here trying that trick on me again, I'll have his hide, even if he has got a gun in his hand.
Sheriff, this Redskin must be a friend of that crook I brought in today.
Of course he is.
What seems to be the trouble?
Huh? Oh, I forgot you was here, stranger. Why, the marshal caught up with a crook he was trailing and brung him here to be held in jail till he gets started back for Kansas.
No.
Then first off, that blasted crook tried to give us a story about him being the real marshal and Miller here being the crook. Right after that, a masked fella showed up saying the same thing. And now this Injun. I'm getting sick and tired of...
If there's any question about the marshal's identity, I can help you out.
You? Who are you?
I ain't had the chance to mention it yet, Miller, but the stranger says he's acquainted in your hometown. He come here looking for you.
Yeah?
If the Indian will put away that gun...
Tonto do that.
I've never met you, Marshal. However, I know people who know you well. They've often mentioned you to me.
Who are they?
Why, the Lathrops. They've spoken highly of you.
Yeah. Yeah, they're mighty nice folks.
None better. That reminds me, they told me once about the good work you did when Blackie Benson held up the bank in Crystal Springs.
Huh? What'd they say?
They told me you went after him single-handed and killed him before he could get out of town.
But stranger...
Wait, Sheriff. Isn't that so, Miller?
Yeah. Was kind of lucky, I guess.
They told me another time about how you caught Ace Dugan. They mentioned you shot him up so badly he was crippled for life.
Doggone.
Don't interrupt me, Sheriff. I said I'd give Miller here a chance to clear up his identity once and for all, and that's what I'm doing.
But I just...
Didn't you get wounded at all in that gunfight with Ace?
Shucks, stranger, he never even scratched me.
There was one other outlaw in particular the Lathrops mentioned you arrested. Oh, yes, Billy Cole. They said Cole held up a stage one day. You arrested him the next, and he was hanged on the third. That was fine work.
Well, that's what U.S. Marshals is for, mister. To rid the country of crooks.
Rid the country of crooks? Why, you blasted sneaking pretender, you're the biggest one of the bunch.
Huh? What's ailing you, Sheriff?
Blackie Benson, Ace Dugan, and Billy Cole are all three of them sitting in jail in the next county right now. I helped round them up. By heaven...
Stand back. Stand back, every one of you, or I'll send you straight to Boat Hill.
Stay back, Tonto.
The Redskin will go
Now,
first.
then. Grab him, Tonto.
Got him. You tricked me. Let me loose. Get your hands off of me.
Hold you. Get away.
There's the real Marshal, Sheriff. Release him and put this man here behind bars where he belongs.
You bet I will.
Blast you.
You tried a risky game, Jet, and you failed. You didn't know if I was from Crystal Springs or not, so you had to agree with what I said. But I knew Blackie Benson, Ace Dugan, and Billy Cole were in jail. And I knew the sheriff knew it.
If the Redskin had just let me loose so I could get my hands on you.
Get away.
You're going right back in that same cell where I was.
Marshal Miller, If you just listen. Now, how was I to know he warned you?
Forget about it, Sheriff. I reckon maybe you couldn't help it none. But I knew everything was going to be all right just as soon as I heard the masked man's voice out here. Hey, where'd he get to?
Masked man? There wasn't no masked fella here just now.
But there was. I know there was. I heard him.
Well, I'll be gun-whipped by a rabbit. That's where I heard that stranger's voice afore. Him and the masked feller was one and the same.
We gotta find him. It's him that's got the reward coming.
There he goes. You'd better take after him.
Take after him? You hear what he called his horse? Shucks, we'd never catch that fella in a month of Sundays. That was the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We've got to catch the stagecoach heading for Ridgeville. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I think you owe it to your puppies to feed the new pedigree puppy food.
The extra rice.
It makes the new puppy food very easy to digest. Puppies also need a lot of protein in their diet.
Pedigree puppy food is total nutrition.
New Pedigree Puppy, developed with vets, recommended by top breeders. And now testing shows puppies prefer Pedigree Puppy 3-to-1 over Purina Puppy Chow. So to get your puppy off on the right food, call 1-800-PUPPY-TIME and get a coupon good for $2 off any size bag of new Pedigree Puppy. Call 1-800-PUPPY-TIME.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is age. A-G-E.
Don't get personal, Fenneman. Really? You bet your life.
More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
What's he doing now? Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $6,000 for one of our couples tonight. We've gone this high only once before. I've been that high many times, but... well, it's a lot of money. Maybe somebody will win it tonight. Huh? Let's hope so.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we selected an aircraft worker and a man with an interesting job to be on the show, and here they come. Miss Betty Dormont, Mr. Jerry Hoffman, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see now. Miss Betty Dormont and Mr. Jerry Hoffman, eh? Betty, may I ask your age?
Yes, I'm 24.
24, huh? How long have you been 24?
About 24 years.
That's a good answer, anyhow. It's baffling, but it's a good answer. Mr. Jerry Hoffman, where are you from, Mr. Hoffman?
Originally from the Bronx, New York, Groucho, but I've been out. I've been here for 26 years.
Oh, well, then you're practically a native son, huh?
Yes.
You still root for the Bronx Bombers?
No, I don't pay much attention to baseball.
You don't, huh?
No.
You mean, in other words, you root for Cincinnati? Now, I understand you have a very interesting job, Jerry. Just what is it?
Well, I am in public relations, Mr. Marx.
Oh. Well, just how public are your relations?
Well, it's commonly called a press agentry.
Oh, you're a press agent, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, press agent can be pretty common, all right. What kind of agents do you address?
Well, I'm with Columbia Pictures.
They still in business? Huh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, very much so. Was a picture called The Marrying Kind were proved.
What is it called?
The Marrying Kind, with Judy Holliday and a new star, Aldo Ray.
Oh, that sounds like it ought to be a pretty good picture.
It's a wonderful picture.
Didn't Blake Grant have something to do with it?
He produced it.
Oh, well, he's a nice fellow.
Yes,
Give him my
very
regards
clever
when you
man.
see
I
him.
will, thank you.
And you can have him, too. As long as... Now, Betty, do you mind if I talk to you for a while?
That's all right. I'd be happy to talk to you.
You would, huh? I didn't mean right here. I was thinking of later on. Perhaps after the show. Well, enough of that kind of thinking. Where do you work, Betty?
I work at Douglas Aircraft in the inspection department.
Well, what do you do what do you do there?
Well, briefly, we inspect inspectors.
What does the inspector inspect while you're inspecting the inspector? I think my needle's stuck. Huh?
Well, he inspects the airplanes, and
And how much wood does a woodchuck chuck of a woodchuck
he inspects the airplanes, and we sort of follow him and pick up the squawks that he writes about the airplane.
Are you allowed to take any of these home with you? What do you do with these reports that you make?
Well, we compile them in statistics, and then they graph them in the front office. In front.
You say there's graft in the front office? Seems to me that's where they need the inspector. Jerry, I'll call you Jerry.
Please do.
Kind of formal. Jerry, I'm curious. You give new actors the big build-up. Now, pretend Betty here has just signed a contract, and she's brand new. Nobody ever heard of her. Now, what would you do with her?
Well, that's a large order, but not too large, considering that the girl has a lot of natural charm and a lot of natural attractiveness. They might want to change her hair. This is a matter for the front office to decide.
Is that where they change it, in the front office?
Well, they make the decisions on the glamour treatment.
I see.
But we may also suggest some changes. The basic job for the publicity department would be to make her name a household word.
You mean like Drano? Well, you're a very nice couple, and I think you're going to be very happy together. And I'd like to go on talking to you two all night, but we have so much money at stake tonight that we've got to get on with this. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $6,000 question. Right now, I'd like you to devote your attention to an important announcement.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer has mapped out a 5-mile trial course through stop-and-go traffic, over rough roads, and out on the open highway. A stern test for any car. And he invites you to get behind the wheel and drive the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 over this course, so you can discover for yourself all the great new DeSoto features. As you drive along, you'll be able to feel the great power of the exciting new Fire Dome V8 engine. Power with smoothness never before achieved in any car. You'll feel the sure stopping power of DeSoto power brakes. In parking, and out on the highway, too, you'll feel new ease in steering. Why, DeSoto's sensational new full power steering takes literally all the effort out of steering. Makes turning the wheels as easy as dialing a phone. So tomorrow, stop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and ask to take the 5-mile trial. in either the exciting new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the famous DeSoto Power Master 6. Find out why the new DeSoto is America's most talked about new car. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Fire Dome Fenneman? Yes. This is Fire Dome Fenneman. Tell them the rules.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $6,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Clear? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected scrambled proverbs. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
1990 or 50, which do you want? Right. 1950? She would like 1950.
All right. What is this proverb? Where there is no speculation, there is no increase in value.
No risk. No.
There's no increase in value.
Oh dear.
There is no speculation. There's no increase in.
Where there is no speculation, there is no increase in value.
No risk. Isn't that awful? Oh dear.
Oh, isn't this terrible?
I know you know it too. You were hanging right around it, Jerry. It's a nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Nothing gained.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, that's too bad.
You now have 50 cents.
Now, don't get discouraged. The big money is the $6,000. One week we had a couple here that won the chance at the big money, and they won $1. So I don't want you to get discouraged. Remember, you're going for $6,000. Now, how much are you going to bet this time?
For 50 cents.
The whole thing.
Yes.
All right, what is this proverb? It is inadvisable to peer into the oral cavity of a gratuitous equine.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
That's right. That's a much tougher one than the other.
Well, you're climbing again. You have $1 now.
All right, now how much are you going to bet?
$2. $1.
$1.
She's going to borrow $1 from Mr. Hopper. What is this proverb? During the absence of the domesticated feline, the rodents cavort.
When the cat's away, the mice will
Absolutely right.
You now have $2.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
$2.
The whole thing. All right. What is this proverb? A revolving boulder will not accumulate lichen.
Rolling stone
Gathers no moss.
Well, they wound up with $4, Groucho.
Nobody leaves here with $4. I'm going to give you one question for $21, which will give you a total of $25. Now, get this right, and no coaching, please. It's a tough question. You ready? How many layers in a 3-layer cake?
3.
Right, 3 layers is right. Put it there, baby. I'm sorry you didn't do that. Thank you. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited some insurance men to the program tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Ross Harrison. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Lucy Rankin. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Ross Harrison, you're the insurance man, eh? I could tell you were an insurance man because you've got one foot in the microphone already. Huh? Now, Mrs. Lucy Rankin, you're the housewife. Where were you born, Lucy?
Canary Islands.
Is that so? Mm-hmm. Could you fly a few times around the room? Where are the Canary Islands, Lucy?
Off Morocco.
You're off your rocker, did you say? Lucy, I'm not interested in your personal peculiarities. At this point, I just want to know where you were from.
Canary Islands.
Canary Islands. Mm-hmm. Did you meet Admiral Byrd down there? How did you happen to be born in the Canary Islands when there were so many other places to be born in? Were you throwing a wingding at the time?
No, my father was a mining engineer on the Gold Coast of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And Canary Islands are rather close.
Oh, are they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought the Canary Islands was near where Columbus came when he...
He did.
Well, that wasn't near Africa, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
I better go back to school again. I get everything mixed up. Now, Lucy, we've never had anybody on the show before who was born on the Canary Islands. Were you born in the regular manner, or did you hatch?
Well, regular manner, I guess. My mother was American, and the doctor was Spanish, and she couldn't speak any Spanish, and he couldn't speak any English. But I was born anyhow.
Lucy, that could have been disastrous. That Spanish doctor could have taken out your mother's appendix. Then where would you be? Riddle me that. Well, you're real cute, Lucy. You look like a nice guy. Are you married?
Sure.
Skip it. Lucy, since you were born in the Canary Islands, what kind of a citizen are you? Are you American or are you a canary?
Well, according
I thought you'd be more yellow. Are you American or canary?
Well, according to Spanish law, any child born in the Spanish territory is a Spaniard.
Mm-hmm.
But my mother refused to register me, have me registered as Spanish, and he refused to register me as English. So I'm miscellaneous.
You mean you were miscellaneous before you were married? Now you're miscellaneous. Well, let's talk to you, Mr. Harrison, about insurance. Looks like you could stand a little yourself after that cough you just threw there. You better take out fire and theft on that lung of yours. Now, before we go any further, I want to make it plain that I don't want to buy any insurance. Is that clear, Mr. Harrison?
I don't want to sell any insurance. Don't want to sell you any insurance.
I see. You regard me as a bad risk, eh?
I don't sell insurance. I just
why
make
don't you
the
why don't you want to sell me insurance?
I don't sell insurance. I just make adjustments.
Well, could you do something to my back here? My back. What kind of adjustments do you make?
We investigate all kinds of accidents, determine liability, and attempt to make a settlement.
Well, like what, for example? You'd have to be more specific. What kind of crooked hanky-panky do you get involved in your job? Nefarious.
You would be surprised how many aches and pains we can cure when we dispense that long green folding money. People recover so rapidly.
It has charms to soothe the savage beast.
It's the most healing balm in the world.
I thought you looked a little shifty the minute you walked in here. Now, I don't want to be insulting, but how is it you're not in jail, Mr. Harrison?
I don't commit the embezzlements. I only investigate them.
Oh, I see. What makes you suspicious in the first place? Do you just automatically regard everybody as a crook and work from there?
A good claims adjuster's almost clairvoyant. He can read a man by his shifty eyes, his nervous motions, his mannerisms of speech.
Well, I'm glad I don't fit that description. But in case you think I do, just remember, it takes a crook to catch a crook. I want to thank every crook in the audience for that. Well, you're a mighty interesting couple. And I want to give you a chance to win some real money. But before I do, I want to remind you to take a ride in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $6,000. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The publicity man and his partner won $4, and the secret word is age.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. There are common expressions that you have heard and used many times. I'll give you a keyword, and you give me the whole expression. For example, if I said proud, you would reply as a peacock. Proud as a peacock. Is that clear? I don't know why you picked such an involved category. All right, here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you try? Talk up,
What do you think?
$19.80.
Honey, you're going for broke.
$19.80? Is that all right with you, Mr. Harris?
I don't agree with it. I'm conservative. I'm an insurance adjuster.
All right.
Let's put 5 on.
Oh, no.
Then go for broke.
All right, time's a wasting, kids.
Come on. If you only put
Why don't you compromise
Let's go for broke.
What, 20?
20.
Okay.
You're going for the whole 20? Okay, here we go. The word is wise. What's the rest of the expression? Wise?
As a noun.
Wise as an owl is right.
Off to a great start. You have $40.
Remember, you're going for $6,000 tonight. How much of the $40 you going to try this time?
$39.75.
$39.75, is that it?
$39.75.
$39.75.
The word is pretty. What is the rest of the expression? Pretty?
As a picture.
That's right, pretty as a picture.
You now have $79.75.
Here's your bad question. How much of the $79.75 you going to risk?
79.
Go ahead.
79. The word is stubborn. What's the rest of the expression? Stubborn?
As a mule.
As a mule.
Stubborn as a mule is right.
You now have $158.75.
It's your last chance to be the other couples. How much you going to go for?
All it.
Shoot the work.
Shoot the work.
All right, the word is flat. What's the rest of the expression? Flat?
As a pancake.
That's right. Flat as a pancake. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Wait a minute. I haven't got it added up yet.
Oh, why don't we give him the $6,000.
No, you'll wind up with a grand total of $317.50.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a married couple for you, Groucho. They were...
Merry-go-round, did you say?
No, we have a married couple
Oh.
for you. They were selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air because they have some interesting experiences to tell you. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelia Smith meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelia Smith, huh? No use flirting with you. You're married already, huh? Let's see, Mr. and Mrs. Cornelia Smith. And you're married? Mrs. Smith, what's your first name?
Grace,
Well, you're very attractive. May I ask how old you are?
30.
30. Well, you don't look it. And you're married to Mr. Smithy?
Yes.
Cornelius. Oh, come now. I can't call you Cornelius. What shall I call you?
Everybody calls me Corny.
That's a coincidence. That's what everybody calls me, too. Where are you from? Coney Island?
No, I was born in Fort Huachuca down on the Mexican border.
I beg your pardon?
Fort Huachuca.
Have you tried antihistamine? Gracie, you have very pretty teeth. Atta girl. Now, where's your birthplace?
Baguio, Luzon.
You sound like you're in worse shape than he is. Baguio, Luzon? How do you explain your birthplace, Mrs. Smith?
My father was a major in the Army and stationed in the Philippines.
Oh, I see. Now, Coney, how do you explain where you were born?
Well, my father was in the Army, too. And he was stationed at Fort Huachuca. My mother was there, too.
That comes in pretty handy. How long did you live in that fort, Coney?
About a year, Groucho, and then we went down to South America, to Venezuela, and to Colombia. And then back up to Camp Meade, and then to Camp Bullis, and then to Fort Sam Houston, and then to Fort Bliss.
Your father certainly kept moving. He must have been a private, was he?
No, he was a colonel.
Well, sometimes those colonels have to keep moving even faster than the private. If they don't, they might get drafted. I mean for active duty. Coney, with all that Army background, I'm surprised you're not a general. How come you didn't join the Army?
Well, I went in the Marine Corps instead, Groucho.
You learned more about the Army than I thought you did, huh? Where did you bump into this charmer here?
I met her in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia.
That's up in Oregon, isn't it?
No, it's in the Middle East, Groucho.
Oh, yes, near Muncie, Indiana. Now, quit stalling, Coney. Where did you meet Grace?
I met her in Arabia. I was doing engineer work for one of the oil companies out there, and she was the secretary of the president of the company.
Arabia is a strange country, Coney, isn't it, for a couple of Americans? What did you do for entertainment over there?
Pretty much the same thing you do over here.
Now, don't tell me you played canaster every night. You better explain that, Coney.
Well, I mean, they have...
What happened? That's pretty dated. They don't say that anymore. They say, how about that?
They have movies, tennis courts, swimming pool, lots of parties going all the time, and those Arabian Nights aren't so bad, you know.
How are the daytimes?
Not too good.
Where did you get married?
In Cairo, Egypt.
Oh, well, that sounds like
then we went to Europe on our honeymoon.
Mm-hmm. Where did you go in Europe?
Oh, we went to Greece.
Go behind the Iron Curtain?
No, into France and Italy and others. I don't remember them all.
You don't remember where you were? Well, I would say you had a real nice honeymoon. Do you remember where you went, Coney?
Sure.
American men are so romantic. That's what Zsa Zsa Gabor says. Well, Grace, now that you're back in America, what sort of work are you and Coney doing?
Why, he's doing sculpture in ceramics. He does American Indians, the Navajos, or Kachina dolls, little figurines about so high.
Is that anything like tangerines?
No.
What do people do with these things after they buy them besides dust them?
Oh, they put them on sideboards and high boards and on whatnot shelves.
Wait a minute, what's a whatnot shelf? Huh?
Why, it's...
Is that a shelf made out of a whatnot?
Anything, I guess you don't know a name for it, you just call it a whatnot.
Well, I have a name for that, don't I? Why do people want these whatnots?
Well, they make good conversation pieces. It gives people something to talk about.
You mean they're not content to talk about taxes and the war and the election, United Nations, or silly stuff like that, eh? They'd rather lose themselves in whatnots. I don't believe it. Who'd be silly enough to talk about a whatnot?
Well, we've been talking about them for a few minutes now.
Did you know that a camel can go 8 days without a joke? And this is a shining example. Well, you make a charming and a pretty witty couple, and I'd like to continue talking to you two, but it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $6,000. Now, you run your $20, and they're more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners. You look like a pretty smart couple.
The lady from the Canary Islands and the insurance man lead with $317.50.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected largest cities of the countries of the world. You ought to be pretty good at that after that honeymoon you had, Coney. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Talk up. Don't keep it a secret.
$19.99.
$19.99. What is the largest city in Chile?
Santiago.
Santiago is right.
Well, you're on your way.
Not to be.
You have $39.99.
Remember, you're going for $6,000 tonight. How much of the $39.99 are you going to bet?
Okay.
$39.98.
What is the largest city in Morocco?
Casablanca.
Casablanca is right.
You have $79.97.
Here's your third question. How much of that are you going to bet?
Shoot the words.
Shoot the works? All right. What is the largest city in Romania?
Bucharest.
Bucharest is right.
You have $159.94.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
All of it.
Let's go.
All of it.
All of it. All right. What is the largest city in Switzerland? Talk it over.
It's either Bern or Zurich. Zurich.
Zurich is right.
And you'll wind up with $319.88, and that means that you people, in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $6,000 question. Here's a good tip for all of us car owners to keep in mind as we look forward to another busy season of summer driving. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. May is Vehicle Maintenance Month, and there's no better place to take your car for a safety inspection than a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here, highly skilled mechanics trained in factory methods will see to it that your car gets a complete safety checkup. Brakes, headlights, wheels, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, and exhaust. They'll see that everything is done to make your car safe and sound for the thousands of happy miles of driving ahead of you. And you'll be pleasantly surprised when you find how little this costs. Remember, make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. Drive in where you see the familiar sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And now, here's our winning couple, Groucho, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth.
I like the cut of your jib.
$6,000 question. Come on in, folks.
Well, maybe that honeymoon came in pretty handy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known all those cities. Here we go for $6,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. If you'll remember, nectar was the drink of the gods on Olympus. For $6,000, tell me, what was the fabulous food of the gods that ensured them strength, power, beauty, and immortality? Talk it over. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Ambrosia.
Ambrosia's right. That's right, you win $6,000.
Come on back.
Plus how much, wait a minute. They won $6,000 and how much in the quiz, George?
Oh, I've completely forgotten that. $319.88.
That makes $6,398.63.
No, but it's close.
$63,1988, is that right?
No.
No, well, how
Yes.
much?
I'm happy.
Fenneman, you're fired. Get your fired all made and get out of here. Well, what are you going to do with all that swag, kids? Another honeymoon?
I think maybe so. We've always wanted to go down to British East Africa, down to Nairobi and Kenya and Tanganyika. We haven't been down there yet.
Yeah, well, give them my regards when you get there. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Don't Mate tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
You know, Clint, I have a lot of fond memories of old video game consoles, particularly the PS2. Why the PlayStation 2 in particular? Well, because it was the home platform of my favorite game. And what would that be? SOCOM U.S. Navy SEALs, of course. Ow! See you tonight, folks.